back in session for the special agenda budget workshop, and it's March 19th, 2019. Last day of winter for all of us. And we left off at number 19, Battle Mountain Ambulance. It says discussion, no action required. However, that's not so. We do need to take a look at it and approve it or change or whatever we'd like to do. A, operations decrease $35,000. Number 1, maintenance contract agreement decreased $36,000 for contract agreement with Battle Mountain General Hospital. The last budget, all was paid from Battle Mountain ambulance budget. Number 2, gas and oil decreased $2,500. Repair and maintenance increased $2,500. And utilities increased $1,000. And all other matters properly related thereto.
We need some quiet. I'm sure that,
Folks, we are back in session. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, Keith, we need your input on that. What's going on? Operations decreased 35,000. And the changes?
Number 19?
Yes, number 19.
Okay, I apologize. So where it shows the maintenance contract decreased 36,000, that's because the 36,000 that was in that line item, that was what was moved to the Austin ambulance. So the entire amount is 10,000 a month, but we've just separated for line item purposes. So it shows that $36,000 a year is for Austin for the EMS contract with the hospital.
well, that 36,000 was increased by the 12,000 that was there. So it is actually 48,000 for Austin's share of that contract.
Okay, that we did yesterday. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
And then the gas and oil decreased by 2,500. The hospital, in the agreement, the hospital provides the fuel for the ambulances. So that's why that decreased. However, we increased it $2,500 in our maintenance line for repairs to the ambulances. In the contract, the county is responsible for all the equipment and maintenance of the ambulances in the county.
Okay, so the total repair and maintenance is $12,500. That includes the $2,500. It was $10,000. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yes.
it was 10,000.
Okay, so we don't need to add anything to it. All
Right.
that has to come off on what we're looking at is the $2,500 for gas and oil, apparently.
So I'm curious why you're increasing the repair and maintenance, because you haven't used very much of the 10,000.
Well, but last year we used quite a bit.
Okay,
There's always, it's a crapshoot with the
Oh, I know that.
maintenance
I
on that
understand
stuff. And last year, I know we ended up, we had to add to it. We had some issues. The ambulance was put on its side and had to be repaired and so forth.
well, you went over just under $500 last year.
Right.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the changes of the Battle Mountain ambulance budget as read into the record.
I'll second.
Motion made by Judy and seconded by Kathy. Any other discussion? Any public comment?
I
All
have
in favor?
a question on part 2 of 19. Where do we get money if we blow a motor or transmission or?
So if it comes down to a major repair, we have some an emergency repair line item, and then if there's not money there, we can always go to the professional services line
Okay.
in my budget to repair large problems.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you, and that passes. Number 20, District Court. Discussion and possible action.
Is Judge Shirley gonna be here? Do we wanna?
He's gonna be here about 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I was just checking that. Yeah, he said, when I talked to, or texted him last week, he's looking at, 10:30 this morning.
And he wants to be here for this?
Yes.
Okay.
And
we'll
also
move on
for
to
juvenile.
21. District Attorney, discussion and possible action, and he says no changes, and all other matters properly related thereto.
Well, thank you for making it easy, Theodore.
So I have a couple questions.
Of course.
Your
I didn't mean that in a negative way, Judy. You've had,
you should know by now.
no, I do, that's,
Your investigative costs, I know it was increased before,
The-
and you haven't used any of that.
well, you never know what's gonna happen with them. Now, I can go down to 40 on that one.
Okay,
How's that? I think it's at 52,
it's at 55.
55, let's go down to 40 on that one, because,
Okay.
Excuse me, just on the same thing, you contract that out, is that correct?
yeah, we hire our own investigator. And the last 4 years, we've used that quite a bit, but so far, we haven't had any need for an investigation. Now I was thinking we might have to, I was reserving it for the water and sewer too, possibility, but after talking to people yesterday in Austin, I feel really positive about that, so we don't have to go that route.
Yeah, I have a question, Ted. Victims assistance, does this work like VWAC, victims assistance? You help the victims out
Yeah,
with travel and,
we do, yes. Now, we also have some unfunded mandates. A lot of them come down. Marcy's Law, for instance. Now, I have not added anything to the budget because I'm hoping to be able to use the budget I already have to do that, so we'll find out. But I anticipate quite a few other unfunded mandates that come down in the next 3 months. The DA's Association, we are anticipating that happening to our office, so. But it's hard to judge what money we're gonna need,
Right.
so we're just going to, apply with what we have now.
I think wasn't yesterday the last day for bills, they said they ended up with over 500 or something for the,
But they're
for our state
completely,
legislature.
they're completely converting the criminal justice system.
So, yeah, we truly don't know.
And as far as the training and stuff, on the DA's office, that starts in January, February, March, April. It's the second part of the year with the legislature and stuff, the new laws. That's when all our training takes place. It doesn't take place the first part of the year, or the first part of the fiscal year, which is the second part of the
When
year.
it's a legislative year,
Yes,
got it.
so,
You saw that one coming, didn't you?
well, yeah, I did, because we're gonna need that.
Okay.
There's a line item, public administrator for 15, what's that for, Ted?
That's for estates and stuff, as a public administrator.
So we have a person that serves in that capacity?
I am the public
Yes.
administrator,
Oh, gotcha.
and what I'm doing is with, I'm going to contract to a local attorney to catch some of those up until I get a full-time or a part-time assistant DA. So, I gotta get this stuff done. Then I gotta, I'm working on the roads and then we're working on the ordinances and so.
Well, this 4 years could be very,
What?
I did have a question,
Sorry. So, I'm sorry.
on the salaried personnel.
Yeah.
It says wage increase of $5,000 for Liz, and she's working less hours.
What, that's just to cover the 2% and stuff.
Oh, but I'll make a comment, I'm not working less hours.
Oh,
that's your cost of living and
Yeah.
is that what that
Yeah.
is?
So I think that, that actually should be changed to read
CPI and,
the CPI and merit.
Salaries don't do the CPI on that way. They don't do the based off a percent, they have a lump sum. He doesn't usually give the 5,000, but that's what goes in the budget. It's always gone that way.
It's good to keep it on the line
Is
item.
it you?
It's me apparently.
Yes.
well, farther down it says CPI or wage increase, $10,000.
That's the two added
That's high
together.
and mine.
Yeah,
The
that's,
two
Because
salaries.
the first line right above that, the
Right,
total
but-
base salary, is just the salaries without the wage increase.
So I guess I don't understand why we just have the 5,000 either, that's,
Can you explain that, Cindy?
That's what they requested.
Yeah.
That's our raises.
that's just the way, that's what I got to
so
do.
we can't put the 2 and 2?
Well, that's the way she wanted it done. We could change it to 2 and 2.
I mean, if that's what it's for, that's probably what it should state, no?
All right.
Ted, on the witness assistance, do we provide counseling? Money for counseling?
We're going to be providing a lot more things under this Marcy's law. So it's hard for me to tell you what we've had to provide in the past is going to be a lot different from what we're providing from now on.
Victims,
But the witness assistance is actually when, a lot when we subpoena them and we have to pay for their travel to come in.
Particularly
for
at-
criminal cases.
Out of state, if they're out of
victims
state.
need assistance, they need to be told when to get to court. I went through it for a long time. It's most beneficial, especially in murder cases and in violent crime cases. Is 5,000 gonna be enough there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. If we had more, we've had one jury trial set right now. If we had more, I'd say no.
Okay.
But right now, we only have one set.
Okay.
But you never know when another one's gonna come. I mean, you just,
Right,
we're like the sheriff's office, you never know what's gonna pop up.
right.
I mean, we can.
You have to have something in there, but you don't want too much, because you never know when you're gonna need it. But the thing is if you don't have enough when you need it, there are other avenues.
Right, but, and sometimes you need that money immediately to get them here.
Well, true, and so
But-
that's where you gotta have something.
Yeah, it's, I agree with you, Judy.
Yes,
It's
and
a
that's-
balancing test.
That's it, that's all I'm trying to do on a lot of these, is looking back over, what's been used in the past 3 years, and looking to see where we might be able to cut some of them. I mean, it's not just, hey, this year you have, and I've actually looked over previous years. And I know, just like your, travel and training, you used almost all of it last year.
Yes.
But then I also thought maybe, Liz was doing her HR classes, and I thought that was a majority of it, so.
But no, I don't think it really was. It's, they just keep on, it's gonna be.
Majority of them are their prosecutor conference.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we have them in about a 2 or 3 month period. And that's where most of the money goes.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion.
I've got some more questions.
Okay.
Sorry. So if we go back to the wage increase of $5,000, are we not going to fix that? Because if it's covering the same thing as CPI, then why is it 5 for High, 5 for Liz when they're two different amounts? The percentages don't work out.
Because it doesn't matter, does it?
Well, salary employees are not the same as hourly employees, they're not stuck to, so a department head can give a salary employee a lump sum increase versus just a 2%. That's up to the elected official and up to the department head. That's the way it's always been put in there, but it doesn't matter to me if you do the 2% or not, we always just do a lump
Right,
sum.
it doesn't.
Whether he gives us
matter.
5,000 or not, that's completely up to him, and he usually doesn't. We do usually a percentage, but we always just put the lump sum in there.
It's what we do. It's whether right or wrong.
Well, it might be semantics, but when it says wage increase of $5,000, that's what it appears on the budget.
Well,
And so we're saying,
That doesn't mean that that's what they get. That just
No.
means that they put in there so
If it makes you feel better, Patsy, change it. I mean, I'm not arguing against it, I'm just trying to explain why we do it.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion, to decrease the investigative, line item, investigative costs by $15,000 for the district attorneys, and to change the salaried personnel items from reading wage increase of 5,000 to allowing for a 2% merit increase. Now, do they also get
They also get the CPI.
the CPI? Okay,
Yeah.
and also the CPI.
Right.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Judy, seconded by Kathy. Any other discussion? Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and that passes. You want me to wait for juvenile? Okay.
Please.
That moves us to number 24, Austin Justice Court. It says discussion, no action required, but we need to correct that. There is action required. Number A, requesting an increase to salaries and wages and benefits up to $11,720 and an increase to operations of $850. Number 1, an increase to salaries and wages for the Justice Court clerk wages from $17.27 to $22, and the Civil Court clerk wages from $14.08 to $19.78. Number 2, court-appointed counsel increase $500, postage increase $100, and minor equipment increase to $250, and all other matters properly related thereto.
Can we put this
Michelle,
one?
do we have anybody on from Austin?
Donna's coming down, but I think Billy's supposed to be on the phone.
I was gonna ask, and you started reading, I didn't want to interrupt. Can we
Yes.
table this? I think this coming,
Yes,
Judge
he's,
Gandolfo's on his way up to address things.
He's on his way here?
I believe that was.
Oh, well, let's wait.
So if we could table this, and I meant to jump in front, but I apologize.
Let me ask Keith, you did have a chance to look up our policies on part-time?
I have not yet, no.
You might want to do that before we come back to number 24.
All right.
Excuse me, Patsy.
Yes?
Donna said that Billy's on his way there, he's supposed to be.
Okay, we'll wait, thank you.
Okay.
25, public defender, discussion, no action required, which again is not true, so we'll go back to number A with no changes and all other matters properly related thereto. Currently, our contract is for the $131,070, is that correct, or is
That-
that an increase? That's that same,
No, that's the same.
okay.
We took out the automatic increase, and we added the 30 days
In and out.
in that. So,
Okay, so we can approve it as it is then? with
yes.
No changes, and have we had any problems?
We haven't had
Anything
any yet.
Without Todd here?
We haven't had any yet, so I keep on asking high, and so far, everything's going okay.
Okay.
But I will certainly bring it up to your attention if I see any difficulties in contracting, in our current contract.
And who's it with? Todd and his partner?
Plimpton, yes.
Bellinger?
Yes, Bellinger Plimpton.
Bellinger.
Yeah, the,
And what happened is Kyle Swanson became part of the law firm Bellinger Plimpton. So it's not like he's just doing somebody else's contract. He
Right.
works for the same
Right.
firm.
Okay.
yeah, it's the same company.
Yeah.
And with all the new things coming through again regarding public defenders, we'll see how that affects us.
Exactly.
Again, when the bills get passed.
Yeah, this is gonna change. This is all subject to change.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve the public defender budget as presented.
I'll second.
Been moved by Judy that we approve the contract as is, and Kathy did the second. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. We are on to other general expenses. Again, discussion, no action required, which is not true. We will be acting upon that. Number A, no changes except approved grants amounts and all other matters properly related thereto. One of my first questions, Cindy, is the community support. What do we use that for, that line item?
I'm not even sure. It's just been there for years. But I've never seen any money come out of it.
Well, then, I guess my question is, Counselor,
Yes, ma'am.
could we take money for, like, the chambers and put it under community support?
You know, I would like to be able to say yes, but I don't even know what community support is. So I would probably have to try to trace that back to see what the intention of that line item is, and why we haven't used it or never used it, and then I'll get back to you. I'll search it if you wish.
I think it could be very critical, and we can certainly, prove it for what it is now, but if that's something that we could do, because I know the Chamber in Austin is most certainly community support, because they have nothing else. We don't have, any other structure down there with anybody handling anything except the commissioners. And if they had, like a mayor or a GID or something,
Yeah.
but that is the main support system. So I'm going, if this can be added to later, I mean, it's just a tentative budget, then perhaps that's something we could take a look at.
I think that's a good idea. Maybe we could have an answer by the next meeting and we could
Right.
deal with that just on this one item.
I'll be happy to.
Cindy,
That's a clever way to fund it. I like it.
the water authorities, I thought those were $10,000.
I could have swore I looked into those and they had increased, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong on that.
I'm just, like I said, I thought they were both 10,000.
Okay.
So I guess if they are,
Then
we
we
don't
can
need to
lower it.
put we don't need to have 16 in there if they're.
I can double check and see what those are.
I will go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. I think our assessor wanted to add something. Can you come up?
Patsy, I do think, I'm trying to.
Come on up, so,
Laura, please come up. I can't hear too good.
and Austin needs to hear you.
I could be wrong, but it seems to me from Laura Duval, assessor for the record, that line, that community support decades ago was used for, like, when some of these little organizations would come and ask for money,
Yeah.
like the rodeo grounds, the fair, and things like that. I believe that's what that was for, but it just hasn't been something that's been used for a lot of years, but it just seems like I'm going back 30 years, so.
How much money is in it?
2,000.
2,000.
2,000?
Yeah,
Yeah,
only
not a
2,000.
lot.
And I think that's because they just kind of started doing it a different way,
Yeah.
but I think in the beginning, that's kind of what it was for a lot of these little grant requests that came up.
Okay.
at
And
the-
that
at
would
the
make
budget
sense.
hearing.
It's just another
Yeah.
place to
Yeah.
gather it from, which is always good to know if we can remember
So it might be worth checking into.
it's there,
Yeah.
right?
To see if that is an avenue, perhaps.
Okay.
But we do have, we set aside 5 for miscellaneous grants.
Yeah.
Yes, we have that.
So basically, that kind of puts us with 7 for miscellaneous grants.
Any other questions
Well,
on number 26?
on the computer service, $250,000, couldn't we hire 2 full-time people for that much?
Should you just stay?
Okay, Laura Duval, assessor for the record. Community or computer service covers a broad spectrum of things. It covers, the
internet
internet services that is for, this building, the sheriff's office down south. It also covers, the IT techs. It also covers, the ADS, general county services. It also covers, gosh, I'm trying to think, the phone system, the Quest contract
Okay.
for management of the phone system, management of the key card system, so it's a lot of different things that are into that fund.
It's not just taking
No,
care
it's
of the
not just the
computers
IT
here.
techs, no, cause theirs
Okay.
isn't that much. Historically though, I have been doing a grant, from the tech fund to that computer line. Yeah, last year I believe I gave $125,000, which is half of that. I'll be doing the same this year. Granting some money over to that helps cover, but it's for a broad spectrum of items, it's not just for the IT guys. It's for, website services, a lot of things, okay? Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I see you were panicking.
Well, I know you always give us money, from the tech fund, but I didn't remember where it went into, so it goes into this one, this line, okay.
Well, typically, she doesn't use all of the 250,000, but then again, it's also one of those accounts that if you need it, you need it. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, they all are. I'm just trying to compare the difference between some of the ones we've been cutting, travel and training that they don't use all the time. This one, she may not use it, all of it, but it does fluctuate the amount she uses.
Do we have any more questions on this one, or we're ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion. We didn't change anything, did we?
No, we're just gonna maybe come back to community support, but,
Well, and the water authorities, whether or not they're
They're 16 or 10.
16 or 10. So I will make a motion, we approve the other general expenses as, budget as presented.
Second.
thank you. Judy made the motion, Kathy did second it, and I'll open it up. Any other public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, and that one passes, so we move to number 27. Intergovernmental expenses. Discussion, no action required, we're correcting that one for action. Number A, no changes except approved grant amounts, which we need to fill in, and all other matters properly related thereto. So, the grant to Kingston volunteer firefighters doesn't have an amount, and that's the one we moved. That's the
Yes.
4,000
I
for
hadn't filled it in because I
right?
didn't know what was gonna be
Okay.
passed. Yes.
Okay, so the soil conservation, we moved both of those over, right? So both of them go in here, the 50,000 and the admins also, is that correct?
Let's see. The $3,397.
3397 to the grant for Kingston, right, for the chairs?
Yes.
Okay,
We're moving those over?
That's where they normally come out of. Yes.
Okay, because we did approve that on the grant requests.
Yes, we approved them, but they weren't actually set for a certain place to be taken out of. We normally take them out of either the intergovernmental funds or the other general expenses. So they're just divided. So the PACT insurance goes on this one as well for 4,000.
so this is where we add the PACT insurance too?
Yes.
Okay,
And the soil conservation, that one we only did 6,000, I believe. Yes. That's the only ones I think that go on this one.
So I'm just curious, clarification here. These two that we approved out of our general fund grants are moving into the intergovernmental expenses?
This is the general fund still.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay, so it's really,
This is just where we normally take them out, but it
Okay.
is the general fund.
okay, well, but, I mean, so that's where we take the grants out of this. Okay.
Yes.
So you have a final figure? My question was, do we have to add any more on the conservation?
So I have a total of $123,164.
Or does that just come out of our salaries?
Which one's that?
I'm sorry?
What was that question?
The one for Shannon's salary,
The salaries were gonna come from
we're,
him.
we moved that over to Keith, so
Yes,
that's not on there, so.
But there's 6,000 of that was
Okay.
for,
So the whole
services
thing
and
was
supplies.
moved over, okay, so we have the 50,000,
That, normally would come out of 35.
okay, I'm just confused over how much is going on here, I know we added the grant for Kingston.
Cause I didn't fill in these amounts, cause I didn't know what was gonna be approved. What we can do is leave these open, and then on Thursday, I can bring them back to you. with
Okay,
the
so you
correct
don't want any
amounts.
action on this one,
No, we could just,
not right now,
yeah.
okay? Okay. We're going to move over to book number 2, Public Works, item number 28.
Here goes the money. Gotta feel special when you got your own book.
Okay, Public Works, discussion and possible action, Road and Bridge South, number A, requesting an increase to operations of $31,700 and an increase to capital outlay of $291,000. Number 1, utilities increased $1,700 and ORMAT expenses increased $30,000 because it is a new line item for ORMAT roads. Number 2, capital outlay increased $60,000 for 2 new pickups, $11,000 for an 18-speed transmission, and $10,000 for a 13-speed transmission, and $210,000 for a new loader. Request these items be moved to Fund 29 if approved. I'm gonna open the other one too. Road and Bridge number A. No changes to operations and requesting an increase to capital outlay of $68,000. Capital outlay increased $38,000 for a hydraulic pump rebuild and for $30,000 for an undercarriage. Again, request these items be moved to Fund 29 if approved. Okay, you are on, Mr. Remus.
All righty, Bert Ranks for the record, so, as you guys can see, we put in the one new loader and the pickups. The pickups are kind of what we discussed last year at the budget, staying up on it where we don't get behind and have a surplus of trucks that we need. This will catch us up to where if we get a truck for each end every other year, each end will get a new truck and we should be in good shape.
11,000 for 2 trucks?
No,
60,000. 11,000 is maintenance, actually.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, and then, yeah, everything else is just repairs minus the loader. We need another loader down there. We have a couple 87s that have quite a few hours on them. One's been rebuilt, the other one hasn't. So that's what we're looking at.
so I'm just curious, Bert, Road and Bridge North got 2 trucks this year, right? This past year,
Correct,
except for you're driving one of them.
correct.
But the pickup you had was pretty much brand new.
Yep, went to one of our blade operators.
Why? Why did you have to take a new truck? Why couldn't you give that truck to one of your blade hands?
Cause I do a fair amount of travel and I'm back and forth between here and Austin.
It was
all
2
over
years
the
old.
place. I guess if you would like, I can switch trucks. It don't matter to me what I drive. I'm good with driving anything.
Well, I think that was, you know, when you come before us and say, I need 2 new trucks for road and bridge, and basically you are the public works director. So I think that those trucks should be going to the department. And
I can definitely make a line item for public works here if you would like and make it very specific.
well, like I said, I think that your truck that you had before was
Oh, it's a nice
maybe
pickup,
2 years old.
no question.
I don't see as where you needed a new one. That these were presented to us as pickups to go to your employees.
Well, if I misled you, that was not my intention. You know, I run a blade with the guys every now and then, just the same, and I try to include myself with them. I'm not trying to mislead anybody or try to go down.
This is the way it's always been done though, right?
No, it isn't.
Yeah, pretty much from what I remember, going back in 2010. I mean, I wouldn't wanna put a brand new truck running out on a gravel road every single day. I think I would put it to your lead guy, your road and bridge manager's making trips to Reno, looking at equipment, whatever, and as you need it, it runs right back down rather than putting a brand new truck running on a gravel road every single day. That's my thought.
So are you asking me to make a separate budget from here forward for public works alone? I mean,
Well, we kind of have separate budgets for everything else, and I guess if you're.
because I mean, I'm paid out of, you could ask Cindy, it's a
I know
real
how you're
headache.
paid.
I'm paid out of a variety pack of everything
I
here, so.
understand that. So this request of 2 new pickups, that is for the employees, and they will be driving them, correct?
Correct, this is for Austin.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Let me interrupt for a minute and go back to the very beginning with your revenues.
Okay.
The revenue under 39080, which is Austin Airport. The airport board met and they actually wanted that increased on the Austin Airport Board for us to go with $8,000 for the things that we've been asking Road and Bridge to do for us. If that is approved, then that would change the revenue on this page also.
Okay, I was unaware that they wanted to.
No, of course you weren't. I
We
understand
just
that.
got this morning.
Oh, okay.
So, so maybe if we can at least pencil in the 8,000, and you're saying Ormat reimbursed us 30,000?
No, they actually reimbursed us 68 or.
A lot,
Yeah,
yes.
it was a lot, and there were a few reimbursements, so and that's why we put a line item in here. I wanted to explain that a little more, is with Ormat, we only get reimbursed when they're under construction. So if they're building out there, then they reimburse us for the road maintenance. If they aren't under construction, then we get 0 reimbursement. But it makes it really hard on especially for Cindy and finance, so they'll send us a big check for all of our hours out there maintaining the road while they're under construction.
And
But
we-
then putting it back into our fund to actually be able to use it again makes the auditor's skin crawl.
They want us to take those checks and put it into a revenue line item. So by doing that, in order to use it, we created the line that especially if they have to go out and work on their roads, they use that line item for the expenses. So we created 2 line items, one for revenue and one for expense.
Okay. So, but they actually paid us more this year than the 30,000? What did we,
Yes.
they paid what we billed them?
Yes, but they paid more this year because we had to widen the road, we had to extend culverts, move cattle guards. There was a bunch more work that went on this year than just the normal road maintenance.
So this
So-
is an estimate, so we have a
For
place
next
to put
year.
it.
So we just found kind of a middle ground and threw that number in there because there's no real set number to work off of.
Okay, so we're gonna change this to $1,221. And $1,221,900, correct?
Trying to find it
Cindy's
too.
still looking.
Okay, So,
$1,221,900, right?
where are you at?
Under the road and bridge
Oh.
fund,
The revenues.
Okay,
revenues.
that's the
Yes,
revenue.
yes.
Okay, then we'll move to the next page, which is the new pickup and 18-speed transmissions and new loaders. And your new loader is for
Road and Bridge South, for Austin,
in Austin,
yes,
Road Bridge.
yes.
Did you get the new loader here last year?
A couple of years ago. Oh, last year we did get a new loader, but for the landfill, not for Road and Bridge.
Okay. And
So,
what-
so in Austin right now, we have, two 1987 loaders. We have a 2012 loader, and then this loader would be our next loader that would be down there hopefully.
And are we selling or getting rid of any of the other loaders or
No,
anything, or?
we have one that was a 1964 that we plan on replacing, that sits out at Kingston, I believe by the landfill there on occasion, that we, have to do a bunch of spill cleanup after all the time, so that's gonna go in the surplus.
Okay,
And then we'll move one of our 87s out there to take its place, the
okay.
one that hasn't been rebuilt.
So on that note, I would like to say that when we have Public Works updates, that it would be really nice if you let the commissioners know when you're buying, we approve the equipment to purchase, but when you actually get it, so we know when you get it and what you get, it'd be nice to have it in the update to say, hey, gee, we bought this low bed and dozer last year, we got our new pickups, we got our new loader. Let us know, please.
I believe I have, if we look back in some
No,
of our,
you haven't.
pretty sure we could check the minutes. I've thanked this commission for all the equipment that we've got.
You do, but you do not update us when you get it.
We can surely update you and I'll make it more specific.
Thank you.
Question on the wages, 25% per, I don't understand that. Is that part of his contract, is it an annual increase, is that what that is?
I don't know if Cindy puts that in, so I don't,
He's paid per, department.
Oh.
So he gets paid so much for the sewer and water, so much for Road and Bridge North, so much for Road and Bridge
I don't
South.
believe that's his question.
25% of his
Oh,
wages.
yeah, he split over several different departments as you go through our budgets.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so it's just,
So,
He
yeah,
it's so
appears
much
all
to
o-
allocate, okay,
Yeah,
that
he
makes sense.
appears all over the
that's
place.
for, so I can keep track
I
of how
got you.
much
That
it
makes
is.
sense. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I wanna go back to, professional services, $12,000.
And so we don't use that all the time, but we use, it's a fair amount, and what professional services is for. Rogine put that in when I was down there in Austin, that's for the, con crew to come down there and, weed the park, do any of the community things that we have down in Austin.
Well, I know we have a con crew in here, but that must be, it's specified con crew in the Battle Mountain one, apparently.
Yeah, and that's
the
under
Austin
Anna's
one-
budget.
And the Austin one, it just says professional services.
Actually, if you look at the way that we do that up, we have the Austin section, we have a Battle Mountain section, and under that total, then we have Concrew for Lander County. So the 25,000 that Anna usually budgets is for the whole county.
Okay, so this one just shows the 12, but that's what it is.
That's when we put it in, the intention was
Okay.
for the con crew.
Well, that's okay, I just saw con crew later and I didn't know that's
So-
what this was.
If she already has the money budgeted there, then he wouldn't actually need this line item.
Yep, if we can use Anna's budget, we're all for it.
As long as we know what it is, that's okay, I'm all right with that.
Road and Bridge material, what is that? Is that,
That's, if we need oil, say we're gonna mix our own cold mix, or if we, need some hot mix on the pallets that show up, or culverts, or, random, different materials for Road and Bridge
does your
for
salt,
repairs.
is that part of salt?
No,
budget?
salt has its own,
So Austin, you're over on that one.
yeah, and I believe that part of that's with that ORMAT.
Okay.
So tell me about the CPI and merit increase at 7%.
Cindy, then.
The 2% is the CPI. The 5% was dependent on his evaluation as to what percentage of a raise he would get.
So 5% would be the max?
I thought we went with 2 and 2, no?
So in Bert's employment contract, he is eligible for up to a 5% raise. So I included the entire amount, doesn't mean he'll get that, but it is included in the budget.
So that's part of his contract.
That is correct, yes. And then the 2% is the regular CPI, yes. Or
Okay.
CO, yes, plus, or COL.
What's special projects? Under Austin?
Yeah, so special projects are the things that come up there in the community that weren't, say like the wall that we had to build behind the,
Episcopalian Church?
yes, like we'd use some of that money out of special projects to fund, to pay for that. Or if we have something wash out that was unexpected, special projects takes care of that. For some of the work like up there that we did at the park, putting that stage in, came out of special projects.
So over on your 5-year capital expenditure worksheet, we've got, new pickup at 40,000, that's not the 2 new ones at 60 that you have. It's a new pickup at 40. And then, it shows like this year, the new snowplow,
We did receive that.
we did the new snowplow, so is the 40 part of the 60, or is that an addition?
No, that would be later down the road, or if we got a diesel truck instead of gas trucks. That's why it's for 40 and I have 2 for 60, is because we can get the gas rigs for pretty cheap, but we can't get the diesel pickups for, they're a considerable amount more than the gas rig is.
Okay, so it is 3 vehicles that you're looking at.
Not this year, no, 2 vehicles. If I made a mistake and left that in the,
Yeah, the current year is the first line, that's the year we're at right now. The next column over is for the next fiscal year.
40,000,
No,
Right.
the
60.
60,000.
yes.
but it's not in addition to the 60.
No,
No.
no.
So
No, it's
cross
not
out the
100,
40?
we aren't asking for 100, no.
Okay, so cross out the 40.
Where would you need a diesel pickup instead of like gas in your operation, just so I can think?
Yeah, so like myself and Rick, we usually end up with diesels because we tow stuff back and forth to each
Gotcha.
other.
Right. That makes sense, that's your tone.
Okay, I think I've had all my questions answered. How about the rest of the board? You still looking?
I have some questions, just a question. So on the ORMAC money that we received, was it last year? Cause I know that it kind of goes around from the department to department who gets to use the ORMAC money. So will any of the things that you've asked for, will your department be, up for any of that money this year?
So I think it's 2 separate
You're
kind of
thinking
questions.
the PILT?
Pardon me?
Are you thinking of the PILT?
No, don't we receive, almost like on my net proceeds, don't we receive
Geothermal?
for the geothermal
Oh,
money?
geothermal, yes.
So, yeah, so don't, we kind of spend those around between different departments each year, so will will your department be up for any of that money this year?
I believe that money all goes into Fund 57, our reserve fund.
Well, didn't we buy, some equipment for Road and Bridge a few years ago, or an ambulance not long ago? with that?
Geothermal money is supposed to be used for safety.
Right.
There's-
First
No, I
it's-
know
Right,
that.
I mean, it's really
And we
specific.
did
I know
purchase
that.
those
Okay.
items out of Fund 57.
I understand that, but I know that like ambulances can be purchased for it,
Mhm.
anything that can maintain the roads going back and forth to their, Ormac could be used for that. So my question have we used any of that money to buy like a loader? Is it when it would be his turn to use the money? Cause I know that the sheriff's office, they try to, spread it to use for, responding for the sheriff's department or an ambulance or a loader that needs to maintain the road for safety for, them. Is any of that money, has it been used for him, for his big purchases?
And I'm trying to remember.
I didn't apply for it that way through my request to you guys, I didn't put it down as that fund.
Well,
You guys could probably put it there, but I didn't put it there, no.
see, and last year so much was approved, we did have items come out of that fund and also out of Fund 56 to take a load off of the 29 fund.
So are we using it though, going for like the sheriff's office, the ambulance,
Yes,
road and bridge, and
yes.
just kinda doing a rotation of that?
Just whatever you guys feel that you wanna put there.
But I don't think currently that it's been like road and bridges year, sheriff's office year. I think it's just kind of been sporadic who,
Yeah,
Whoever needs it, that's the time.
yeah.
And when we go to balance the budget, we very often will say, we need to take it out of here and not our general, so
Yeah.
it depends, we've moved it
So what
around.
do you mean as far as take it out of there?
Well,
When it's being
when we
used for
balance-
emergency, vehicles, right, correct?
Right.
Not just general.
No,
No.
no. When we start to balance the budget, we're saying, oh, look, we have this new ambulance, this new fire truck, whatever.
Okay,
Then we go, well, we can take this out of this part,
okay.
so it balances
Yes.
better, right?
And I think this year we also took out the 2 vehicles for the sheriff's department came out of, I can't remember if it was 56 or 57, but one of the 2.
Okay.
Okay, do you want me to move on down to water, or do you want to approve the road and bridge separately before we get into the other ones?
I was just gonna ask if we wanted to,
It gets so confusing, we might forget if we add all of it at
okay,
once.
as I was saying, I was wondering if we wanted to, he's got capital improvement under this budget item, so.
Under water and sewer with our capital improvements, we'll do those separate?
That's,
Okay, all right, then let's go ahead and see if we can do a motion on the road and bridge that we discussed.
So it's both for south and north? Right?
unless you wanna separate it,
Yes,
since they are.
I make a motion that we approve the budget as presented for road and bridge south and road and bridge north. So, would that be acceptable? That motion?
As presented.
yes, yeah, I think the only change was the one on the revenue, so, yeah, as far as the expenses, we'll just note that revenue change.
But
That's-
also he's got requesting, items that, to be moved to Fund 29. Well, that's as
As presented, yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it
you're
was.
right, sorry.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, moved by Brian, seconded by Kathy, any other discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, that
I have
moves
a
us.
quick question.
Yes.
Keith, Cindy, did you guys review all this budget stuff?
Yes, we
Yes.
did.
Did you find any red flags?
There was a few, and they've been addressed. One was the personnel,
Okay.
and you guys did address that yesterday. And then the grant stuff, Cindy and I went through it pretty thoroughly. And you addressed all that stuff yesterday. Other than that, we went through everything, and there was nothing that, unless I'm forgetting something, Cindy.
There's a couple in, Fund 52
Okay.
that was for, yeah, that we haven't got to yet.
So, yeah,
Okay, we are still at number 28, and we are moving down to water A. No change to operations, capital outlay increasing $4,382,032. Number one, 12-inch water main, Sheep Creek to SR 305, $295,032. Number two, 16-inch water main under freeway, $729,375. Number three, 12-inch water main, Yellow Brick Road, $616,375. Number four, well 6, booster pump and associates, discharge, piping and valving, $231,250. Number five, 16-inch water from Pigs to Old 8A, $2,510,000. Sewer, A, no changes in operations, capital outlay increasing, $6,425,429. Number one, 12-inch sewer main, Yellow Brick Road, $741,250. Number two, 12-inch sewer main from Sheep Creek Road to Safety Lift Station, $1,321,563. Number three, I'm having a problem this morning, excuse me. New lift station and 8-inch force main, $2,722,500. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
Got an extra two.
Okay, we'll drop that one too in there. $2,722,500. Number four, existing safety lift station rehab, $847,500. And number five, RV dump station, $50,116. And landfill, no changes to operations and a decrease of $355,000 to capital outlay, and all others matters properly related thereto. Okay, here is the rest for our Public Works Director.
I would like to make a note first before we start. Normally, these are done in Fund 55, our CCP, but after our last audit, our auditor suggested that we take, whenever our enterprise fund has a project like this, the money used for those projects should come out of their water fund and the sewer fund. So that's why I moved them there.
Got it, thank you. Okay,
So as you guys can see, I definitely don't want all these projects. That's a lot of projects to tackle in a year. However, this is kind of our next 5 years. We probably need to get all these improvements done at some point in time.
okay, we noted that you did have down, you know, how the relationship was to the importance, say you had some low and you had some moderate to high and some high. So would you like to tell us, to start with, which ones we scratch?
You bet, you bet.
And
So
we'll put
I've
for
already
another time.
kind of scratched some off of here of what, you know, maybe is the next year, following year's type of projects. So 1 and 2, I think that we can scratch pretty easily. We can scratch 2, especially if you guys will approve number 4, which is a well 6 booster pump. What's happened here in town is all the wells, the old system is on the other side of the freeway here. So when we moved everything out of town, we only had a couple crossover pipes going under the freeway, and that's what's charging that entire side of town. So when well 6 is up and running, we have great pressure on that side of town, because if we can do this additional piping to oversize that piping over there, we can keep that side of town charged well in the summer when the high demand is. But we can't if we don't do that well 6. So if we don't do number 4, then we need to look at doing the 16-inch main under the freeway.
Okay, so if we scratch 1 and 2, number 3 still stays on, the water main, 12-inch water main for Yellow Brick Road.
And I would like to do that because that's in a proposed paving project. If we want to scratch the paving on Yellow Brick, then I think we can scratch that one as well. I'm just thinking, is what I'm trying to do here is get all of our infrastructure in the ground before we come and pave over the top of it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know,
So So you do need 3, 4, and 5? You want 4 and 5?
Well, I need 3 and 4.
You need 3 and 4, absolutely. Okay, and we look at 5.
1, 2, and 5 can all be scratched and moved to, you know, a later budget, and we'll see how everything develops with the,
In
with
your
the
5-year plan?
Yep.
Okay, so 3 or 4, extremely important, okay. And then moving to the sewer, do you have some of those?
So the sewer, number 1, we can scratch. It's the elevation there and the property density right now, it wouldn't justify a sewer because they're 5-acre parcels. So according to the people who say you can get your money back out of the investment, it needs to be 2.5 acres or smaller to have sewer pay for itself in the long run. So at 5-acre parcels, it's cheaper to have them just go on their own septic. Then if you guys want to take some money out of number 3, that's you guys approved the lift station to be installed on this project out here out of the current money we had. Do you guys remember? I'm trying to think of the right wording here. I came in front of you guys and asked for a change order for a lift station.
And then we'll take care of the whole lift station?
And it'll take care of the whole lift station side of that, but the force main will still be there. So it's gonna knock, you know, if you guys wanted to make that $2 million, that'd be enough for that project. I don't have an exact number for that. I was hoping to have that for you, but I don't.
Okay, approximately $2 million on number 3, new lift station is, okay, so the 8-inch force main, approximately $2 million to complete that.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And number 4, the rehab on the lift station?
So, and this is the lift station that's right out front here of the jail. If we're gonna go through, and have the Sheep Creek sewer main, which is back here by the golf course, come and dump into this lift station that's out front here, and that's to take a bunch of people off septics and to open up the side for more growth, then we need to do the rehab on this lift station out front here.
So is that something you want to try and tackle next year? Or
That's something I'd like to tackle this year. You know, kind of, I honestly would almost wanted to put that into the same project as the Sheep Creek, the 12-inch sewer main down Sheep Creek. It's almost one project because you have to have one with the other.
So my question is, when you install all of this, you can't force these people to install, can you? I mean, some directly you can't you? But
So is how it works is the same with the water, like with wells. If somebody has a current existing well and we run water by them, they can operate their well and replace any wear parts. They can replace pumps. But the minute that the well fails, they can never re-drill a well or replace it. They have to go to the city water if it's within 400 feet of their property. So the same thing applies to the sewer. Anybody who has a septic, the minute that the septic fails, they have to hook up. It's not optional. So and is what this helps is our planning and zoning. When people come before them and say, hey, I'd love to put this house in, but your guys' septic density is way over the top here. They have a hard time approving them for it. And is what's happened in other municipalities, they approve all these and then their septics get oversaturated and they have their monitoring wells start failing. And then it is the responsibility of the county or the city to hook them up to their.
so Sheep Creek, how many lots are for sale out there? Do you have any idea?
No clue. It's not so much lots as much as it is septics.
Well, I understand that it's
For new houses would have to tie in, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tie, if you run the water down there, can they tie into city water and still have a well?
Yeah.
So they could water their lawn and use city water for
their home and
their
use their well to water their grass or their, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. Where would you put the RV dump station?
That would be across from Brian Garner's, that piece of ground that the county bought right there is the only place I can think of that there's enough access for people to swing a big trailer or RV in and dump directly as close to our sewer plant as possible.
Now, where are we at with our sewer plant capacity?
About half.
Okay, And to get it running efficiently, we need to keep bumping that up, right? That's what I was told 4 years ago. To make it efficient, you need more hookups.
Yeah, it won't hurt its efficiency any, that's for sure, because you're paying for so your dollars per gallon treated come down significantly the more gallons you get to it.
Right, that's the efficiency factor.
Yes.
Now, where are you going, where are you underneath the freeway? Are you underneath the freeway out this way for the sewer?
Yes, it'll be right over there by the colony.
Okay.
The closest shot we can get directly to the sewer plant is.
So I'm curious, Kathy had mentioned the Indian Casino before, and we still have no idea for certain if they're building anything out there, or what they're even gonna build. And we've got a project going out there to service them. We're also looking at, more money to their benefit. We don't even know if they're gonna utilize it.
Well, so I think that's not an exact statement there, because the purpose of us going out that way is to take this Echo Bay subdivision off of our current force mains, our sewer mains, because they're at full capacity. So right now, this side of town can't grow because our force mains are at capacity. They can't take any more sewage. So Echo Bay, everything that falls into that lift station is gonna be pumped down that way and then directly to our sewer plant, providing us approximately 400 more homes that we can put over here on this side of the road. So it makes us where we can, kinda, and I hate to use this word because everybody overuses it, but the master plan of the growth coming from the inside and working out. The reason that it won't work is because we can't have capacities. You can't add homes to it. And then we're oversaturating our septics. So this isn't for the Indians by any way, shape, or form. This is a project headed out that way, and if they so choose to tie into it, they get to pay for it. But it's not for them. This is for the community of Battle Mountain.
It's our future growth.
So under sewer, were you, wanting just 3, 4, and 5, or did you want 2, 3, 4, and 5?
2, 3, 4, and 5 if we could.
Now, the other ones that you have in here, the smaller ones, like the senior center parking and some safety things that you have to do in the smaller amounts. There are some that you've got in your public safety with the sidewalks, ADA requirements and things like that. Now, are those in another part of your budgets, as they're not on separately on the agenda?
I think I put them in under CCP.
Yeah, they're in a separate part here.
Yeah, they're down,
But I'm saying we need.
Yeah, they're CCP fund, so they're item number 47 on the agenda. And we can go through them line by line, and I'll explain them when we.
Okay, no, we can come back to it when we get on 47, that's fine. But I looked at them and I thought, do we have to discuss this before we approve this part? So,
Yeah, so if you guys wanted to cut some more out of sewer, I think that we could probably cut number 2 and do that next year. We can do the lift station rehab this year, right out front, and come back next year and tie Sheep Creek into it. So we could cut number 2 if you guys wanted to cut some more out of this, and come back and revisit that next year. But we definitely need to do number 3 and number 4.
What's the estimate on material and your cost between this year and next year? What's it going up? What's the percentage? 1.5%, 2%, 3%?
To be honest, I don't know. I should know that, but I don't.
Well, it's hard to predict, and my point is, why not get it done now? Opposed to next year or the year off after, because you can pay a little bit now or pay a lot later. Prices aren't gonna go down.
Art, one of the problems, and I don't know if Bert will agree with this, but you have too many projects going on. Actually, it's counterproductive in a lot of ways. If you have a couple projects, you have your construction company that can come in and do them in conjunction with each other. But if you have too many going on, then they can't do it all. You're gonna have somebody else come in, and you're losing that competitive bidding when they know that their competitors are overbooked. So, too many projects is not necessarily cost effective.
Well, if you're gonna bring a construction company in to do it, the more projects you have, the better price you're gonna get.
Well, but they can't always do it all at once. They aren't big enough maybe to do all of it at one time.
You have construction companies that could come in and do
Yeah.
all of this, Bert?
No problem.
Yeah, and I'm in favor, I mean, anything we can lay infrastructure down and create our future revenues, I'm for it. I mean, I think it's money well spent, so.
Where are we with cost versus income with water? We doing good there?
Like, is the water department making a profit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not
I
good.
see, yeah, and I see no.
No, not right now, no.
In the
Doesn't
enterprise
show
fund?
You know, right,
Yeah. We actually had to use money out of the enterprise fund last year.
yeah, so our pumping costs right now and treating it, it's not a
So,
many.
and see.
We need more customers, you gotta break
There
that
it
bubble.
is.
You know
You
what I mean,
gotta
there's a
have more
certain level of
customers.
customers that you don't quite break the bubble.
Okay, so we're looking at underwater 3 and 4, and under sewer 3, 4, and 5 for this year.
Or are we
We can
doing
do.
two as well?
Yeah, I'm all for doing two, I was just saying, if you guys, if the budget, you know, if you had to cut money and
Well, I
we're
think
gonna
Art
be
asked that-
revisiting it either way.
Art asked that question, is the likelihood that a one contractor could come in and do all that work and get it
Yes.
done? I mean, if that's the case, then I'm with Art, I think we should just do it now.
Yeah, and I believe you get your cheaper per lineal foot in the ground when you get, you know, cause they order their pipe in bulk, that their
Right,
numbers go
exactly.
down,
Yeah,
you only pay
absolutely.
one mob cost,
Right.
that number
Yeah,
goes down.
It's just like anything else, the more, the less. If you're doing more, you get a better price. That's the way I see it. We have the money right now, let's get it done.
Motion?
Well, my motion would be to approve water and sewer as presented on the agenda so that we can get it done and start working on recovering some cost. And, you know, the first year I was here, I spent time with the water and sewer guy, and he told me, and it's holding true, the more customers you have, the more efficient you are. So that's my motion, water and sewer the way it's presented on the agenda.
So question, Bert, is that possible to get those other ones additional that you're willing to put off, to have it all done in 1 year?
Oh, yeah.
Like 1, 2, all through the.
We'll combine them in, you know, we just combine them in bids, that way they're alternates and bids, so we get more bang for our buck.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, after all that we put on and took off, the motion is to approve everything as is under water and sewer. The only thing that we did change was number 3 under sewer, because lift station was taken care of, so the force main was reduced to approximately $2 million. Art made the motion, Brian seconded that. Any other discussion from the board?
Laura's good.
Public comment?
This might be a good time to bring this up in conjunction to this. Laura Duval, assessor for the record. This infrastructure is so critical to the financial well-being of the county, and here's partly the reason why. Ever since they introduced the abatement cap in 2005, the maximum cap on non-owned or occupied properties is 8%. That abatement cap is based on new construction and growth in the counties. We're probably the only county that sustained that 8% cap all these years until this year we just dropped down to 7.4. And that's because we don't have the development, we don't have the growth, we don't have the new construction. What that means in tax dollars is, for all these properties, businesses, vacant land that are not owner occupied, the maximum their tax bill could go up in 1 year is 8%. Well, now the maximum that can go up is only 7.4. That's dropping down. That's the first time ever in 15 years that that's happened to us. So this is very critical, because in order to get us back up to that 8% cap, barring anything strange happening in legislature, which there's some interesting things out there, this is critical. We need new homes, we need the new construction, we need the growth in order to get our numbers back up, our new construction numbers, because the mines haven't been doing as much. For most of these years, that's what's kept us at that 8% cap, is the mines. But now we've got to look at diversifying a little bit, and we've got to look at our growth, and can't have growth without infrastructure. This is so critical
The other
to our future, because those numbers, when they start dropping, there's counties that it can go all the way down to a 3% cap,
The other thing.
and that's dangerous.
Go ahead.
So that affects our tax revenue.
Right. Well, the other thing I want to say, and it's something that Doug Mills brought up, and I really agree with it. You know, if you're gonna buy something and what you really want is $30, $40 more, it's better to pay that $30, $40 more and get something better quality. It's Harbor Freight versus DeWalt, you know, brand name. So when you do this, I prefer that you do it the best way possible.
So I'd also like to make a comment that hasn't been mentioned, and I think it's something we really do need to consider. It's not final yet, but with the merger between Barrick and Newmont, it's could possibly have a significant impact on the employees. And I've heard rumors of what their plans are. You know, we won't know until it's done, but we could be losing people, and that's a majority of, or a lot of the housing here is based on mine employees. The other thing is possibly a decrease in our net proceeds. So we're talking about growth. We're facing a critical period right now, as we may be going backwards because of this merger, and
Well,
nobody knows.
Just, I mean, on the ground information with that, just a lot of comm lines that work for both. I've heard it is going to affect, but it's gonna be minimal, is what I've heard.
I agree, and as far as the net proceeds, you're actually wrong on that, because the whole purpose of the merger is so that both companies will make substantially more money, which means they make more net profit, they pay more net proceeds. I anticipate more net proceeds from this merger, or this joint venture, not less.
Well, and that,
Because they're
and
already
I,
putting numbers out, 500 million a year additional net profit. That's the whole purpose of this, is the bottom
I
line.
understand that, Laura,
So-
and what you're saying does make sense. We don't know. I mean, you can say that, and it makes more sense that yes, hopefully it will be higher.
With one final comment, with gold over 1,300,
Yeah, I think we're fine.
and it's not going down, it's gonna go up. And we're the hottest gold commodity, not in the state, not in the United States, in the world, just right over to our east.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, and that we actually approve all the water and sewer, is what was just recently noted. Motion by Art, seconded by Brian. Any other public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay?
And it does pass. We're gonna do one more with landfill and then take a quick break. There were no changes to operations and the duties of 355, so did you have any comments on the landfill for us? Bert?
Landfill's doing great right now.
Great job, it's nice and clean, people are courteous, good job. I make a motion to accept the landfill agenda item as written.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion made by Art, seconded by Brian. Any discussion? Public comment?
It's okay.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And a 10-minute break. Thank you, Mitch. Okay, we're calling the meeting back to order. And we are at number 20 in our book number 1, District Court. Discussion and possible action. A, requesting an increase to operations of $42,190 and an increase to capital outlays of $39,229. Number one, quarterly reimbursement clerk line and quarterly reimbursed line are combined and increased $35,324. Retained annual sick and unemployment increased $2,866. Maintenance contract agreement increased $2,000. Service and supplies increased $1,500. Travel and training increased $500. Capital outlay requested is $64,229 for file conversions from microfiche to digital. Request to move this item to Fund 29 if approved, and all other matters properly related thereto. Good morning.
Morning there, Judge.
So bring some chairs up and join us.
For the record, Judge Shirley, Jim Shirley, and I have with me the 11th Judicial District Court clerk, Frank Wilkerson, and for the juvenile budget later, I have Mr. Dan Baldini.
Thank you. I think it's fairly clear over what you're doing as far as combining some and putting that together. And I certainly understand the file conversions and the time frame that you have to do that and the amount of money that it will probably take.
Well,
So,
and just to kind of explain, Mr. Wilkerson's more here for that, but we have, Lander County took the unusual step of converting everything to microfiche. And so, to convert it to a digital format from microfiche is gonna take, it's much more difficult than just scanning files, which is what we do with the paper files. And so, we contacted, we haven't done any contracts, but we contacted the people that, created the storage system that, what's the name of that company?
Precision Document Imaging.
Yeah, Precision Document Imaging, to get kind of a ballpark quote of what it would cost to have them do it, because they have the technology and the equipment to do it. And that's what they quoted us. With that amount of money, we'd have to go out to bid. But then, we have a ballpark where to start off with. So, if you have questions about that, Mr. Wilkerson's here to answer those.
no, I was just so disappointed. It sounds like the microfiche isn't holding up at all. And that isn't what we were told when we converted it. Of course, it was state of the art. Let's save these files, right?
Yeah.
So if it's in that kind of condition, then I guess we have to bite the bullet to make sure that things are kept for posterity. Okay, does the board have any questions for our district court?
You're requesting an increase of $2,000 on your maintenance contract agreement.
Okay.
Basically, it's $25,000 now, you've used $2,800 of it.
For the maintenance and contracts, with the new software that we are getting.
So what she's saying is we've only spent $2,800 out of $25,000.
And you wanna increase it?
From the 25,000, no, probably not. I mean,
We've only spent $2,500.
I'm just gonna take a look here real quick.
This is what it was last year, this is what you're requesting. And what they're looking at,
We're looking at the actual budget. We don't need an increase on that line item.
Under new fixed assets, a new line item was created there for 25,000. And you've used, 14, a little over 14,000 of that. Can you tell me what that was for?
The new fixed assets
Yeah.
line item, yeah, that was for a server. And, so we were installing a server. We would not be, there should not, did we, that should have been under capital outlay. We didn't ask for any money for, we weren't supposed to ask for any money for that this year. So there would not be a $25,000 expense this year.
Do we wanna leave anything in there? Or just?
No, because we're not gonna buy any capital outlay this year.
Okay, so eliminate the new fixed assets.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been in there.
This is on last year, I was going, comparing, so this was on
Well,
last year.
so this, we bought the server system. It's not completely installed yet. And I don't expect that we'll spend more than the 25 that we have there, but, we're probably not gonna be much more than the 14 that's there.
Okay, so you don't need that line item for 2019-20?
No.
Okay.
So I have a
That's what
question.
small
On
ones
your
are.
mental health
It's fine.
contract, you have 8,000 in there and it looks like that you have barely used any of it. Is there a reason why it's not being utilized?
The which one?
Your mental health, contract?
Well, I ordered it to be used today, so it just depends on if we have people that we need to pay for their mental health.
Which I'm all for, I'm just wondering,
Yeah, we just-
you know,
And,
that,
and it's kinda like if I were using the sheriff's office, it's kinda like a bullet. You might fund the one bullet, and so we use that bullet more sparingly.
okay, well,
But, yeah, I had to order a defendant that could not pay for, in order to get probation on certain cases, you have to have an evaluation. And he was one of those cases, and he couldn't pay for it. And he's sitting in jail, and he can't be put on probation without the
well,
evaluation.
no, that's not it. I would rather see it used.
Yeah.
You know, if
I
it's
understand
there,
that.
if it's there, I'd rather see you use it.
Yeah, and so I kinda treat it like the silver bullet.
Okay,
I'll use it when I have to, but I try to not spend that money unless I have to.
okay.
The increase in that 3140 quarterly reimbursement, which really has gone up, is there something under there that I'm not picking up on?
It's a combination of two lines that you put into one.
Yeah,
The one
first
right,
two?
yeah, it's
I combine two line items
Okay,
together.
we combine the reimburse the clerk,
Yeah,
okay.
with it.
yeah. So,
It's, and there's still an increase,
there's an
okay.
increase in there because we're not gonna be able to fill it, but we were hoping to get, a summer intern in our clerk's positions. And we increased the amount that we were paying the law clerk to become a little more competitive with neighboring counties. And, there were some increases in, like the clerks here, we increased their salaries quite a bit so that they were more competitive. We started losing people because we're not paying enough, so that's always concerning to us. I think Mr. Rivera pays too much money. He's next, right?
Yep,
So,
That was a joke.
they already
Lame
got,
one at that.
they already got me, Judge.
Did they?
clarification on 53138, which is the retained annual and sick leave and unemployment. So 2018-19 budget was 36,447. You've got it estimated, you've kind of got these a little bit backwards, but, so you have it estimated 2019 is 36,201.91?
Yeah, and all that is if everybody quit at once, and we had to pay out all the sick and annual leave, that's the maximum that we would have to pay out.
Okay, so
And
it
it's
actually.
just if everybody left at once, that's what you're budgeting for. in reality, you'll never see that, I don't think.
So you don't want to increase this to,
Well, we wanna increase it based upon, I'm just telling you that I don't think it'll ever all be used.
okay, because right now, as it sits with the 36,447, you haven't used any of that yet.
No,
But,
that,
but you're saying in 2000, the next one for 36,2, well, it's a little bit less, and then,
it just
2020,
increased to, because the
Right.
salaries increased.
it is,
The
You don't
problem-
wanna change that at
The
all?
problem is if we were in one, every county does it differently, the three counties. Some counties have a place within the general fund that they, if they have employees that leave, that they pay out of. Others, they budget in, to the individual departments. But because we're not really within any of the county governments, we budget it within the fund that we have, where we pay employees out of. But rather than having you pay that to Pershing County and then just have to reimburse you for it, we just ask that you retain that, just in case there's an employee that leaves. We had one that left, and we haven't billed it yet, but there'll be a compensation that has to come out of that to pay for that
Right.
employee that left. But-
I wanna make sure that, 2019-20, you're covered.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's only if everybody quit.
Yeah, if I lose all my employees at once,
Okay,
that's the only way we'll get to that amount. I don't even know that we get quite to that amount even if everybody quit. It depends
Okay.
on what time of year it is, but. And how much vacation they've used and how much sick leave they used and those type of things. It's a formula that takes into account what the maximum amount of vacation they can have and then the maximum sick leave that they have times by the percentage that they would be entitled to, which is, if they don't get an hour for sick, they get like a quarter, and only after they've been there for a period of time.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'll make a motion, we approve the district court's budget as presented with the changes requested. We will not increase the maintenance contract by 2,000,
Correct.
and we will eliminate the line item 54010 of new fixed assets in the amount of $25,000.
That was last year's 25,000.
Right, and it's not showing on this budget, but yet, have we already taken it out of, his request, it's not showing on their requests.
No, that was last year's, and it,
Right,
She wants it for this year too.
no, I don't want it for this
Oh.
year. I wanna make sure it's not on this year.
this year only is the $64,229 for fixed assets. But I would like to move that to Fund 29.
Oh, okay, Cindy, it's,
So the 25's not in this year's budget.
right, I just wanna make sure that we're not putting it on his budget
Oh,
for this year. Because, it's on, it was on the 18-19.
Right.
And I wanna make sure it's not on the
yeah, and that was
19-20.
because he requested it for the servers.
Right. Because it is a line item on your revenue and expense report.
Okay.
And you want to finish up on, that we move the capital outlay request?
Fund 29.
And, well, as
As presented,
presented.
that's what she said. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Judy, seconded by Brian. Any other discussion? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And that passes, and we move down to number 22. Juvenile, discussion and possible action. Number A, requesting an increase to operations of $16,622 and an increase to capital outlay of $10,000. Number 1, retained annual sick and unemployment retention budgets, state pass-through mandate, and programs for all combined in fiscal year 18-19 budget. Number 2, capital outlay request is $10,000 for Lander County's portion of a new vehicle. and request to move this item to Fund 29 if approved. Nice and simple, you've got everything all together. What do you do with the old car?
Whichever county they're in, they'll go into your surplus budget, and so when you do your auction. So, pretty soon we'll have 3 cars here, because we'll have Mr. Baldini and 2 probation officers. Those 3 cars will be titled in Lander County's name, and when we get rid of the car, it'll go into your, to be auctioned.
Okay, but the new one belongs to all 3 of us?
They belong to technically all 3 counties, but if the car is used in Lander County, it'll be titled in Lander County's name. And what had happened was is when we divided, one of the problems we had was is that Humboldt County kept all the good vehicles, and we got all the refuse.
High mileage.
They can't.
And so, I sat down with, especially the commissioners here, which we were a little more keen on that issue, and we negotiated out and agreed that, that we would, if a car was coming in for a juvenile probation officer that was stationed in Lander County, that car would be titled in Lander County's name. And then when we were done with it, it would be turned over to you to put in your auction with your other vehicles. So,
Okay, but I'm still confused about this one. Who gets this one?
The car this year that we're asking is for Lander County. It's
Yeah.
for Officer Costanos here in Lander County.
so it'll be titled here.
It'll be titled here.
It'll be titled here, and
The
that's
car-
okay with the other counties?
Though they've got vehicles titled in their counties as well, so.
We just got a new car this year that is in Pershing County for
Okay.
Officer McKinney.
Okay.
We're asking for next year.
We're all
for-
paying for it, but you're kind of moving it around,
Moving it around, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
the ownership.
Well,
I
while
just
we're-
want you to have dependable vehicles that are not broke down somewhere and
Yeah, with the juvenile in tow,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so.
So we pay repair and maintenance, or we split that, or,
You split it, everybody splits
Everybody
everything.
splits
That's everything on it.
okay.
We pay 40%,
40.
if that's a split.
And insurance is titled here, so it's on our policy.
Right.
Yeah. And the cars in mineral are in mineral policy, and the cars in Pershing are Pershing's policy.
Got it. Any questions from the board?
I'm just curious about one, the state pass-through mandate, what is that?
Chapter 62, and I'm glad you brought that up. The state pass-through mandate it's based on what the county is responsible to pay the state of Nevada through mandate for youth parole services. And it's based on 7th through the 12th grade, a population, and then that's how they calculate and figure what that mandate is. All right? Last year, because we didn't have a line item budget for that, and it came out to $7,000, roughly $6,900. I can give you the right one here, let me pull it for you. It came out to $6,290, but it was left out. In fiscal year 2018, it was there and it was covered. So we accessed other funds to pay for that this year, and that's why you see where I've asked for that. Does that answer your question,
It does.
Ms. Allen? It's 62B, and it's for the allocation, what counties are responsible for youth parole services.
$50,000?
Well, if we look at what you had in the budget in 2018, it was $100,000. Last year's budget, there was nothing in, or this year's budget, there was nothing in there.
Because everything was combined in two
Because it
line
was all
items.
combined. So that's why I brought, and I
Well,
think that.
it actually wasn't combined.
It wasn't combined, but that's why you see that it moved over, but I didn't think $100,000 was something I would ask you for. And I looked at cutting that in half. I mean, I think if there's an adjustment needed on that, and my feeling is why is it in my budget if the county's responsible for it? Should it maybe be moved to somewhere in your budget, rather than going through my budget? But I may be talking out of line here.
No, I understand
But
that.
I think we need to have a conversation
It
about
passes
this.
through your budget.
It passes through us.
That's why.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's a legitimate reason, but that's why.
But it's what, $35,000, is that what we're looking at?
It's,
No,
he put 50 rather than the 100.
so in fiscal year 18, you saw $100,000 on that line, and I put 50 this year.
Okay. So,
Based on, I don't think I need $100,000, but in the same sense, I'm trying to fill in and cover those line items.
I understand that, we just didn't know whether the 50 was more than we thought it was, that's all.
Yeah, I don't think we have any way of knowing till next year.
Yeah, until next year, what exactly it was, but I can tell you, this year, we came out about $7,000.
I think part of the problem too is you got a legislature in session right now that is money hungry, and you don't know what they're gonna start requiring.
Well, you can always come before us and give us more money back, it's okay.
And we do that.
We've gone that
And
route
we do
before.
that. Yes, ma'am, we do
And
that.
you can always come to us if you need more money.
Yes.
We can always tell you no.
You didn't tell me that.
So as a
I hope
program,
that answers your question, I don't,
well, but what do you do with the money? What is it?
It just, if we have a pass-through tax, so to speak, we just ship it on to the state. Right now, you do that in several areas, you do it with P&P.
Well,
I don't know where that's at in your budgets, because for all the PSIs, pre-sentence investigations, you guys pay for that.
Yeah.
You pay for some DCFS stuff. They're just, back in, I think it was 2013 or 2011, the legislature changed and started making the counties pay for some of the state services, such
Oh.
as child.
Just got an invoice.
On the PSIs,
PSIs.
the ones you don't know, is when somebody's getting out of prison or getting out of jail, they have to do a background, a big
Yeah.
huge background. And it's, the state used to absorb it, like P&P used to absorb those costs. Well, a handful of years ago, they turned it back to, like, the sheriff's department has to pay those as well as juvenile has to pay, and they are expensive, and they started out only charging $350, and when I retired, they went up to $1,800 per person.
Yeah, that
So,
was
and
in
those
our
are,
budget.
they're mandated, and you have to pay them,
Yeah.
and so that's what PSI for the,
I just didn't know if it was like a program for, kind of rehabilitation or,
Yeah, we have no control over it, it's just,
okay.
we wanna make sure that we have money to pay whatever the state's requiring us to pay.
it's kind of like similar to what you're doing with China Springs Youth Camp, with the county's responsible to pay China Springs, but this is a youth parole or a state funded thing.
Thank you. Ready for motion?
So I will make a motion that, we approve the juvenile budget as presented.
second.
Thank you, moved by Judy and seconded by Kathy. We approve that as presented. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Did you wanna move that $10,000 to Fund 29?
In
Yeah.
the agenda, it
That's
says
in the
that.
Yeah,
motion.
as,
Okay, that was
as
in the motion,
presented,
okay.
move to
Yeah.
Fund 29.
We don't have a problem with that.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Anything else you need from us?
Money?
No, thank you so much.
Give you the
Thank
check,
you.
Sally.
I did come every November with a check.
I like the pictures of the sheep that you posted.
Yeah.
Okay, we are moving over, we're still in the same book, and we are at number 24, Austin Justice Court.
I got it, thank you.
Number A, thank you. Discussion, no action required, which of course we are changing again. Number A, requesting an increase to salaries and wages and benefits up to $11,720 and an increase in operations of $850. Number 1, an increase to salaries and wages for the Justice Court clerk wages from $17.27 to $22, and the Civil Court clerk wages from $14.08 to $19.78. Court appointed counsel increase $500. Postage increase $100, and minor equipment increase of $250, and all other matters properly related thereto. Morning, Judge.
Good morning, how's it going?
Okay, the first thing that we're gonna talk about, of course, is salaries and wages. And that's for your two part-time folks. How many hours a week are they each working now?
Let me see if I do that. Work 2 days. So they each work 16. It's every other week. They both come in and they work that third day in order to split and co-op on everything. So the wage increases is something that I wanted to bring in and
Okay, go back
address.
to the hours. How many hours are they each working?
Each working, they're working 16 on 1 week, and then they each get 24 on the next week.
So they're alternating. They both work 16 hours?
So yeah, so as it sits right now, Donna comes in, she works Monday, Tuesday, full day. And then Kim comes in and works Wednesday, Thursday. And then the following week, they both work the Wednesday in order to keep everything flowing without any miscommunications, anything on that
Okay,
matter.
so
Do you
1
have
week,
that in
16
yours?
hours, the next week's
That is actually.
24
more.
hours. So
No, I'm
that,
saying-
every other week, 24 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we really had to watch this very carefully with what we had originally. It was the court clerk and the relief clerk. And I see you've changed the name. It's not court clerk and relief clerk anymore. It's court clerk and then civil court clerk.
And what I budgeted for in here for the justice court clerk was 1,039 hours, which is a part-time. But the civil court clerk, we only had her down for 832 hours.
Okay, well, that's changed quite a bit, because it used to be relief clerk at 1 day a week. So you've come up quite a bit, actually, with the hours that,
That was actually a policy that I inherited from the previous judge.
Yes.
I'm operating in
Yes.
that manner.
yes,
So,
that's true.
as far as me coming up with that, I feel
Well, I
like that
didn't
might
mean
be
you
a,
personally, I meant the court.
so,
So, excuse me, I'll clarify that.
yeah.
No, the court has come up to changing a little bit, which is okay if that works well for you, and if we stay in the guidelines of, gee, you don't need one full-time person, that's
So,
what we
and
get
this
into
is,
trouble with, and because they wanted one full-time person, and when you go 2 part-time people, we have to watch the hours that PERS and benefits and everybody gets involved in.
Right.
And there, some courts have been hit by that, so we tried to watch it very carefully. As far as the increases, we have been doing some regular increases as we go along, not quite this amount with the jump, but part-time has always been handled differently than full-time, and we have policies alluding to that, so did you get a chance to check?
Yes, so looking into how this came about, are all the part-time employees in the county, they get the 2% wage increase, or whatever the wage increase is negotiated every 3 years. Short of that,
And that's our counselor's comments.
Well, that's on these increases, one's 22%, one's 29%. That's a pretty
Right.
significant increase.
yeah, and you'll allow me, I realize that they're large numbers, and I didn't come in here just writing them down, it's a matter, so what I've written down here in Donna's position, Donna's been there 10 years, and he's alluding to they get their wage increase every 3 years instead of the normal yearly, like a full-time would. So at the same time, she's been in there 10 years, and she's making less than a starting clerk down here right now. And I realize that the caseload's not the same, and that they're part-time and all that, but the responsibilities to justice are just as severe as, any other clerks would be. And I feel like this is something that's been lacking over a long period of time. It's not something that from last year to this year, I feel like they're doing a lot of work, and they're doing very good work, and clerks are extremely important to the court, and that has to be reflected in this. And as far as the part-time versus full-time conversation, just talking with people, trying to figure out where we are, because I've come in without a lot of steady transition, we'll say, is that they actually had trouble getting a person to sign on to a full-time deal. So we have these two part-times, but they're working extremely hard and they haven't received the guidance necessarily they need to in order to be as effective as they can. We're changing all that, we're doing a lot more training, but they've been doing stellar jobs. I mean, they're amazing, and the fact that they're cheaper as part-time because they're not getting all these benefits, and they should be getting a fair and proper wage, and that's what I put in here. And I realize that it's a big jump, but I think it was a long time coming. So if you don't look at it as a year-to-year deal, but as a, if we'd have been doing a smaller increase along the ways, it wouldn't be so
So they
drastic.
hadn't been receiving those 2% every 3
It's
years?
every third year, which is because they're part-time, but they've been there the whole, 10 and 6 years.
Right, so did they get the 2% every 3 years or not?
Actually,
They
we did
did,
give them, we've
yeah.
given them raises the last.
But it's just
couple
that
years.
little, the cost of living increase, which I think that their work reflects a better wage than it does. And that minimal increase, I don't feel is appropriate.
If they're dedicated and they're dependable and they know their job, I don't think you have a big pool to draw from down there, so I think you need to reward them.
But we did give them a good increase last year. It wasn't just the 4%.
The way that was portrayed to me is that it was written down and that increase did not actually get realized. Is the way that it was portrayed to me, that my predecessor brought in the budget with a certain mindset and that it did not follow all the way through. Because if this is a significant wage increase to those numbers, what were they before?
So,
Like a significant jump to $14?
It was a significant jump to 1727, and I
Yeah,
have to
but
look
we
up
got
the
17 and 14, and if they had to come way up to get to 17 and 14, that would just mean that they were super low
Well,
prior to that.
They were, there was no question about it, and it has always been lower in the court. And I'm fortunate to know what kind of work they do, and they're both excellent employees. But I can't see us just giving percentages of, 29% increases to employees to make up for what somebody else didn't get or what they didn't get the years before.
Also that goes into
And I'm all in
this,
favor of an increase, and apparently we can give an increase, but it's not the policy.
before we get too far into that, speaking of also the increase in looking at these rate percentages, if you looked in my projections for the coming year, this court has been increasing its workload pretty substantially. And I'm actually looking from year to year, from last year to this year, in the same amount of time when I did the paperwork, it's a 22% increase in actual caseload and money handled in that same amount of time. And I didn't put it in the paperwork, but now we're gonna have 2 troopers, who the troopers do the vast majority of our ticketing and arrests and everything that comes into the troopers are the ones that put the caseloads onto us. This is gonna be the first time in 10 years, I think we're gonna have 2 troopers, and he got off of his probationary deal in December. So this increase doesn't even reflect the fact that we're gonna have 2 guys working instead of 1.
Okay, let me give you the history on that, because yes, we have had 2 troopers, it hasn't been that long, and yes, we have 2 of our local people that are there, although they aren't on duty all at the same time.
Yeah, that wasn't my argument
The problem
there.
wasn't that they weren't giving tickets. The problem was they were not giving them to the Austin Justice Court because they weren't being prosecuted. So therefore, they were giving them to other counties and not Lander. That has nothing to do
They were
with
right
very
there.
much, except some of your predecessors. So therefore, I understand why, but they have been doing this amount for a long time, and then it fell off totally. It really did. So now they're back up to what they should have been doing 3, 4, 5 years ago. So it has been coming up all the time,
Yeah,
and
I
I
have it
understand
right here.
why. And I'm not gonna discuss anymore, because you and I can go out and talk about it for hours on the history on it. But the point is, I think we would like to give an increase, and what they want to do is totally up to the commissions.
I have something to say. So, for me, common sense is, what is the difference between part-time hours here, if they, say at our justice court, they're allowed not to have 16, 19 hours, so to speak, a week, and 16 to 19 hours there. what's the why should there be, the difference in pay if they're doing 19 hours there or they're doing 19 hours there?
You guys just hired a clerk in 1978 is where these numbers have come from. So it's we're just moving it up to
That's,
the
I
same
mean,
level.
19 hours upstairs or 19 hours is 19 hours, so regardless, why isn't it the same pay is my question. Why is there a difference in pay?
It's because they were part-time, so they did not keep up with the wage increases over the years. So when a full-time employee gets 2, 2, and 2, a part-time's only gonna get 2. So you got a 4% difference there. And that's something that, you guys are the policy writers. If you want us to give the part-times the 2% with everybody else every year, we're happy to change that.
Because workload 19 hours, I tell me people and everybody, if I'm wrong in this, if 19 hours worth of paperwork in this justice court worth 19 hours worth of paperwork and that are the same. And so I'm not quite understanding am I crazy in thinking
No,
that?
I don't think you're off at all, because when I was animal control, I got every raise, and I was part-time.
So I guess my question, and I absolutely agree with Kathy, is what is the starting, or, I don't know if that's even fair, is the wage for a part-time person at our Justice Court?
I'm sorry, I missed that, Commissioner.
What is the wage at our District Court for a part-time person? Let's say if a new hire.
I don't know offhand. Cindy, do you have that in?
I honestly don't.
Okay.
I need to interrupt the meeting for a second. My doctor appointment was moved up an hour because there was a cancellation. I'm having skin cancer surgery, so I need to leave. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Art.
Good luck, Art.
Good luck.
So, third time's a charm.
Yep.
But as far as the workload goes, the workload would be the same. So I wanted.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around, whether it's a town of 50 or a town of, we're still Lander County. They're still doing the same amount of hours and the same amount of work. And, for that, I'm sorry, I'm just struggling with that.
So are you saying that we pay our part-time people differently here than we do?
No, you should be,
No, you're saying that's how we're doing it currently?
Yes.
No, that's how we're doing it because the judge did not put in for raises, not this judge, in the previous years.
Okay.
When the Argenta Justice Court judge put in for raises, the other judge did not necessarily put in for raises.
Okay.
So.
Well, we did, but we were told we can only get a raise every 3 years, so we didn't get one.
Right, under the post, but sometimes they just missed it, they didn't put in. We had, 5 or 6 years where nothing
Right.
happened.
But you do have the difference between the Battle Mountain Justice Court and the Austin Justice Court with just the workload. Now,
If
the
that's,
workload is increasing, but I mean, it's not the
if
same.
if that's the case, with all due respect, if that's the case, then they should only be working 10 hours. But if you're doing, with any scale, if you're doing 16 hours of work here or 16 hours of work in another part of the county, fair labor standards is you pay them the same for the same hours and what they're doing, their job titles are the same. You cannot, there's no way you can analyze to a gnat's tea of how much this person's doing in one day versus this one. I just think that fair pay is fair pay, and if that's the case, then decrease their hours.
I would like to know what the starting wage is for these two positions in Argenta Justice Court.
There is no part-time.
Well, okay,
But the same, you're talking about the same title?
same title, same job.
And I believe he's got it,
Okay.
right here, that it would be, for a court clerk, it would be 22, and then for the civil, it would be 1978. That's the scale that's up here,
For a full-time.
for a full-time.
Full-time.
yes.
Well, and I'm gonna make a motion to approve the Justice Court budget as presented.
With something being said, I would like on this to figure out exactly what the correct wage is for both areas. So we have so we're starting off on ground zero, that we have the same wages for the same areas. Because if not, if these aren't the same, then you're Kelly Wampus on your.
So Kathy?
Well, that's where I'm confused, so we're comparing full-time to half-time.
Yes.
Nowhere in the work world is a part-time employee paid what a full-time employee is.
No, that's not what
hourly.
I'm asking. They didn't have they had a part-time position up there before the election. That one young woman that was up there was being at a part-time position before the election.
The way I'm looking at it is, yes, basing it on a full-time employee's wages. But because they are part-time, they are not eligible for the COLAs every year, is we don't have a part-time position to compare it to. So it's a little bit of give here in giving them the full-time titled wages, but they're not gonna be getting the increases like a full-time employee is doing. But I do feel that they need to be brought up to a better wage. So it's giving, like I said, we don't have a part-time job description wage for these positions.
I respect that.
I disagree, there was a part-time.
Les, can you come up to
Just
the
a
table,
minute,
please?
just a minute, hold, we haven't opened it for public comment, just a minute, please. Go ahead, Judy.
Okay, that's kind of my thought process here is, it's a little bit of a reward for these employees that have been long-term, and they haven't gotten the wages they should have in the past. And so, why can't we put them at what the full-time employees' wages are? They don't get the benefits, they don't get the raises.
There has to be standardized somewhere, and there was a part-time position up in our Justice Court, so
Correct.
why can't we start with that? There was one. So there are numbers to gather from, so I think it has to be standardized, where ground zero is, because what happens when the next person comes in, or there does another part-time and they start them out at a different rate. I think for the county, you have to have standardized guidelines and policy that says, if we're going to, the Georgiana Justice Court has a part-time employee, this is what their wage is going to be. And they did have one up until, January 1st, they had a part-time one to start with.
Okay, if that's the case, then what needs to happen is you're gonna go back 10 years for Donna and 6 years
Kim.
for Kim. And whatever salary they were making then, you figure out what the part-time salary was for those job descriptions, and you prorate that through the years. Is you come up with what they should have gotten in raises, and, well, whether it be merit or cost of living every 3 years, I mean, can they get the merit every year?
Okay.
If you guys, like, if the commission wants to change the policy of how that works, we're
I'm just
happy to
asking now, what
Not
are
under
they
the-
entitled to?
Not under the policy.
They are entitled to 3 years COLA,
Yes, correct.
okay?
And
So-
they have received that.
Okay,
Okay, I'll open it up to public comment.
So there was a part-time position in Justice Court, and you can go back and figure that out, and I see what you're saying, and I do think that it needs to be done that way. You can go back to what they were getting paid then, and you can go back to the policy to see if back 10 years ago, if there was a merit, what they would have got, and you can come up to it. It's not gonna be the 29% that they're asking now, but you can get to where you want it to be.
and I think that's,
That's agreeable.
okay, so I will amend my motion to approve the, line item budget increases as requested. As to the salaries and wages, there needs to be, research and investigation to determine the correction of the process through the years of employment.
So basically, we're asking for an approval on an amount we don't know yet, so I'm not.
Well,
We could just use just a set amount, if you wanna just use a set amount in there, and just.
well, but then again,
Okay, it's hard to
Kathy?
make everything fair, it is hard to make everything right again.
It's not hard, but it takes a
It
little
just
bit
takes
of
a little
time
bit of time.
to do, it's not hard, so.
If I may, maybe we can table this for a little while, and we can try to go figure out where they would be.
Yeah,
And my other, if you wouldn't mind sticking around for a little while, maybe we could get that worked up
That would
real
be
quick
greatly
and then bring it
appreciated.
back. The other thing is, I wanted to ask is, would you like us to compare title to title, or part-time versus full-time?
I think it's title to title.
But then title to title is gonna bring everybody up to that
Yeah, exactly, that's
same
not,
level.
I think it has to be part-time.
that's part-time.
Okay, but we still have to remember, like, since you have been there, Judge, what is your average court cases per month?
I don't have it per month, I have it per the time that I took over to now, and I compared them year to year from
Okay, year to year, whatever, just
Um,
give me a monthly.
So, from say July to December of 17, oh, that's the wages. I have the cases here somewhere. Hold on just a second.
Well, I guess in light of that though is, and we don't base our employees on, you know, our Court has their employees and they can have slower months,
No, what I'm saying is, we are entirely different. I know you wanted to put everything the same, but the court cases that Austin holds, it doesn't compare to how many we hold in one day, you know,
I
one
agree,
week
but I don't
versus a
know
month.
that you compare it based off of the workload within the department. You compare it based off the years of service that they have. He's trying to bring these guys up to full-time hourly employees, which they need to stay compared to part-time. Because if you start jumping them up to full-time, then the part-times in all the other departments are going to be asked why they're not being paid at the same level as a full-time.
That's absolutely correct, and I agree. But then we start considering a court clerk in Austin and a court clerk in Battle Mountain, and I'm saying it's not the same.
But that's why they're part-time.
Yes.
And also, I would make the
That's
argument
why they're
that
part-time.
you can say that they're not the same, but their responsibility is to do their job well. And I'm not saying, I mean, there's some gray area here. I'm not playing hardball or hard and fast or anything on this. But we gotta remember that they are still court clerks and that they've still gotta do their job right in order to fulfill the duty to justice that they were responsible for. And now I'm not trying to claim that they do the same caseload or number of cases or anything like that Argenta Justice Court does, but you can't diminish their role in the justice system as there in Austin it matters less.
I
So,
absolutely agree with that, Judge.
like I said, there's a middle ground there. I'm not saying no, that's completely wrong thinking. Just keep that in your minds as well. And also the Austin Justice Court, we make a lot more money than we're spending all the time. So I mean, there's something to the efficiency matter of that down there.
Okay, we're gonna table this and move on to our next one, and Keith, you wanna go check on that, and Judge, thank you, you can stay around for a little bit. We are down to the second book, number 29, Indigent Health Nurse, Discussion and Possible Action. A, created postage line and moved $200 from the rent line item, otherwise no changes, and all matters properly related thereto.
So I'll make a motion that we, let's see.
Hang on one second, would you please, just a moment, please?
Huh?
Hang on for me 1 second.
It's, health nurse, I think is how they have it.
Indigent fund.
Yeah,
It's
it's
under
zero,
Indigent health nurse,
zero,
okay.
040.
040?
So, we're gonna have to take out the public health nurse for 71,000, is that correct?
If it goes back to the state, this is where we would pay for the wages.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, I don't know whether Austin could, Cindy, but you gotta
Okay.
speak up.
On the public health nurse line, we're at 71,000. That is the line item that where you have agreed for the state to take it back, that's where we would pay for the wages for the health nurse out of.
Okay, but we don't need 71,000.
Well, it depends, if you recall, Commissioner, it depends on how many services they provide
Well,
us. And
correct.
we have to negotiate that.
I understand that,
Well-
because so basically base rate is about 41,000,
Yeah.
and then we go up from there.
Right.
But we need to add some more to that, because we were gonna do a separate contract also, for the sheriff's
Well,
office and such. Would that
Yes,
go under
exactly.
professional?
Exactly, it's 41,000 plus whatever we add.
Right.
Are we gonna add $30,000 worth of, I mean, we could, who knows?
There's a possibility.
Okay,
If we wanted to provide the same services we had as the county health nurse.
okay, we won't touch it, I don't see a need to increase it, but, because it's an unknown.
Right. Community health nurse.
Okay, so everything else, the rent is staying the same and everything?
I would leave that on there, we left it on last year, and they didn't have to pay rent, but if the state bids that will be a state employee again, then we will charge rent. So, yeah.
So we won't be paying rent.
They will be paying rent to the county.
Right, so
Yeah.
we don't need,
That, their line item 1,700.
yeah, the
that
line
we're
item
paying.
for the rent cost,
Yes,
right?
that's what, for the building, that's what they're paying Lander County, cause we invoice them for the rent.
Right, but it's on the expense side, if I'm understanding this printout correct, not on the income side.
No, the income side would be the general fund, they're paying it out of the indigent fund for their rent space
Oh, I see.
to the general fund.
We're paying ourselves.
Yes, we're paying ourselves.
Okay.
Well, actually, the state is paying the rent on a county building.
State professional services, that's paying for, that was Abby's salary, correct?
We increased the professional services last year for supplies. We weren't sure what the costs were gonna be.
But, okay, so we've got service and supplies, 6,000, and professional services, 100,000 is what we paid Abby.
That was for medical supplies.
Okay, well, but like, I guess what I'm asking is, do we need the professional services line item?
Probably not.
I would like to leave it for now,
Okay,
to see where, once we get the program going, I'm not saying we're gonna use it or abuse it, but if it's there and we do need something, and then we could look at it in the future, and if we don't need it, we could certainly remove it at that time.
any other questions? I'll make a motion to approve the indigent health nurse budget as presented.
Can we get a second on that?
Yeah, one second.
Thank you. Moved by Judy, approve was presented, seconded by Brian. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Jeannie, just unplug his, if he wants to talk, he can lean over and talk into you.
I wasn't trying to talk, it just moved.
All by itself.
Well, no.
Okay, number 30, Indigent Social Services, discussion and possible action. And it says there are no changes, and all matters properly related thereto. Oh, I'm number, 041. Second block.
Right there.
Sandy has prepared this for us and no changes at all, so I'm assuming when she does like copier contract and things like that, she probably oh, hi, Sandy.
This is Sandy Smith for the record.
Excuse me, thank you, right?
Pardon?
You probably prorated.
We do a yearly contract and it's split between indigent and senior center.
That's what I thought, okay, thank you.
Sandy, current date, your Medicare insurance is over budget?
I have nothing to do with that.
No, that's on our side.
Okay, no, I'm
Yes.
just,
I went through it this weekend and marked all of them because there's a lot of the departments that are over on their Medicare. So I've got Lakin looking into it to see what happened,
okay.
so.
I was just wondering if that was something we needed to increase is all.
Yeah, I was gonna make a note for all of you that, the Medicare insurance will probably increase on all of the departments. If in fact we find that the rate increased, or if there was just a glitch somewhere when we transferred from one software to the new software.
Mine shows only
'Cause
40%.
The FICA is off as well on most of them, and so I'm thinking it's a glitch.
I haven't heard of anything that was being increased at all.
Yeah, I haven't either, that's
So-
why.
Okay, do you have any questions for Sandy?
Yeah, what is general assistance?
Somebody breaks down in Lander County and the sheriff's office, takes care of them, or they're in need of gas when I'm not around. I pay gas, transportation, lodging, food, bus tickets. But we don't have a bus anymore, so the best thing to do is hopefully to have a vehicle. But that's for emergent, usually a one-shot deal to help them out. Sometimes it's, if I don't have grants for like, electric and gas or propane, we'll do that one time if I have no other resources to pay for it, but it's for emergency assistance. And if they go to the sheriff's office, I still pay those bills, if I get the bills.
It sounds like, some of that's passed through, of course, and I know some of the other agencies, do a little bit of that too. Do you find that you also do it for any of our local people?
Yes.
That needs, our seniors and such, that,
Yeah, we do try to do that
because you're the main one, I think, for
specifically, yeah.
that, are you not?
But I've got a few grants that we can provide emergency utilities to, so I utilize all other resources prior to using county dollars. And 30,000 isn't that much.
Actually, it's 25. 17-18, the budget was $17,000. You used 4% of it. This year, it's 25,000. So far, you've used $404. I'd at least like to see it cut down to what it was previously, if not more. Maybe down to 15.
Then what do I do when we have somebody in dire need?
Yeah, it's kind of a case-by-case thing,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Well, I
A car
understand that.
repair.
I do understand that, but dire need as far as, you're gonna spend $15,000 on them?
Not on one.
Question, also that comes out of that, doesn't the indigent for, burial services and stuff, do they come out of that too?
No, I do that under the medical line in budget 004.
Okay.
That and prescriptions. This is food assistance, but with the food bank being here, we haven't had as much need. You can do whatever you want. I think it's a little risky, but, because we haven't hit the summer months yet.
Well, like I said, Sandy, looking at the past history is, I understand that, I'm not suggesting getting rid of it completely, but it's not being utilized at the amount of $25,000.
Okay, if it's not being utilized, then it'll just be a rollover back into your fund.
And the last couple of days, looking at these budgets, that if they're not using all of their budget, and I'm not trying to promote use it or lose it, I'm just trying to say is if you don't need it and you're not using it, then it can go back into the control of whatever Cindy does with it.
That's fine, I don't have a problem.
Well, thank you for that.
What percentage did they use?
So 17-18 was, out of 17,000, they used $770. And 18-19 currently, they have used $404. And I was trying to find 16 on here, but I couldn't find that.
Were you wanting to take it away totally, or just bring it down?
No,
Take it like 10, and then if they get close to that, she can always come back and ask for augmentation of it.
Well,
Cindy, do we have any other funds the money could come out if we did lower it and then they exceeded that amount?
No, I use those prior to touching county dollars.
Is that what, Sandy?
I use other funds prior to touching county dollars.
well, one of the other things that we had Agape come before us with grants for services also. I'm gonna make a motion under the Indigent Social Services that we decrease the General Assistance Fund 53618 to 12,500 and approve the rest of the budget as presented.
Well, second.
Okay, it's moved by Judy that we approve the indigent medical fund. Let's see, general assistance in half, right?
Yes.
Okay, and seconded by Brian. Any other discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Did you vote, Brian?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Aye for me, okay. Thank you. Move on to 31, state medical, discussion and no action required, which we're going to change because we will take action. A, operations decreased $278,700, number one. Long-term care increased $21,300, and NRS 428.295 and remove state 0.01 line item, and all other matters properly related thereto. It reads easier than it actually is, I think, or maybe it is easier than it reads, I don't know. Can you explain that to us on why?
On the 53626 on long-term care? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, the long-term care increase, I understand, I know that went up.
Okay.
Okay, but the operations, do we move that somewhere else?
That's because you took out the 1 cent tax that used to
Yes.
go to the state. We
Yes.
pay 1 cent for, it's called Indigent Accident Fund. Well, NACO took that away, or the state did, so we don't pay that anymore, so that's where that credit
But I
came
thought they
from.
took it away a couple years ago.
They did, but it was still in our budget, so she took it out of our budget.
Oh, okay, so, all right, that's why I was confused, okay.
I was too on that one.
Okay,
Okay, in long-term care, you'll see that there's no expenditures just yet. We're in litigation on a residency dispute because I go through the long-term care applicant's files pretty extensively because we get nailed with a lot of Humboldts and Eureka and Elko because they don't look at the map, I guess. So we've been disputing one that's from an area by Moat. And I think I finally got it resolved because it started the end of last fiscal year. But when somebody goes to a big hospital in Reno, they don't know which county to blame for somebody. And we usually get nailed because we're on Interstate 80. So those are some of we haven't paid. We have probably a good $350,000 bill, but I'm withholding payment till we get the proper county of residence on 2 of our patients.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the state medical as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Moved by Judy, seconded by Kathy. We approve as is. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy.
You wanna see if we can jump to,
Yes, if we can take the next one.
if we take out of order, can we jump to 33 so Sandy can do the aging services?
Absolutely. Okay, moving to 33, aging services, discussion, no action required, which we are changing. A, operations decreased $27,590. Number 1, Department 044, utilities decreased $1,350. Number 2, Department 048, utilities increased $150. Number 3, Department 049, budget removed because of senior center not providing lunches for the Austin School for fiscal year 1920, and all of the matters properly related thereto. I had a question on the operating budget, when you were talking about cash/food allotments, and we have a choice, would you just give me an overview on how that works?
Cash/food, what is she talking about?
It says Division for Aging Services has changed the way they disperse commodity cash food allotments to a grant award system. So they actually can take some food allotment and some cash allotment?
They've always had that. We do a 50-50 split. So, because a lot of commodities we don't use because of our restrictions for sodium, salt, and sugar. So 50% we can spend for commodities through the commodity USDA. The other 50% goes in our budget for any other food products that we buy.
So you buy like fresh produce or whatever to put with it, okay.
Yeah, we do the 50-50 because a lot of the stuff, that's not the food bank.
Right.
This is a totally different organization.
And you do it at the senior center?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we usually get frozen foods, meats, vegetables, but more frozen than fresh.
But we don't do it in Austin.
Yeah, you do.
We do it in Austin?
She has her own allotment, and the commodity truck, you can order once a month. We just got the new grant for this year, and he signed off on it a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't much. I think it was $800.
So do you do it once a month, once a week?
Once a month, you pre-order, and the next month it's been delivered, and it changes every day what has been designated as a commodity. But it's USDA foods.
Okay,
And Austin has their own budget for that too.
thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the budgets for aging services as presented.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Moved by Judy, we approve the budget as is, and seconded by Kathy. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandy. Keith, are we ready to go back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to book number 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are opening up on number 24 again, the Austin Justice Court.
So they got 3. Correct. They got 2 years a year apart. That's good. Between that and a CPI within 2 years and another one every 3 years. So
Did
these
you-
raises.
Do you have the Argenta court one as well?
So the Argenta, it's really kind of difficult to check on that one because Tonya was a full-time employee years ago, back in 2012, and then she dumped to part-time. So she started out at $12 an hour, went to full-time at 18, and they kept her there as the relief because she was already a full-time employee. But if you go back and you look at Angie Elquist from the clerk's office, which all those part-time hourlies are the same, Angie being starting in 1994, actually when she left here, I think it was, if Sadie correct me, I don't know, was it last year? She was only making $17 an hour as a part-time and started with the county in 1994. But if you look at that chart that's in front of you, these Austin employees received raises that they are not entitled to merit raises because they are part-time. They are entitled to the CPI every 3 years. But if you look at the chart I just gave you, they actually got CPIs when they shouldn't have got CPIs and raises when they shouldn't have got raises.
Yes, and that's what we said before, that we
Correct.
were not waiting every 3 years, we were giving them some
They are getting their
increases.
raises and they got raises that they shouldn't
Yes,
have
we
been.
did.
So they are where they should be.
There's 36 cents there. So, I haven't seen this chart before, so obviously that looks like they are receiving more raises than I was under the impression they were getting. I still don't feel like it reflects the quality of work that they do. In the question you asked me before, from June to December 17 versus June to December 18, which is the year I took over, it's a 26% increase in cases that we're seeing in the court.
What was the actual number? I understand the increase.
The actual number.
You can have a
Yeah.
26
But-
increase
But
going
there
from-
again, we didn't reduce their wages
It's-
because the workload went down either, so.
Yeah.
But understand your point, and they're excellent employees, so it's up to the discretion of the board.
So.
You ready for a motion?
Yes, I am.
I'll make a motion that we. So basically, I just wanna clarify, so 1436, so this one would go, so basically, if I'm following your chart, Liz, cause like, the one that's at 1408 now should be to 1436, correct?
No, that will be in July.
Oh, but that
No,
says
no, no,
Ju-
no,
that
no,
says
no, that
July
is what
18.
she's in our computer system right now for payroll.
Oh, that's what,
She is
these are,
getting
so these are the
1436.
actual what they're making
Correct.
currently? Okay, so my
This is
motion
from
would be.
payroll as of right now.
Yeah, so my motion would be to leave the salaries and wages, what they're currently being paid, and to accept the rest of the budget as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Brian that we leave the wages the same and the rest is approved for the Austin Justice Court. And seconded by Kathy. Any other
I
discussion?
didn't know, second.
Oh, was Judy? Oh, I looked at you and you nodded.
No,
It was so
no,
quiet.
so-
Thank you. Seconded by Judy. Any other discussion?
I just want to comment that in the agenda, it does have the figures incorrectly stated. So for
Right.
Donna, it has 1727, and for Kim is 1408.
Right, I made my motion as
Right,
they're
no,
currently being paid on the
Right, I understand that, I just want to
documentation we provided, so.
make sure that on the agenda,
Okay.
that it was noted on the agenda that those were not correct.
Which, did I get must have gotten them internally from the clerks.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote nay.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you all. We should have time for another couple while Brian is still with us here. So we move over to number 34. No, 32.
No,
No?
No, that's not it. I said I invaded your space.
Okay, new book, second book, number 32, okay? Agriculture extension, discussion and possible action. A, no changes to overall operations. Number 1, total ag extension projects increased $1,100. Reimbursement to, it's UNCE. Mine's so light I couldn't read it. UNCE increased $1,206. That's the university. Service and supplies increased $635. Travel and training increased $2,400, and community-based instructor 2 decreased $5,341, and all other matters properly related thereto. Um, 005000, University of Nevada, and hello Shannon.
Hello.
What is the, Cindy, what is the tax amount that we get for, cooperative extension? Do you remember offhand?
It's actually.
Or do you have the amount there, or whatever's
It's
easier?
.015. Let's see. Yeah, .015.
Thank you.
So you're requesting an increase in services and supplies for $635, and currently you're still at 65% of that line item.
Yeah, so what we did is we left the overall budget the same, and then we just took the funds that were in some of the other line items that were over and moved them into the other line items under our budget to adjust that for future things that if like say I moved it into, and what one did you address, I'm sorry?
Services and supplies.
Yes, so that one, we increased that one mainly because the Xerox machine copies that had went up, our cost for that had went up this year comparably, and then also the postage has increased the postage costs, so we moved part of that money into that line item.
Okay, well, like I said, right now at service and supplies, you're have only used 35% of it.
Yes, correct, I believe that's, yeah.
So you're increasing it even though you're not using all of it that you have presently.
Yes, it just depends on what we're doing and over the, the timeframe on what projects or how much stuff we're doing, so it varies. But instead of taking it completely out of the budget and then having the possibility that we needed it, we moved it into the other line items.
Okay, so you left operations the same and moved the monies around, and we're questioning whether you need all the monies or whether we want to take them out, right?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Travel and training increased 2400.
We understand what you did now.
Yeah.
Let's see what we need to do, right?
Well, travel and training, you've used a little bit over 14%. Your extension projects, you've used 45%. I think that, personally, I don't see that extension projects need to increase any. Your services and supplies really could come down to about 4,000. Travel and training, probably 4,000.
One factor that should be considered too is hopefully there'll be an extension educator sooner rather than later too. So anything for the future budget for next fiscal year will also be affected by the extension educator being in the office. What they are doing, what that person will be doing, what their projects will be, how much traveling they will be doing for county business and things like that as well.
Are we ready for a motion? Judy's still figuring.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna make a motion regarding the agricultural extension budget. Decrease the services and supplies to $4,000. Decrease travel and training to $4,000. I think that's it.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, I do have a concern too, because we lost our educator, the whole last half of this fiscal year. So we didn't have the travel and such on it, but, I hate to see us reduce that travel too, next year, because it will be affected. We should have a new educator, so I hate to hit the travel budget, with you all, but it's been moved by Judy, with the changes, and seconded by Kathy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay?
Well, if we get the person and it's needed, they can always come back. We can we'll figure it out.
I didn't ask for public comment. Any public comment? Thank you, okay. Okay, number 34, airports. And then we should be able to break for lunch. Airports, Battle Mountain and Austin, discussion, no action required, which is not true. And, huh? I'm sorry, does somebody want something?
No, I think Frank's breathing heavy.
Frank Whitman here in Austin for the record, Austin Airport Board.
Just a minute, Frank. I'm still reading it into the record, just a moment. A is no changes, which is not true. We do have changes, and all of the matters properly related there too. Okay, go ahead, Frank.
We are asking for an increase in repair and maintenance. Most of that increase is for the AWAS system. It's been upgraded, and it simply costs more now. And for utilities, we're asking a small increase of $800 for road and bridge. We are asking an increase. One issue there is the board members are growing older, and a lot of the stuff we used to volunteer, take care of ourselves down there at the airport, we're getting old. It's hard for us to do. For example, we had a tree growing out by the runway that the state and the FAA said we had to get rid of, as a hazard. In the old days, we would have cut it down, and taken care of that ourselves. We're just, like I say, getting older, so we are asking for increase in road and bridge just on that basis. And I think that's pretty much it. If you have to cut anything from us, I think in supplies, now that we've expanded and got that shower and head and all that in there, I think we have a much better handle on what our yearly supply costs are, toilet paper, et cetera. If you had to cut, maybe you could take $500 or something from supply. So that's it. Any questions, feel free.
Frank,
Yes, ma'am.
This is Judy. Okay, could you repeat your requests for changes?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. Repair and maintenance, 23 to increase it for 26, that's AWAS. Utility is just a general 7,200 going to 8,000, that's a $800 a year increase, that's electricity, propane, et cetera. And the road and bridge increase from 2,000 to $8,000 a year.
7,000 to 8,000.
7,000, I'm sorry.
Yep.
And like I say, that's basically an old age factor. And if you have to cut, if you do have to cut, you could shave a little bit off of supplies.
Well, one thing about it, you're only at 2,000 for supplies and it's pretty minimal, so I don't know as though we really need to touch that one.
The operation increase is $4,225, and then the $1,000 for road and bridge.
And 800, okay, wait a
No,
minute.
that's the total, 4,225 is the operations. That's repair, maintenance, utilities.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the Austin Airport budget with the increases of repair and maintenance to 26,000, utilities to 8,000, transfer to road and bridge 8,000, for a total of 4,225.
I'll second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Public comment? I'm sorry, any public comment in Austin?
No.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and that passes. Thank you so much.
I want to thank you, Commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you,
You're
Frank.
welcome, Frank. Thank you.
It says Battle Mountain 2, so we still have to do the Battle Mountain one. That's your next page, and it's still on number 34. And Keith, anything we need to address on that one?
No, I think it's in good shape. Cindy and I looked at this one when we were going through the budgets, and we don't see any increases, and we'd like to keep it where it is with no decreases.
Okay.
Really?
Really.
So I can't take the $30 out for the miscellaneous, really?
You're more than welcome to take $30. With a decrease of $30 in our 59940 line item.
I mean, if you wanna put something in there you can actually use it for. What are you gonna get for $30?
Cup of coffee?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that right, Cindy? $30?
Somebody put that in the budget and I just left the budget.
I will make a motion that we approve the Battle Mountain Airport budget as presented with the exception of removing line item 59940 in the amount of $30.
I'll second.
Moved by Judy, we approve the budget and delete the one line item for 30. Seconded by Kathy. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we break for lunch and see you at 1:15.
Commissioner, I have one thing. Do you feel this might go into Thursday? Because we have to look at an agenda posting if you think it might go into Thursday.
No, we are going to finish tomorrow.
Okay. Thursday, yeah. All right, I just
No,
want to be
no,
sure.
No, okay.
Well, I know we'd have to start. at
Off the
1
record.
Bye.
Meeting back to order for this afternoon. And we are on number 35, Culture and Recreation/Cemeteries, discussion and possible action, parks. A, capital outlay increase $200,000, otherwise no changes. Pools and rec center. A, operations increased $105,000 and capital outlay decreased $375,321. Repair and maintenance increased $35,000.
52. Sorry.
Services supplies increased $5,000. Telephone fax increased $10,000. Utilities increased 25,000. Miscellaneous increased 25,000. Minor equipment increased 15,000. Janitorial decreased 10,500. And postage decreased $500. Number 2, capital outlay decreased $375,321. And I'm not gonna do the rest, we'll start right off the bat with the first top that I just read.
This,
And you said it was number 52?
is
No,
culture
52
and
is a
rec
vote.
is
There it is, huh?
52.
Oh, 052000, right?
Yes.
That's for the revenue.
Oh,
But
five
this
five.
says cemeteries.
No, that's still not the right one.
No,
Oh,
this
five
is-
five is pools.
But this says cemetery, this says culture and rec / cemeteries.
Culture rec / cemetery. So 52 is culture and rec fund,
Yes.
but I think they've mixed it in with cemetery.
Well, cemeteries is in there, but this doesn't look right. This looks like the pools.
But
Yeah.
if you look down here, cemeteries falls under golf course.
Yeah, cemetery.
So they just have it all listed there and then it's going down.
Oh, okay, so we're starting with the pool.
So we're starting with 052-055 is what we're starting with, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
This
thank
has
you.
to be there. Actually, it looks like we're,
What?
no, parks, we're starting with parks.
We're starting with the parks.
Parks, cause that's what, under culture
No,
and rec,
we're
that's
starting with the
first
pools.
one.
Well, parks is first.
Right, yeah.
It's a little bit confusing.
Yeah.
053, 055053 is parks.
The way the agenda's written is confusing.
I'm just staying here with
Page 22,
That's right.
this sheet.
I thought we had this.
Okay, so we have the rec center fiscal year 19/20 budget. Is that the page you're all on?
Parks is first, before the rec center, the rec center's under pools. If you go to 052053, it's parks,
But
which
it's-
is capital outlay increase 200,000.
Just a minute, Judy. I'm not with you. I'm on pools. Because it says A capital outlay and then it says pool / rec center.
It's
under
parks.
35.
Parks is above A.
Right above the A, right under culture rec.
Oh, I read that as all part of the initial. Thank you. Okay, excuse me, we'll switch back over. Okay, go ahead, Judy, thank you.
Oh, no, I was just trying to explain it to you. 22 is where it starts, and then 23 goes into.
Okay, it has the capital outlay of 200,000, but there's also a change in utilities and increase.
Gotta speak up a little bit, Cindy.
Oh, sorry. There's also an increase in utilities of 14,250 that's not listed on here. That was an increase.
So I do have a question, the capital outlay. On the line item operating budget page, it's got 54,010, which I believe is that fixed assets
Yes.
of 200,000? Is that our
Yes.
capital outlay? Okay. And what?
And if that's approved, could we please move that to 029 as well?
So, I guess that's for what?
That is for improvements to the rodeo grounds.
This is also, I'm trying to find it. I thought it was in, it must be in two places in there.
It is. I think I put it already in.
Right here.
Page 16.
Yeah.
16.
So I'm not sure if you guys wanna discuss this now, or if we wanna go until we get to,
When we get to Fund 029, number 45. So it's on there twice. But I think a lot of the things in 029 are in there twice because like all the sheriff's equipment and stuff and the assessor's vehicle, I had already moved them over into 029 so I could get a total on what that would be.
So it might be easier for everybody if we waited till we got to the 029 fund, just to keep everything in order.
Okay, so,
Well, since I've got the one main sheet in front of me though, let's go ahead and finish up that. The Livestock Event Center,
Yeah.
we need some improvements on that.
I apologize, Nancy.
The livestock event center.
Oh, yes, okay, so it's what we, to catch everybody up on the history of what happened in the past, is the county kind of took back the maintenance of some of that, and the road and bridge has been doing that. Since then, it's been a pretty good success. They've had the high school rodeos here, we've had a lot going on. But in order for the high school rodeo to hold state here to ever have anything more than just the minimum, they need that arena expanded. I have a letter from Suzanne Lemaire that asks for some more additional pins. You know, we're expanding the rodeo grounds anyways, extending the fence in the back. Some watering, some basic stuff. I don't think the 200,000 is a fair representation of what it would cost. A lot of that stuff can be done in-house, but there is gonna be some power poles that would need to be moved. A new retaining wall would need to be poured.
Okay, let's back up. What's the 27.5 for then?
27.5.
That is their normal yearly budget that they have.
That would be for me,
Yes.
that would be my budget for the livestock, Rita Rogers.
That's your budget for the Livestock Event Center?
Yes, is 27.5.
27.
That is for any type of fixtures or anything that we need to do to improve the actual rodeo grounds that we have right now. This other, of the 200, we have gotten the other piece of ground from Pershing County that is now belongs to Lander County. And what we are wanting to do is to take and expand the whole rodeo grounds as one big area. And so we're taking down fences, moving them back, putting in water lines. That would be that 200,000. The 27.5 is just the operating cost of the actual rodeo grounds
And
right
how
now.
much did you use last year?
Huh?
How much did you use last year?
I'm at
12,430 to date. And let me back up to,
on it. I think I got 15,000 left on that.
But you're still having work done.
But I have a lot of work that's being done right now. I've got cement that's still being poured. The concession stand is not finished yet because winter caught us. I've got oiling of the, all of the seats, all of the wood needs to be oiled.
So you're still gonna spend money
I'm
this
still
year.
doing, that's gonna work
That's
on
fine.
that 27.5.
Okay,
But
good.
this other that, we're asking for of the 200,000 is to develop the land that we have just got the deed on it. It is now Lander County property. It's been a lot of years in the making, but we now have it, own it, and we want to improve it for Battle Mountain.
Okay, now I understand
so,
that. So
okay.
here's my question, and Keith has popped out on it, because this has come up before, whether we wanted to expand it and spend this kind of money, but we haven't had an agenda item. So here it's on our budget before we've really had a chance to discuss everything, and that makes it a little bit difficult, whether that's, you know, what we do in what order. So my question to you all is this. We can either hold up on it, we can approve it because it's all tentative, and then get it on an agenda so we can discuss it and see what we'd like to do.
I'd like to move forward on approving the budget.
yeah, I agree.
That's what I'd like to do.
And the reason I'm gonna tell you, we did not have access to that ground until about a month ago. That actually, I can say it now belongs to Lander County, and I've been in the process for 25 years trying to get the county, Lander County deeds. Pershing County and Lander County have been fighting over that property. and stuff, and it has just now been officially done. Lander County owns that piece of property, so we want to do something with that property now that it belongs to us, to expand it, and it'd be not
I
even used
understand
for
that,
livestock, but for the
but
county.
Like I said, this is a budget hearing.
Right.
And so those are things we need to discuss, and we need to know how we're gonna do it. So it's up to the commission how we wanna handle the budget on it, so we can move forward. So all the things you're saying will need to be said again, Rita.
Okay,
So.
just give you an
Yes.
idea of
No, no,
why
no.
now we are wanting this money for that piece of property.
Well, interestingly enough, it has floated around that we knew we were gonna be getting it, so.
Oh, okay.
But there's been no discussion as far as the
Right.
commission. So we're on top, but we have a lot of work to do. Okay, so with that, do you have some other questions on the parks?
I have questions,
I do, Brian?
because I didn't know.
Go ahead.
Hey,
I'm
Bert.
new as far as the, getting that land, so I have some questions. So, where, Rita, as far as, for the rodeo grounds, is this land at?
Right beside it.
On which?
Okay,
which side?
it's behind the Quonset huts. You know where the Quonset hut and the old county building, all that property
Oh,
in
okay.
there
Okay.
now belongs to Lander County. Including this big green building that is over in the corner over there is now Lander County's. Was Pershing's, but now it's Lander County. So we've got all that property now to do something with,
Bert,
Okay.
you had said,
legally.
you had said the 200,000, you didn't think was a fair representation of what needed to be done, so you think it's under?
Yeah,
What-
well under, yeah.
Well under?
Okay, couple things, service and supplies, you don't use the, all, you know, I mean, a very small portion of the 12,000. So, question is, can we cut that?
So, in fairness to some of the numbers, like I say, the rodeo season and stuff, when that really starts getting used, hasn't really started yet. And any money we don't use falls back into the budget, and I hate to see us come back through and tax that thing. And the other thing that needs to be remembered here is that this is relatively new to the county, because before the changeover, so a lot of my service and supplies out of other departments have been paying for the service and supplies there until we got Rita in there this last year. And now it's gonna be, this is almost our first true year that's gonna represent what is gonna get used, will be coming this July 1.
I would like to say something. The budget here for the parks, the 52-53, the only thing that is Rita's is the one that's highlighted yellow. The
Right.
rest of it is for the majority of the parks.
Thank you.
So, your service and supplies, actually, year ending 17-18, you did use, 7,200 of it. Last year was 1,800. To date is, 1,800.
So I guess the only thing that I wanna make sure that we don't do is start beating up our budgets to where we feel like we have to spend that budget every year to justify it. Or when we're being frugal on the years that we can get away with it. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to the budget being cut. I'm just saying that some of these low numbers show the responsibility of the operations that are
I
taking
understand
place.
that, Bert, and that's kind of part of this is, your individual budgets are not savings accounts for your departments. If you're not using it, then put it back to the general fund to let Cindy decide where it goes. I'm not advocating non-responsible spending, but also, if you're not using it, it doesn't need to be there, and you can still be responsible on your budgets and your line items.
And that's what we try our best to do that. I just
I
don't.
know that.
I mean, we can spend, there's always a number of things that we can do to make improvements, that sometimes we try to get an extra year or 2 years out of. And if it makes it that long, that's great. If it doesn't, for example, like with the sewer, we have we have 18 pumps
Okay,
in our
that's,
lift stations that are $6,000 to $12,000 a piece. And if we have one that's kicking out or tripping occasionally, we nurse that thing to the very last minute before we replace it. We make sure that it's burned up, because you have to send it back. You can't just pull it apart. And so with them things, we're trying to stretch our dollars as far as we can, and our operating budgets don't reflect that. Does that make sense?
All right. As far as improvements to the parks, and I know it was brought up last spring on particularly Elkwood Park, but the other parks reflect it, is our parks are hideous. The grass is terrible. I mean, we don't have grass up to the trees. We don't have grass up to the sidewalks. I don't know if it's we need better sprinkler systems, or if we just need to tear the grass out, level the parks down, and start all over and sod them. But I would like to see some improvements on the appearances of our parks, because we're talking about beautifying Battle Mountain, Lander County, and all these other projects that people want, and ideas, and make things desirable to the public. People passing through, they come to our parks, and they're embarrassing.
Robin
Judy,
Smith,
which
for
park-
the
which
record.
park is
Judy,
not-
that is,
I'm not attacking anyone, Robin, I'm saying that.
but you are kind of. Because people come through our town and they stop in the rec center and they say how beautiful our parks are. We can't help it when people take their animals to the parks. And you know as well as I do that animals that urinate on the grass and stuff is gonna kill that grass. So it's hard to keep it green. So that is kind of an insult to that department. And it's not fair.
Rita Rogers, for the record, I'm getting back into this, but were our parks not contracted out at one time, and are they still not contracted out to an individual who is supposed to maintain those parks, the grass, the watering, all of that? Isn't that still in that contract, or did they delete that?
Well, can we get this, instead of a blanket statement, can you specify which parks are the poor parks, so we can address specific parks, because
There's so many empty bare spots at Elquist and Lions Park. I don't go around Borealis a lot. Borealis is, flat and a little more open, but, our grass is not, it's sparse and not that nice a grass. I don't see how we can't put a little more effort into making our parks look a little bit better. Fill those areas in that are bare. And, if we got holes, level it off and put some grass in there.
So, and I'd like to touch on what Rita had said there. Marilyn does an outstanding job for what.
I'm not saying she's not.
And so if there's some specific spots that we need to add grass or sprinklers, I'm willing to do so, but the dead spots, a lot of that are people walking their female dogs in the park that urinate and kill that spot of grass.
I'm not talking little, these are bigger areas. And parks all over the country, people walk their dogs in, and they don't look like that. Yes, I'm not attacking anybody, I just want these to look nice. And I know that Marilyn does a great job. I don't know if she should be the one that's responsible for planting more grass, or, if there's a sprinkler system that if we could improve that to get better coverage or what. But if you're looking at improvements under the line item for parks, I'd like to see something for the actual parks.
Well, I wanna say something. I mean, I've attended several events in both parks, and there's nothing that stood out to say, oh, the park's horrible, so. I'm not saying, I haven't been there for a while, Judy, but I'm just saying, from my recollection, I thought the parks were fairly nice, but.
And I think that, I attend a lot of events in the parks as well, and I think that when they start to grow out right before they, are being mowed, they look shabby just because the type of grass, maybe, who knows, it's old grass. But as soon as they're mowed, they look nice. But one thing that can be done, if that's a question, is just a group go over there and analyze park by park and see if there really, after she mows, and see if there truly is an issue with a sprinkler system, with a, you know, an area where the dogs have depleted the grass, or, you know, go one by one, but I go to all of the parks, cause throughout the summer, there's events there, and, I think they, you know, think they look nice as well. But maybe, you know, for her concern, we can go one by one and look at them and see if there are some issues with sprinklers and things. I think they are kept up well, and if there's some projects that need to be done. You know, once in a while, the kids vandalize the bathrooms and spray them and do those things, and those things they're not turned in right away. Those things need to be, you know, fixed, but if you don't know that they've been, you know, vandalized, then. But I think if maybe you just take a inventory of what's going on at them right after she takes care of them, then you'll be able to see what, if any, issues are at each of the parks.
Okay, for right now, we're doing the budget, so with the budget, we know some things that need to be addressed. So the question is, do we need to add something more? Do you want another line item to take care of some of these things or something? That's the key point right now.
The question, Patsy, and is, under the line item of improvements of the $200,000,
That one was mostly that was for the rodeo grounds. The 200,000 was for the rodeo grounds.
so it's
I'm sorry.
specific to the rodeo ground.
That's what Bert put in for in the.
Yes, that's why I said that it'd be better if we addressed it further down the line here, where it specifically says each one, what was that, 15 you said?
So basically the part, so we've got this highlighted, what we're looking at, there's this
okay.
highlighted for the livestock event center, then we have bleachers, minor equipment, and then the 200,000. So all those three are
No.
targeted towards the livestock event center?
The livestock event center operating budget is the 27,500.
Okay. And then the 4,500, the 200,000, is that for the
The
livestock event center?
4,500, I'm not sure of. Bert had that on there.
Not sure.
Bleachers again?
Slash minor equipment.
But the 200,000 was for expanding the area around the rodeo grounds.
And then,
Yeah, the 4,500 is for movable bleachers, because we take them out to the bicycle races, and then at the same time, they have games going on at the ball field, so we need additional bleachers. So that's what the 4,500 is for.
Okay, well, the bleachers that are taken out for the bicycles, those belong to Fair and Rec now, right? Or Convention?
No, they have a separate set that they bought of their own,
Okay,
but they don't have enough to cover both. So we end up taking some from the ball fields out there, and then the ball fields don't have bleachers.
oh, okay,
Well,
so that's what I was saying, is you talk about taking bleachers out, is, I didn't understand that you were taking them from the ball fields.
Yeah, that's,
okay, so we're approving the parks budget, so it's everything other than that 27,500 line, is that correct?
That is in the
And-
park, that's in
Oh,
the.
that's all in part, okay.
That's
Just-
all
all
in-
right.
It's
All right.
just a specific area.
Okay. So the 200,000, what do you think a more fair estimate would be?
if we did 100,000, because we're gonna need to have a stem wall poured and have them poles removed, that would be a fair number to improve that to what I think would be a really, really nice place.
So we're taking 200 to the 300, or just
To
100,000?
Yes.
Keith, I'm sorry, were you here when we were talking about that? We need to put that on a separate agenda.
The park, or the rodeo grounds? Well, Cindy's got it, right, Cindy?
It says, no, not the amount. We need to talk about it, whether we want to do it or
Okay.
not. Right now, it's a tentative budget, so if we approve it for it, that's fine. But we need discussion on it, and this is not the place to have the discussion, is what I'm saying.
Yes, okay.
So, not this one, but the next one, just log it in for an agenda item, please.
Okay, yeah, I
Okay.
got it.
And then the bleachers and the minor equipment, that's the 4,500 bucks is for the maintenance of those or buying them?
Buying them.
I am.
Okay.
And then also don't forget, the utilities is increased.
Yeah, I seen the and what's the biggest, why is such an increase on utilities?
Because mostly it's because of the new well out at the golf course, I believe.
Is that the 70,000?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but we-
75,000 for utilities.
For some reason, the water for the parks went up as well, but with his, new well at the golf course, the one at the golf course, they had it coming out of the wrong line item, they had it coming out of the parks, it tanked at that budget. So I increased the parks budget and the golf course utilities to cover the costs of the wells.
Okay. And then the professional services, is that what we pay Marilyn, our contracted person, $166,400?
So Cindy, just out of curiosity though, is, okay, the new well at the golf course, we put the purple pipe in well 3 for irrigation. That, how far area does that cover?
The
Well 3.
Well 3, so that's the one across from the school
I know,
over here.
but that's what I'm asking.
Well, I just wanted to clarify in case anybody else up there didn't know where well, where
We
well
have the
3
golf
was.
course and just a couple further down.
That doesn't
If
have
you-
anything to do with the golf course, Patsy.
If you wanted to be a little bit more on it, yeah.
So so well 3 covers both baseball fields, the football field, the administration office, the high school, the duck ponds, all that grass is covered by well 3.
It doesn't cover Elquist?
Yes, it covers it as well.
Okay, but everything else, all the other parks, Borealis obviously would be well, the golf course well.
Is all municipal water,
Lions, what about Lions?
municipal water as well.
Okay, all right, so that was, I was just curious, Cindy, because, basically you're supplementing the utilities on the parks from the well costs. And I just wanted to see how much of that really plays into it, but since Elquist is the only one that's serviced by the purple pipe well, then I understand. And that's where my clarification was coming from.
And then we've got an increase on repair and maintenance for $35,000. What's the main reason for that increase? Am I looking, or am I looking under
I think you're
this
looking at
agenda?
it
So
wrong.
No,
confusing.
repair and maintenance stays the same.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
So basically what I'm hearing is that, as far as the parks budget, the only thing we're going to amend is that capital outlay of $200,000, we'll reduce it to $100,000, and then everything else is going to stay the same.
And increase the utilities, $14,250.
Oh, yeah, increase, yeah, so 14,000.
Now, this is just Battle Mountain or Austin Parks too?
No, this is solely Battle Mountain. For the 100,000 that we're
No,
speaking of, that's.
this is the whole thing we're looking at.
Oh, the whole budget, I think,
I put Austin into my budget for the rec center.
Brian, I think the capital, outlay is a new line item, so we need to add that.
Oh, I
She's
see.
putting a new line item,
Yeah,
54,010.
54,010. Okay, we ready for a motion?
But I would like to move that to Fund 29 if possible.
So it does include Austin Park?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's also under the professional services because we contract for that part too?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that covers
Just
that.
wanted to be sure, thank you. Okay, sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve the budget as discussed, creating a new line item 54,010 in the amount of $100,000 to be moved to Fund 29, and increasing utilities $14,250.
Second.
Kathy, you seconded that?
I did.
Thank you, Brian made the motion and Kathy seconded. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, now we go on to the pools.
have an increase of $30,000 in repair and maintenance, is that correct?
Yes, for the Battle Mountain Rec Center, and if you turn the page, Austin, because Austin Pool and the Rec Center fall under the same budget, I'm decreasing Austin's repair and maintenance 5,000.
Because hopefully we have the heater in and it works.
Because we what?
We have the heater in and it works.
Yes, it was toasty last year.
That's why I said, that's why you're decreasing it.
Yes.
What sheet are you looking at, Rob, on that one?
No, we had one put in last year.
Oh, yeah, we had a boiler.
So she said she's decreasing it.
I got you, okay.
Where are we as far as our utilities? It's like, man,
Our utilities, I upped because we have almost our whole budget used. And Cindy got together with me and told me that I should probably bump that up to, I think the number you gave me was right at 169,000.
For the utilities?
Yeah,
Yeah.
is what we were averaging for the year is what she
okay, so they're
figured.
running about the same, we're just adjusting where we're paying for it?
Yes, and that's, and keep in mind, this also has Austin Pool's utilities included in it.
Utilities under the pools right now, Patsy, are almost $110,000. So, yeah, she's,
The overtime is excruciating.
Yeah, I think I fat fingered that number. 1,000 hours. That's,
Yeah, it seems like we have to work a little bit more diligently on something like that. I don't know where that came into play, whether you were short people and had to bring other people in, or...
Oh, are you talking this year for overtime that we paid out?
Well, it says overtime, 1,000 hours for this year.
Right, and like I said, I fat fingered that
I'm
number.
sorry, for the 1920 budget.
Yeah, and like I said, that extra zero is not supposed to be there.
So just 100 hours?
Yeah, so just 100 hours. You think that's huge? 100 hours overtime?
I think 1,000 hours is excruciating.
So
Yes, I
what
do.
you're not understanding, I'm telling you, when I typed that in there,
It's a
I
typo.
fat fingered that
It should
number.
be
I
100.
added an extra
It should
zero
be-
and I didn't mean to.
Should be 100.
It should be 100 hours.
That's okay, I did the budget.
Robin?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
minor, or your miscellaneous was increased 24,000.
So the reason I increased that is because I don't have a uniform line item, and we spend a ton of money on the lifeguard swimsuits because they are in that pool every day for several hours, and I'm replacing swimsuits every 2 months, and they are so expensive. Lifeguard swimsuits, an inexpensive one is upwards of $60.
So where are you taking it out of now?
Where am I taking it out now?
Minor equipment?
I think I was taking it out of minor equipment and furniture, and also probably some of miscellaneous. Because when we did this budget last year, with the rec center still being so new and us not knowing really, we honestly were just guessing on the numbers last year.
So why, I think it would be, instead of leaving it under a miscellaneous increase, I would put it under uniforms. So you can track the cost of the uniforms.
Do we have a uniform? Okay, I would love to put one of those on the budget.
So other than the uniforms, what would you use miscellaneous for?
Miscellaneous would be replacing gym equipment, pool deck equipment. It's pretty
Wouldn't that
spendy.
go under minor equipment?
Yeah, probably. We can decrease miscellaneous.
I mean, you're increasing minor equipment $10,000.
No, she's increasing minor equipment
That's
$10,000.
what I said, she's increasing.
Okay, so let's decrease miscellaneous.
Well, we've got to create a line item for uniforms.
Right.
So,
How much do you want in that line item?
do you want to put the 24,000 into uniforms?
I would like to. It's expensive, Patsy.
Cause then next year you'll be able to know exactly, if you only use that line item for uniforms, you'll know exactly what you're spending on uniforms
Right.
instead of it being globbed into another line item.
Yes.
And then minor equipment, you've increased that 10,000.
So I'm thinking when I was looking at the minor equipment, minor equipment is where I'm going to replace my gym equipment and stuff from. So we can just do away with miscellaneous together.
Okay, so eliminate the 6,000 for miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Put 24,000 to uniforms, and you're still increasing your minor equipment by 10.
Right, and we've used 30.67% of minor equipment and furniture right now. If I have to replace any backboards, any kind of CPR equipment, all of that is extremely expensive.
Okay.
And then we have an increase in our telephone fax copier of $10,000.
They are over budget right now.
Are they?
We are in the whole 110% on that.
Yeah,
Thanks, Jimmy.
yeah.
And I think our phone lines are so expensive because they're tied to our fire alarms, the Poseidon.
I was gonna say the Poseidon,
Yeah.
probably.
They all have their own phone line.
And we have the line item new fixed assets. Explain to me what's that money's used
So
for?
that new fixed assets was put in last year by the commissioners. New fixed assets would be anything over $5,000. I don't think that I need.
Oh, we have a brand new rec center, what would we?
Huh?
I see
I
we
was
have a
gonna
brand
say,
new-
can we drop that to 5?
Can we drop it to 10 just in case?
Okay.
We bought a new digital sign.
New digital sign.
Yeah, we bought the new sign.
Yep, we did.
That was expensive.
We
Yes.
did.
What
I
else?
just,
we-
yeah,
Oh.
just
What else
wondering.
we added?
Oh,
Now
yeah.
It's a brand new rec center, it's like,
Right.
Yeah,
No,
so
we
what else?
put the new marquee up. I bought a couple storage pods because there's no storage. And we did buy new scoreboards out of that line item for the softball field and baseball field.
okay. Out of curiosity, do we run at a loss or a gain right now in our rec center?
Rec center's always a loss. Any pool. Any pool anywhere. YMCA is a loss.
That's not just a pool, right? It's a rec center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People can play
Yes.
racquetball,
Racquetball
and and all that kind of
yeah.
stuff.
Okay, any other questions on that on the pool?
I'll make a motion to approve the budget for the pools. Austin Pool, changes as presented. Battle Mountain dues and subscriptions decrease to 1,000, postage decrease to 1,000, repair and maintenance increase to 60,000, service and supplies stay the same, telephone and fax copier increase to 15,000, travel and training stay the same, utilities increase to 175,000, minor equipment, are we dropping, could we,
We decreased that.
did we, or the new fixed assets? Are we dropping minor equipment or new fixed assets, or both?
You were dropping new fixed assets
And minor equipment is gonna increase to 30,000? Okay,
between the Austin Pool and the rec center, yeah. It's only a $10,000 increase.
new fixed assets drop to 10,000, janitorial drop to 10,000, eliminate miscellaneous, and add a line item for uniforms in the amount of 24,000. And that's it.
I'll second.
Okay, Judy made the motion for the pools with the changes. Kathy seconded that. Is there any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and that passes. We now are on the Civic Center. A, salaries and wages and benefits increased $70,834. Operations decreased $138,000. And capital outlay increased $206,226. Number 1, requesting to change part-time position into a full-time position. Number 2, utilities decreased $6,000 and minor equipment decreased $132,000. Number 3, capital outlay requested $41,752 for a middle section replacement of the marquee sign and $164,474 for new flooring. Request to move these items to Fund 029 if approved. How are we doing on our revenue? Did we have that? I didn't see that.
From the Civic Center?
Yeah.
I only have, it's probably not.
Cindy should have it, but I'm saying.
It's not, Cindy should have it. I just kind of went through my books of what I've collected since.
No, that's okay. I'm
Okay.
just asking because sometimes it's in here and I didn't see it,
Yeah,
so I was.
I made some copies of stuff, so,
No, I didn't put the revenues in there.
yeah,
Because I wasn't sure what the PILT was for the year,
okay.
and
So do we currently have one employee there or two employees?
Okay, myself, and then I have a part-time right now, that's working with me. But I need to, fix, our line items here. It says here that I'm requesting $164,000 for new flooring for next year.
Yeah.
I already have that. That's in my budget right now. I've already contacted, we're gonna get new flooring put in on my budget today.
and that's my mistake. She gave me the quotes and I thought it was part of the budget.
Oh, gotcha.
So that can be taken off for next year's budget.
Okay, where's it come, in what budget is it?
It'll, my budget, it's 18-19, yeah.
No, I mean, when you say you already have it in your budget for the flooring, what line item is that?
Oh, my line item?
Sure.
It's,
It's 53991.
Minor equipment.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
so I was gonna ask you about that.
The story on that was when Robin and I were in there
No,
to
no, no, wait,
get,
hold on. I'm just curious that you're decreasing it down to 50. Okay, you've already got it in your budget for the flooring. We're not gonna talk about what's there now. You're dropping it down, but you're dropping it to 50. But in the past several years, you haven't used that much. So my question is, can we drop it down more?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not real sure. What I'm trying to do with my budget right now is get everything done that needed to be done, the sound system, the flooring, new tile, all of that in this year's budget. I only put 50 there because I'm not real sure what I might need this following year. I know we're gonna need new tables, or more tables, chairs, that kind of stuff. So not knowing what I was going to need, that was just a ballpark figure, Judy.
Okay.
And I don't know what they ever had there in the past either, because, well, that was convention and tourism. This is just something that Robin and I, and the reason that amount is so high is because they had allotted 100,000, was it, for flooring?
70,000 for a sound system, 100,000 for new flooring, and then the remainder was just
12,000 left over, okay.
And she is getting her new sound system done.
And that's only gonna come to roughly 15,000, maybe just a little more. But I've got quotes of everything if you guys would like to see everything. I made copies for everyone. What I'm spending this year and then what we might need next year. Because I've got landscaping I've got to put in front of that civic center that needs to be
So
really
this
done
actually
nice.
should have been new fixed assets, and your minor equipment and furniture, I don't know if the tables and chairs would be under new fixed assets or minor equipment.
minor equipment.
Okay, I still think maybe 50,000 might be a little high.
Okay.
Go down to 30.
I was
Yeah.
gonna suggest 30.
What do you want to bring down to, Judy?
I mean, if
Just
something,
30.
drastic came up, then I would come back to you guys and say, hey, something broke or something, you know what I'm saying? But right now, yeah, I think 30 is good.
Well, I think especially for minor equipment and furniture.
Yeah,
It's
furniture and stuff.
Let
I've
me
got
ask-
my kitchen all set. It's doing great now, so,
Let me ask a question on the utilities, because in the agenda it says utilities increased $25,000.
my utilities? No, we decreased them.
Oh.
I got the letter from Cindy.
The other one, okay. So you went down to 29.
Yes.
Okay.
And then on salary and wage benefits increased $70,000, is that, where's that amount coming from?
Okay, yeah. Cindy can answer that one for us.
That's the cost of a full-time employee, I think over the top of what the part-time is already making.
So that's not a correct figure then, because we'd eliminate the part-time, so basically the difference would be what we're paying the part-time to what the new full-time would cost us, right? And that's
Well,
not $70,000.
what happened is there was a change in payroll. When Robin and I were in there, she was the director, and I was a full-time employee underneath Robin at the time. When the change came available, or happened, I was put into director and went to salary. And I believe that was 40,000, right? Keith, is what was, 40,000 for my wages salary. And then I was quite a few months in there in getting a part-time. And I have my part-time now, but that Civic Center runs 24/7. And so I would like to get her full-time if I
So the
could.
budget amount's $83,220, so we're going to add an additional $70,834?
No.
No, this is the difference between last year, what was budgeted, and this year, what would be budgeted. The difference right now is we're paying the part-time $31,000, almost $200, which would change then to, if she goes full-time, would change to $85,235. So it would, just for that one person's increase, would be about $54,000.
$54,000? So we're increasing the wages $54,000?
Yeah.
Benefits.
Right, well, benefits, I'm assuming.
That includes it all.
That includes benefits, yes.
The 70,000?
Yeah.
50, yeah.
This was just an overall from last year's budget to this year's budget. But the actual between, for that one person, is like $54,000.
So you have a lot more scheduled this year?
Oh, I'm loaded. I mean, I'm running a lot of hours.
We would like to see a schedule, if you can print
Okay.
that out for us.
I sure can.
Quarterly or whatever, and.
Of
send that over.
who I've got on my books right now that is gonna be coming in to the Civic Center? Is that what you would like?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
yes.
And yes, I would like to see the revenue on it
Okay.
too, so we can
Yes.
take a look at it. with
And
you.
I actually went through my books to kind of do a revenue and then our freebies, because we do a lot of free.
That's okay, we would
Okay.
like to know more what's going on in the Civic Center.
Okay, and I did make some copies of that, but I will put it all together and.
Can we consider before we turn this into a
Yeah.
full-time
To let
position,
them know about
when we come back at the next one, looking at the,
Oh.
what
Okay.
her spreadsheet shows, instead of automatically approving a full-time position, can we leave it at the part-time now, and then when she comes back and we do the finalized budget, we can, to see if it's, I'm not saying that it's not justified.
You
but
can,
before-
you can do it either way. We can approve it and then at the tentative budget decide, or we can add to it. But it's always nice to know what it's gonna cost us, and then if we say, we've gotta cut this by $200,000 to balance, then we know we can go back and cut. It's hard sometimes to say, oh, but we wanted to add that one position. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
It's almost better to approve tentatively and then look at
Well,
closer.
and I understand that, but
You
it's
know,
almost
and
worse
what-
that you give it to them and then take it away.
Yes.
What I was going by was the fact when Robin and I were in there working together, there were 2 full-time people working. And I mean, we were loaded with both of us working as full-time, so,
Okay.
but that was the reason I requested a full-time. So now I have another, item I'd like to bring up to you guys. I'm putting new flooring in, okay? I am going to be closed the last 3 weeks of June for them to get that flooring in. And it's the only time that I didn't have nothing scheduled. for now. They said they'd have 2 weeks. They needed 2 weeks in order to do that flooring, and I mean, I can't have anybody in there as far as safety goes. And then I have the last week to make sure it's all done, corrected, everything is good. So I wanted to let you guys know that's what I've scheduled so far.
So I would like to see, Keith, as far as that contract goes with your flooring people, in case that there's a snafu, that they're not leading out 6 months to get our floor done, that there's something in there that says that there's a percentage that says if they don't have it done by this date, they're gonna start paying us. Because if they don't complete it, within the contract time, and it drags out and we can't utilize the civic center, we're gonna have some angry people.
You want a penalty contract in there.
Absolutely.
If they are not done on time. Well, when they contract out, we'll have to look at that.
Have you received anything from the flooring people?
This is not all.
Okay, we ready to take a look at this at the Civic Center?
Cindy, real quick, so what is the total budgeted for wages, to hold that category for fiscal 18-19? What's the total?
For wages?
Yep.
Well, it depends on which way you go. If you go with just the part-time person,
Okay,
it is $111,335.
okay.
If you go with the second full-time person, it would be $196,565. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that is wrong. That would be, cause I left it in there. Sorry, for the second full-time person and for Rita, it would be $165,375.
And as it stands currently, it's 111,000, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Civic Center budget as presented, with the exception of line item 53991, minor equipment furniture, decreasing that amount to $30,000.
I'll second.
Okay, Judy made the motion, we approve with one line item different. Kathy seconded that. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies. Moving on to the golf course. A, salaries and wages and benefits increased $14,543 and operations increased $70,000. Number one, requesting to increase seasonal employees from 2 to 3, and 2, utilities increased $70,000 due to a new well at the golf course.
Cindy, what fund is this that we're looking at?
5252.
Thank you.
Which one?
5252?
Thank you.
Is that the golf course?
Cindy? We have in here the management contract for $10,000.
Yeah, that I was wanting to ask about. Do we need to leave that on there? Because I don't believe we utilize it anymore.
No.
We can
We
take it
don't.
off.
What's that, what was that, Judy?
The management contract for the golf
Oh,
course,
right there, I see, okay.
we can eliminate that. Telephone and fax, they're over budget.
It says that. Oh, yes it did. You wanted to
so it's not. And so let me clarify what me and Cindy are talking about, it's $14,543 for the additional seasonal. I'm not asking for an additional seasonal as change of money, I'm asking for an additional seasonal as change of time, because right now is what we have is 6 months, a seasonal for 6 months, so I wanna bring them down to 4. And then take them 2 months off of each for the additional seasonal, so it's not a dollar amount change, it's just an additional seasonal.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So it would be instead of 3 seasonals at 6 months, he would have 4 each at 4 months.
I would, instead of 2 seasonals
Yes, okay.
at 6 months, I would have 3 seasonals at 4 months. Cause the start of the golf season is really slow, and the end is really slow, cause that's when the grass isn't really kicking and we can kinda fire up our own thing. But then in the middle is when everything's really hopping, and that's when we need that additional, especially cause most of these seasonals are high school kids, and they have sports and they're in and out, and
Sorry. I got
two of
those
them is
numbers
a little bit hard to deal with, so I'm not asking for additional money. Just asking to make that 3.
To utilize your people better.
Yes.
No, I saw it in there, but I wondered if you wanted to leave 1 or whether you cover it, you just cover that time frame. That it isn't quite that active, right?
Yes.
'Cause I hate to
Yeah,
think
so
you
our,
just-
our full-times can cover
So,
that.
yeah, so things will still be doing, it's just that the seasonal people will be where you need them.
Yep.
In the middle, okay.
Okay, so Bert, I asked you, okay, I mentioned your telephone and fax is over budget.
Yeah, which I'm surprised unless we reduced that last year, because there haven't been any changes that I'm aware of to our telephone or fax out there. I don't understand that, to be honest.
Telephone and fax, 650.
I'd have to ask Heidi if she knows anything about it.
Yeah.
We may have to take a look at that on a personal basis, because if it's AT&T, we've had all kinds of problems with them with billing us incorrectly and the whole thing. So if you get together and really look at that very close, but we're gonna leave it the same at 650 then for right now?
Well, last year, actually, we decreased it. It was, last year, actual spent was $778. And it was decreased to 650. So I don't know if we wanna increase it.
Do you wanna increase it?
Yeah, it may have been one of them deals where we decreased it at the time, and then by July 1 rolls around, then we've went over what we. So maybe we can match up to where we're at right now and see if that's steady, and then we will go back through the bills and make sure that we're being billed properly.
Right, and then we don't have any long distance calls and things like that.
Yes.
Well, do you wanna just put it at 1,000?
You're 909 right now.
Yeah.
I think that would be fair.
And then golf cart contracts that shows it's $6,000, but there's not anything used in that, what is that?
So the county used to rent half of the golf carts for the year, and I believe in the new updated contract, I believe that is the clubhouse's responsibility now.
So we can take that out?
So we can eliminate it?
I believe so, yeah. Better for me if you do.
So then, gas and oil, and what's that? Was that for the golf courts?
No, that's for all the equipment we use running around out there.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions on the golf course?
Just a second, please.
Bert, can you explain why the new well, the utilities are so high?
Pumping costs, just the price of electricity for running the pumps.
Okay, so I realize that the old well was not working for a while. And now with this new well, I mean, we're adding additional costs to the golf course and the rec center and the parks to cover these utilities. That seems like an awful lot. I mean.
And not knowing what the just so everybody's aware, NV Energy's pumping rates are different on peak and off peak. So after 10 o'clock at night to, I believe it's 4 in the morning, is they consider it off peak. So it's a cheaper time to pump. So we have our sprinkler system set up to run as much as possible in them hours, so we're off peak. But we haven't even fired up the new wells. We don't know, we don't have an accurate cost for what that is.
So just as a comparison, the pivot runs 24/7, and I do believe there is an irrigation rate on that, which probably, I don't know if the county gets that, but you know, you do have the peak minutes, or peak hours. But I don't think there's ever been a month that it's been over $4,000, and that's at almost 1,200 gallons per minute. And so I just,
Because we're over budget now, but
Yeah.
last year, I decreased, it was me. I decreased a lot of the utilities because we were so over budgeted on them, so I brought the cost down. Well, I think I brought them down too far.
and I understand that,
So-
Cindy, I'm just really curious that this well is costing that much money in power. I just can't understand it, because, I mean, I'm kinda almost comparing apples to apples here with a pivot pumping pretty close to the same, you know, irrigation, but it's 24/7.
Well, we don't know what that well is current, we have no clue. This is a rough number that we really don't know. The wells haven't been fired up yet. I mean, if you guys would like to decrease that and then we come back and revisit this when we have actual numbers, we can do that.
No, I just, like I said, I just really have a hard time trying to envision the rates that high. So, I didn't know if you knew a reason why.
It's okay, Judy, we'll let you shake your head over it, we're right with you.
Yeah.
It's scary, it really is.
Well, like I said, I just,
Yeah. Okay, but do you want to adjust it or not?
no,
Okay.
I don't.
All
but
right, then let's look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the golf course budget as presented, with the exception of increasing line item 53930 telephone and fax to 1,000, eliminating 53941 management contract for 10,000, 53495 golf course for 6,000.
I'll second.
Thank you, Judy made the motion with the corrections, Kathy seconded that, any other discussion? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, we go to the cemeteries. Can you help us out with the number?
063. 063, that's it.
So I guess my question is, the one on the water, this is 14,500 is under utilities, is that water? Is that electricity, what is that?
It's both, I believe, because the water for the cemetery is municipal, isn't it? Yeah, and then that's all the
They use water?
electricity and water.
It's a very simple one, do we have
Yeah.
any questions?
I'm just
Pretty
looking at
straightforward.
repair and maintenance. Which we could, I'd like to maybe drop that down to 5,000.
We use, don't we use the con crew for some of that?
Repair and maintenance, and I'm presuming that's on,
So some of this, there's a variety pack of repair and maintenance that goes on at the cemeteries, but some of this repair and maintenance, we use some of that money like for flag holders, you know, for
And
the
you don't-
veterans and for random things that is asked for throughout the year. It's not, you know, just a line item.
Well, we've had to fix fences and such, but I wondered whether the con crew was included on.
Oh, no, that doesn't come out of this, so the
Okay.
con crew comes out of the con crew's
A
money,
different
that
one. It's
either
not
Anna
the
has in
same.
her budget or the 12,000 that's in Austin's.
Got it, we just.
The
use it
repair, oh, sorry.
From the county.
The repair and maintenance use about, well, 162401. 2017-18, you didn't use any of it. So, said you're using about under 2,000, so I don't think dropping it to 5 is unreasonable. I'll make a motion that we approve the cemetery's budget as presented with the exception of line item 53880, repair and maintenance, dropping that to $5,000.
What was the current spending on it, on that line item?
$1,600.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion made by Judy of the cemetery, seconded by Brian. Any other discussion? Public comment? Okay, and the cemetery one, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that passes. Thank you. Libraries, number A, no changes in all their matters properly related thereto.
Cindy, what number is libraries?
062.
Just back one
Yeah, the next one over.
from the cemetery. 063. Our library contract did increase, that came before the board earlier this year, and we did have an increase on the contract. And this is both Battle Mountain and Austin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes. Did you find it?
It's 062, Brian?
Yeah, I got it.
062,
Okay.
okay. Okay, so any questions on it? Nothing's changed at all from any of their telephones or utilities. All right.
I'll make a motion to approve the library budget as presented.
Second.
Moved by, I think, Judy, that we approve the library contract as presented, seconded by Kathy. Any discussion, public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, and that passes. Move on to number 36, Lander Economic Development. Discussion and possible action. A, operations increased $11,000. 1, travel and training increased $3,500. Professional services increased $15,000, and dues and subscriptions decreased $500, and all other matters properly related thereto.
Hi guys, there's actually, in the travel and training, it's decreased, not increased.
Hang on just a second for us while we find that.
Okay.
015 000.
There it is.
I'm sorry, what's again?
015 000.
Just a suggestion, maybe next year when we do our budget, we can make it follow our.
Did you find it? I still have
Yeah, I
it.
did,
It's still in the same book, right? Do we go way back?
Yeah, it's,
Are we going backwards?
yeah, go
Yeah.
backwards.
What's wrong with this? It's not an ink.
Got it.
It's on
Thank you.
travel and training, because I had it at
Uh-oh.
the housing, I believe, and it's only at
That one's a
1,500. Yeah, it's decreased.
Okay. Okay, questions for Kyla?
Charlie, you were saying something? Or I didn't catch what you-
There's not an increase in the travel and train, it's actually a decrease of, I believe, $1,500.
2,000.
3,500 decrease in travel.
Oh, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah,
So
I did
I see.
have it at
Just a
5,000.
comment, of course, down on your dues and subscriptions, that if the Austin Chamber is still in existence, we would like you to belong to them too.
I will make sure to put that on the next LEDA meeting.
Okay,
so the operations amount of 11,000 is correct, it's just the word increase needs to be changed to decreased for the $3,500.
So why are you requesting an increase in your professional services?
That, the professional services was what we discussed during the grants.
Instead of an engineer type of a thing.
The engineering and things like that, being able to have that in there, so,
Okay.
I made this budget based on that grant application, so obviously it might need to be looked at and readjusted, so here I am for anything we can do.
Well, to go forward with some of the projects, we need an engineer in there on at least one of them that we know for sure, so.
Your dues and subscriptions, you have no more subscriptions that you'll be paying for this year?
There's a little bit of a buffer in there, so we pay 7,600 something, I believe, to NNRDA. I don't have the numbers right here in front of me, and then we also pay 75 to the Chamber of Commerce here. So there is a little bit of extra left over that, like I had said in the grant application, that we'd like to keep there just in case we do get on with the Austin Chamber or anything else like that for marketing reasons.
Well, okay, you said 7,600 for NNRDA?
I believe, or 7,200.
7,291?
Is it? It's 7,2.
Okay. Because you have 709 remaining, so that's what I was, wanted to make sure that you didn't.
Right, so I brought it down from last year. I think there's a decrease in $500.
Okay.
So that it would still, but it still leaves like 100, a little more over than 100 left in there.
I'll make a motion to approve the Lander Economic Development budget as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you, Judy made the motion, Kathy seconded, we leave as is. Any other discussion, public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, and that passes, thank you. We are into number 37, Austin Capital Acquisitions. Okay.
Fund number, Cindy?
It's 019000. So we're going backward, no, forwards, just a little bit.
So what is minor equipment and furniture on this line item? Do you know?
The what?
The minor equipment, they're at 100%. Do you know what it is?
Let me look real quick, let me make sure. No, the 100% means it is 100% remaining.
Oh, wait a minute.
These new reports are opposite of the old reports.
Yeah, okay.
So nothing's been used there.
Well, do you know what, well, okay, so.
So normally we don't use any expenditures out of the capital acquisitions for Austin Town Fund and Battle Mountain Town Fund, but we usually keep a little bit there just for emergencies if we have to look for extra money.
So Judy, you wanna reduce that a little?
I actually was thinking 10.
10 is fine, go for it.
I'll make a motion to approve the Austin Capital Acquisitions budget with the exception of reducing the minor equipment line item to $10,000.
I'll second it.
Okay, Judy made the motion, the line item is at 10, and Kathy seconded that. Any other discussion? Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, that passes. Number 38 and number 40, I'm going to open up together since they apparently appear to be the same. Number 38, Town of Austin, discussion and possible action. A, utilities decreased $6,500, otherwise no changes except approved grant amounts and all of the matters properly related thereto. And ditto for number 40, so we'll scratch that and leave it at 38. And that's the very next one in your page.
Oh, it's on there twice, okay.
All right. Public Works is over budget.
What page,
It is
Next
page
where you were, just the next one.
oh, I know, I'm talking about.
17. 17, Brian.
Thank you.
So, let's see.
So Desi's contract doesn't come out of here, that's all handled by Anna and hers, right?
No, Desi comes out of the parks.
Oh, okay, and nothing out of Anna's at all?
Well,
When he does
just
separate
construction.
contracts?
Yes,
Got it,
yes.
okay, otherwise parks, okay. So, you're all familiar with the grant at the clinic, right? No? Okay, the Nevada Health Centers comes in and gives us a clinic with representation at least once a week, sometimes they even do 2 or 3 times a week, depending on their schedule and how busy we are in Austin. But the property is owned by the Convention and Tourism Authority. And so they charge them $500, which is the appropriate amount that they say has to be fair market value. And so, because the county is responsible for providing the clinic, we pay the $6,000 as a grant actually to the health centers so that they can pay for the rent. Okay?
And that was in there for last year?
Yes, that hasn't gone up. So Ted, can you think of any line item we can slip in there for the chamber anywhere, something in the town?
I don't know.
Do we have a line item we can pick? What would be the name of it, other than community services?
We had always paid it under the grant for the historical. That's where it came out of before.
You know,
We could change the name of
the
it.
only thing that I can think of that would keep us above water would be, Laura mentioned that she's going to give some money from her tech fund as a grant, and we could slip that money in there, and we don't have to worry about our grant process.
How do we do that?
Huh?
Put it on the agenda?
It would work. And because out of the tech fund, there's not the same constraints
Right,
as that we have.
but I mean, can she do that, or do we have
She
to
can do that.
authorize it?
She
Or
can do, no.
She would
It
have
doesn't have to come through us at all?
No,
Okay.
and it shouldn't.
Okay, so,
So,
we'll
so
skip
I'm
that
just
and
thinking
talk
outside
about
of the
that
box.
later. Okay, so now we're back on Austin. Any other questions on the Austin Town Fund?
I don't know if anybody can answer this. Under Public Works, Austin TV,
Right,
Now, they've actually been previously been in budget. It's just this time they're over budget. Do we know why?
Yes, when we went with the new company for the first time, everything was so obsolete, nothing was working. We replaced absolutely everything we had, didn't we? And yes,
So it'll go back to being on track with, in the budget. We don't need to change that line
no,
item.
no, no, we should be fine, shouldn't we?
I would think so, yes.
I would think so.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the town of Austin budget request as presented.
I'll second. Okay, Judy made the motion for the town of Austin, all okay, and Kathy seconded that. Any other discussion? Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that all passes. Okay, number 39, Battle Mountain Town, discussion and possible action. A, town beautification, increase $15,000, and utilities decrease $20,000. Otherwise, no changes except approved grant requests. I had a question under senior citizens utilities. That's not the senior center, right?
Not the senior center, certain,
Age groups and
seniors
wage groups, age and wage.
that need extra help comes out of that.
Okay. And how did we do last year on that?
Let's see, just under $1,300, 25%.
Okay, so we're fine to leave it at 5.
I would think so.
Okay, so you're moving the town beautification up the 15,000 to a total of 25, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when we were talking about grants, yesterday, Lita, is this the fund you were talking about that Lita could tap to try to do some of the things that they're wanting to do? Okay.
Yes.
Fixed assets. $50,000, we don't use that.
I'm sorry, the what?
Fixed assets at $50,000. You drop that down to 30? Or 25?
I think so, we very seldom ever use it.
25,000?
What would we use it for, Cindy?
Oh. What would be a
Gee,
good
can we do
example?
something at the dog park?
Something for the town that would be, most of the time we'd put it into our construction in progress, but maybe,
A sign of some type of?
signs or power poles, if power poles get ruined and we have to replace them, I don't know,
Well, we'll think about spending it this year, let's move it down to 25, how's
maybe
that?
benches, I think one year we bought benches out of,
We could do benches out of,
but that would be more out of
that's not really a
town
full
beautification.
asset, yeah,
Yeah.
beautification. 25, okay?
25, yeah.
Okay, any other questions on that one?
Quick. Oh. Sorry. So, pretty much we're only using about 20% of the repair and maintenance.
We could knock it down.
Knock that one down to 20.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Battle Mountain Town Fund as presented, with the exceptions, line item 53880, repair and maintenance, reduce it down to $20,000. Line item 54010, fixed assets, reduce that down to $25,000.
I'll second.
Thank you. Moved by Judy to accept the town fund with the 2 reductions, and seconded by Kathy. Any other discussion? All those in favor, oops, public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
We lost our public.
What?
We lost our public.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I mean, with
We're
a
gonna
couple
take, we're gonna
exceptions.
take a quick, 10-minute break.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Just stretch, guys. I'm working hard. Take a break, Michelle, to order. Hey, everybody. We are now back in session, thank you. We're starting at number 41, Mount Lewis Communications Site, discussion and possible action. Hey, no changes, and all other matters properly related thereto.
It's Fund 23.
Thank you.
Still don't have it, what's those numbers?
023.
023.
Cindy,
Okay, has everybody got it? Okay, we have the revenue projections and our operating budget. Any questions on that?
the, okay, what's not listed on this operating budget is license agreements. Actually, there's, oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's increased. 'Cause I'm looking on the revenue expense report, license agreements show as an expense, and it's actually 6,000, and we're showing 13,300.
So what you're saying is increase, even though it says on the agenda, no changes?
It hasn't, it's not listed down here as actual expense.
It's listed on it as a revenue, but on the sheet it's listed
For
as,
license agreements?
yeah.
No, this sheet that I've got on here, if you look, the top half is revenues, the bottom half is expenses.
I know, but what I'm looking
Oh.
at is,
If it starts, it's up here, it's 32011. That's a revenue line item.
okay, all right. So the only thing I see would be the utilities.
Any changes for us? Do you need a minute, Judy?
Well, I'm just, like I said, the only thing would be the utilities. And
And that's, utilities are so volatile anyway, we never know.
well, but right now they're showing $1,900, you know, as an expense.
We could decrease it down to 7,500. I wouldn't wanna go too much lower just in case.
Okay.
Okay, we ready for a motion then?
I make a motion, we accept the Mount Lewis Communications site budget as discussed, noting the change.
Second.
Thank you. Brian made the motion, and we approved that as with no changes, and Judy, you seconded that, right?
I did.
No
Thank you.
changes
Any other
With the
with the change or no
the
change?
change on the
With change.
utilities.
With change,
Yeah,
okay.
no change.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 42, building and equipment repairs, discussion and possible action. Number A, total county repairs, $110,277. Number 1, Battle Mountain Civic Center heating units, 2, at $25,228. 2, Austin Sheriff's Office new flooring, $10,249. 3, Austin Firehouse new LP gas heating unit, $6,000. Number 4, Austin Firehouse new roof, $15,800. Number 5, Austin Senior Center new tables and chairs, $3,000. Number 6, Old Road and Bridge Building new roof, $25,000. And 7, the con crew for $25,000, and all other matters properly related thereto.
So when you say the con crew for 25,000, we have to pay them, or what is that? I always thought that was.
The crew actually, I believe, is free, isn't it? We pay for travel and for the guards that are with them, basically, and that's what we pay for.
Yeah. And I don't think we ever get really close to that, but it is for the whole county.
So we pay $400 a day, where most people pay $1,200 a day for the con crew. And we had an idea to maybe work with the con crew a little bit more. You know, we want the town to be cleaned up a lot, and it's hard to put that on some of the citizens that are older and have trouble getting around. We were thinking that if we could get them to sign a waiver, something that we're gonna bring back in front of you guys, that we could have the con crew come in and actually muck out the yards and, you know, like big sagebrush and things of that nature. So if we could leave that budget close to the 25 would be helpful.
Which is a good idea.
And actually, I think that's a great idea. I know I've had people call, and Anna, we've had discussions with people.
Absolutely.
About cleaning up people's yards. And I know a lot of people aren't physically capable, others don't care, but if there's any way that we could do that, I mean, I'd actually be in favor of increasing it if we could do that to get more utilization and cleaning up a lot of the places, and
We'll start
Lander
working
County.
on it.
I think that's a really good idea.
Do you, I mean, I guess, how much have you looked into this, and is there a possibility that we could do more?
I will look into it.
I don't know that we can get the con crew much more because of their scheduling with fires and everything else to actually use the whole budget. But if we had it, it gives us an option.
It's hard to schedule that far with the con crew, particularly when the summer months are coming up.
Well, half a year, so I don't know, we can still,
No, I'll make some calls.
okay, because I'd like to, actually, like I said, I'm in favor of increasing something, if we could get some places cleaned up.
Okay.
Unless the legislature lets them all out of a prison.
Yeah. And then you'll have them in your backyard anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just be making more of a mess.
Okay, any questions on any of the others that we read in with the repairs? Repairs are hard, you need them, and that's what they cost, so it's like.
Anna Panola with the building department. This civic center, I want to replace all the units. I'm just doing 2 a year,
How many units does it have, Anna?
6 or 8.
So, you've got a couple other things on here, senior center, seamless gutters, town hall seamless gutters, courthouse
Well,
ceiling fans.
no one got back with me with any quotes or anything, so I'll deal with it next year.
Okay. I guess I'd really be curious of what's realistic on the con crew. I'd like to increase it if we could utilize it. but I don't know what's realistic. Do you have a number?
I don't know, how much have we used this year, Cindy?
That's kind of hard to tell
Let's
with
see,
these
we're
reports.
0290,
And then we're bringing them in for the Quonset and the courthouse.
How about 10,000, Judy?
increasing at 10 to 35? Okay. And it's a start, I mean, if it works, and we can use it, and we can always,
Yeah, it's hard to tell somebody what to do with their property, but it sure is nice if, you know, if they
Well-
cooperate, we can, and especially for the elderly that are financially kind of strapped and physically not able, I think that it can be.
and I really, I guess, in a lot of ways, it shouldn't be the county's responsibility to go clean up people's yards. Is start with those that can't physically do it, and maybe if this works, we can go into people that aren't of the like mind to do it, but maybe this county can step in, because that goes along with the beautification of the county. And I guess if we have to invest a little bit in it.
Ready for a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the building and equipment repairs budget as presented, with the exception of adding to the con crew for a total of $35,000.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion been made, all approved except the increase on the con crew, and Brian seconded that. Did I say made by Judy? Seconded by Brian. Any other discussion? Public comment?
That's it.
All those in favor? All right.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and that passes.
Thanks, guys.
43, building and equipment, minor equipment, discussion and possible action. A, totals $57,200.
These were all approved in the Battle Mountain Fire Department's budget.
Okay, number 1, turnouts, $20,000. Number 2, SCBA tanks, $18,000. Number 3, SCBA masks, $2,600. And number 4, SCBA units, $16,600. And all other matters properly related there too. And I think we went over this yesterday with the totals, right?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve the building and equipment, minor equipment fund budget as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, Judy made the motion. This will go through as is for building and equipment. Kathy seconded that. Any other discussion? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and that passes. 44, building and equipment capital outlay rollovers. Discussion and possible action. A, totals, $4,515,000. Number 1, safety equipment, $255,000. New software, $1 million. Inmate phone system, $15,000. Exterior building stucco repair, $3,020,000. Convert and upgrade RMS to NIBRS compliance, $40,000. MDT/E citation replacement, $150,000. And Town of Austin boundary line, $35,000. And all other matters properly related thereto.
Cindy, what fund is this?
This is Fund 29, but this is things that were budgeted for this fiscal year. That
By the
won't-
last commission?
Mm-hmm. And,
Yeah,
It
they
won't
were
be
all in
finished before June
the
30th.
sheriff's presentation, yeah.
It was Fund 29, you said?
yes,
And we moved them over.
I didn't put anything in Fund 29. I don't believe-
You didn't put
I might
anything in
have.
on it?
I might have.
No, I don't see anything, so.
Yeah.
So we're just having to approve it because it's rolling over into the new budget?
Yes.
The backup information is in the sheriff's one that we did yesterday, so if you wanna look up something, we can.
Yes.
Otherwise, if you're happy with that.
Everything would be in the sheriff's department except for the safety equipment, the number one, and that is, more Keith's line item. And then the new software, that's the software that we're changing over to, hopefully will be done by June 30th, but maybe not.
The new software, is that the Tyler that we're using? or-
Yes.
yeah. And what was the
Yes.
safety equipment?
So that's a fund that I use when we have to replace something, like, for instance, if we had to replace a monitor in one of the ambulances, they can be upwards of $38,000 for one monitor, and each of our ambulances carries them. Or if we replace a Lucas unit, which is a battery operated CPR, they run about 15,000.
Okay.
So,
So I think the big one here is the stucco repair. And Counselor, did you, did you and Keith go over the contract?
Judy, have you seen that contract?
I'm not gonna touch it.
And have you seen what we've been doing the last 2 days? No. But what I have done is discuss with Ron and the undersheriff, and if we go after damages at this point in time, in my legal opinion, this project is going to stop. They would, and we're talking about it, Ron would rather us give them notice that there may be some type of liquid damages at the end of the contract, but to keep it going so that they can build it.
And I know Robert had mentioned yesterday he'd like to continue.
Right.
That was a question that I asked last year about liquidated damages on the contract, putting it in the contract, last year, because I know specifically Jim Miller said they would be done by end of fiscal year.
And I remember when you did that, Judy, and I wasn't part of the negotiation of that contract.
Well, and I'm just really frustrated if there are no liquidated damages in that, because
But I certainly haven't had time, I'm sorry,
no, I understand that, and I guess in a lot of ways it's a moot point, because, you know, I'll concede to the sheriff wanting to get it done.
Right.
So we're stuck with them, we're stuck with the contract, you know, we're not happy about it, I think it's a lesson learned, but back again to, you know, I hope, you know, if there were no days, and, you know, if we didn't give them however many days to have this completed, I don't know where we can go from there.
So Judy, is there anything on here you want to change?
No, I just wanted to discuss that, to see if there was something that we could.
There may be, but they would like to keep the project going right now, so.
And that was the only thing, is if they were okay with stopping it, then.
Right, it'd be different.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the building and equipment capital outlay rollovers as presented.
Second.
Okay, Judy made the motion, number 44, building and equipment capital outlay rollovers stayed the same. Kathy seconded that, any other discussion, public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. 45, building and equipment capital outlay, new equipment, discussion and possible action. Totals, $1,279,455. Number 1, assessor, new vehicle, $40,000. Number 2, sheriff, 2 fully equipped vehicle replacements, $120,000. Number 3, bunker radio service and upgrade, $27,000. Number 4, repair and reinstall Tenabo radio repeater, $8,000. Number 5, 911 911 audio recorder replacement, $45,000. Number 6, fire alarm panel and device replacement, $50,000. Number 7, file conversions from microfiche to digital, $64,229. Number 8, juvenile new vehicle, $10,000. Number 9, Bridge South 2 new pickups, $60,000. Number 10, 18-speed transmission, $11,000. Number 11, 3-speed transmission, $10,000. Number 12, new loader, $210,000. Number 13, hydraulic pump rebuild, $38,000. Number 14, undercarriage, $30,000. Number 15, improve the Battle Mountain Fairgrounds, $200,000, which we moved to $100,000, I believe. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Number 16, Civic Center, middle section replacement of the marquee sign, $41,752. Number 17, Civic Center, new flooring, and we're taking that one out. Number 18, Senior Center, new bus, $150,000. And all other matters properly related there too.
Bert,
Well,
You tell me anything you want, we'll lay for dinner.
I'm sorry, I don't even know what I was thinking. 3-speed transmission,
That's a typo, it's supposed to be 13 speed, that's the one you
Okay,
guys
I
already
wondered.
approved.
okay.
I'm sorry,
And
it's a typo, we should read what?
13.
13-speed transmission?
That's what I thought.
Okay.
And the undercarriage, 30,000, what's that?
That's for a dozer, a D7 dozer.
Oh, okay.
Cindy, what fund?
What's that?
What fund?
29?
But these were already discussed under.
Yeah, previously.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, combination of everything. We haven't discussed the new bus at the senior center though, and I know a lot of those come with a lot of donations from some of the larger companies that usually do things like that. I don't know what kind of a bus we're using and how,
Take that out.
what the condition is and how bad off it is, but do you have some input for us,
Yes,
Keith?
yeah, I do, because this guy put this in. And when we put it in, it's high. It's probably double what it needs to be. And the current bus we have at the senior center is a DOT hand-me-down, and it's getting old. The new bus we would like to get up to 75,000. We can cut that in half. Will be ADA compliant. It'll be used around town. It'll have a wheelchair lift on it. It could be used when they need to take somebody to Elko or Winnemucca, either way, for a doctor's appointment, and they can keep them in their wheelchair. Currently, they don't have a way to really load the wheelchair, and it's a little cumbersome. So that's what the new bus is about.
The other thing I'd like to add to that is the senior center does go on trips. I don't know if they're day trips to wherever. Not that it matters because it's broke down. The current bus they had, I think they could take 8 people. And basically it's like whoever got to sign up first. So this would be larger to where they could take a lot more people. Because there are those that would like to go, it's just they didn't get signed up, so. I would like to maybe, drop it down to 100,000, which is still gonna be a little bit left over, but, the ones I've seen, a lot of them didn't have the ADA accessibility, and they were around the 75,000-80,000 range, but they were a lot larger. So you get a little bit smaller and you get it built with the ADA. I'd like to, maybe if we put it down to 80,000.
Well, I certainly am not in favor of getting a bus that is not ADA compliant. I think it's a
Definitely not,
requirement,
no.
so
That
that
was
goes
the-
without saying.
Yeah, that was the idea behind this, is to upgrade as well as make sure that we're ADA compliant for the seniors.
But I do know, like I said, a lot of the companies, maybe even one of our mining companies are, now that there is 2 to 1, like to have the advertising on the side. This was presented by such and such, maybe even one of the large car companies. We buy a lot of vehicles. It wouldn't hurt to ask somewhere else first and see if they would like to even share it with us and put their advertising.
I know that Newmont, I know they're merging, but Newmont, to this point, as far as getting money, they have the fund they use that's funded by employees. They're getting a little bit more more tight with their money.
You know,
um,
I can appreciate
stuff
that
like
and I
that.
understand what you're saying, but this is also advertising. And it's advertising every single day, everywhere.
Well, and I respect that, but what they're doing for their advertising now that's free for themselves is they're getting really, really big signs and putting it on fences that says, we've donated $5 million to this community. And they're putting them everywhere. So, and I'm not arguing, but when it comes to big projects like that, because I'm a researcher and try to help people get money for different things, in the last handful of years, for those kind of big projects like that, they've really shrunk down as far as the amount of money that they wanna donate
No,
for state.
I can appreciate what you're saying, but I also find, like I said, if they give us $100,000 and you put it towards a raffle, it's over and done. But if they're, have a senior center with their name on it, but I think, they look at it a little bit differently. But yes, you're absolutely right, they certainly are tight because we ask for a lot. But I think maybe it's about time we went to some of where we're purchasing our vehicles.
Well, when we go to purchase vehicles, we do that on a state contract, which is a pre-negotiated rate for anybody that gets onto the state contract. A lot of state agencies buy a lot of vehicles. NHP, you go down by the Ford place in Reno there, they're lined up, there's probably 100 NHP vehicles sitting there. I'm not saying I'm against it, but we would certainly look at additional avenues. But
Yes, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, but if the money's put in the budget and we
No,
don't
we need to
have
put
that
it in the
access,
budget.
it would be nice to be able to upgrade our bus at the senior center.
I think we can buy our seniors a new bus, that's what I think.
Well, the one thing about it too is size-wise, I know one I looked at was like 29 passenger, which is a little too big, but you could utilize it for potentially other things than just the senior center, if need be. So, you know, it would be a county bus, possibly, senior centers definitely use it all the time, but
What I talked about a little bit, or thought about a little bit, was 15 passengers with 2 or 3 wheelchair tie-downs with the lift and all that. And if you want something bigger
I'd
or
kinda like
smaller.
maybe a little bit bigger than that, than 15.
Okay.
Because,
Well, then I would ask that you leave the 100 in there, and then if we don't, up to 100, and,
Okay.
you know, we'll look for a good.
well, like I said, Keith, I sent you that picture one, and that one was, I think it was 75,000 or 79,000. It didn't have the ADA accessibility, but it was a 29 passenger. So I think you're gonna spend a lot more on the ADA accessibility, and you definitely, I don't think, need 29 passengers, but,
That changes the type of license and certification that the current driver has too, right?
true.
Well, the current driver is a commercial licensed driver.
Have the bus
There,
endorsement.
yeah. Okay, any other questions you have on this one?
I'll make a motion that we approve the building and equipment capital outlay, new equipment, budget, correcting the 13-speed transmission, removing the civic center new flooring, changing the improvement to Battle Mountain Fairgrounds to 100,000, and changing the senior center new bus to 100,000.
And taking out number 17, the Civic Center.
I
Jerry
did
said
that.
that.
Oh, I missed that, thank you. Thank you, Judy.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion made by Judy with the changes and seconded by Kathy. Any other discussion? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Number 46, capital acquisition, discussion of possible action. No changes. And all other matters properly related thereto. What number are we on?
47.
000?
Oh,
Oh, 31?
For the capital is Fund 31.
Thank you. Well, with no changes, do we have any questions on it at all?
And capital acquisition.
This was an adequate amount, and so you left it the same?
Yeah, the only two line items that are, is the fixed assets and the repair and maintenance, and we very seldom ever use either one of those, but I just left it. The other three items are, where the revenue gets transferred to the Austin Capital Fund, the Battle Mountain Capital Fund, and the Kingston Capital Fund.
So I'll make a motion, we approve the capital acquisition budget as presented.
I'll second it. Thank you, Brian made the motion, and we approved the capital acquisition, and Kathy seconded that.
Hey, I got on this room.
Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Hi.
Aye. Thank you, and that passes. We're down to number 47. CCP. New projects, discussion and possible action. Totals, $41,845,313. Number 1, Yellow Brick Road paving, $515,625. Number 2, Sheep Creek paving, $267,188. Number 3, Casey Road to Round Mountain Road paving, $412,500. Number 4, Crush Rock for first of the year, $100,000. Number 5, sidewalks East First through East 8th Streets, $1 million. Number 6, Senior Center parking lot, $50,000. Number 7, new fire station for Battle Mountain, $7 million. Number 8, new civic center, $5 million. Number 9, gravel pit park, $5 million. Number 10, industrial park, $15 million. Number 11, senior center bus, changed to $100,000. And number 12, ARFF for airports, $350,000, and all other matters properly related thereto.
What's the ARFF?
It's the aircraft firefighting rescue vehicle. The vehicle's out of the
right.
air.
Yeah.
So Patsy, you actually should have left the senior center bus, reading it in the agenda as $150,000.
I'm sorry, I said which one incorrectly?
The senior center bus,
Yes.
you said changing it to 100,000? Did you
Yes.
read 150,000?
Didn't we just change it to 100,000?
Actually, in this fund, we can just remove it because
Right,
we've
but I
already
just-
approved it in the other one.
Right, but the thing is, when she read it into the record, I think she didn't read the 100, unless I missed
Okay.
that.
Oh,
Thank you. Number 11, senior center bus at $150,000, that we changed to $100,000.
Right, but I mean, you're just reading it into the record, so
Right,
the
thank you.
discussion is when we'll.
Got it.
There is also one missing from the list that Keith gave me. There was also supposed to be an Austin Fire Department for $7 million.
Austin Fire Department
Yes,
for $7 million?
yeah.
And then I see on his item detail,
Austin?
was the footbridge.
I'm sorry, let's go back to that again. The number 7. New fire station?
Yes, well, the list that Keith gave me, you'll find it in Fund 55, also lists a fire station for Austin as well, and that didn't make it on this list.
Oh, so number 7 should read, new fire station for Austin and Battle Mountain,
But
$7
that's
million.
$7 million each.
Each.
And the
14 million.
pedestrian bridge didn't make it
I
either.
see. Okay, total
Cindy?
14 million.
Yeah, because there was no dollar amount.
Okay,
That's the only reason I didn't put it on there, is because I didn't have a dollar amount.
okay.
Then, where is the new civic center?
Where is it?
I mean, are you talking Battle Mountain Civic Center?
Yes. So the ones that I submitted are projects that were discussed previously. It's to bring them forward, to talk about my 5-year plan for those, or we'll take them off the books if we're not gonna consider. 'Em. So it's to do a little house cleaning on past, project
Well,
or
the
discussions.
only thing is with that is if we need to, if we're gonna consider them, then they need to be on the agenda so we can really talk about them in full.
Right.
Unless we're just gonna say, we're all in agreement to scratch that, or we're all in agreement to leave it on, and we'll look further.
Well, right now, we have money earmarked to these things, correct?
No.
Some of them we do,
No.
some of them we don't.
Okay.
No,
Some,
do you
some
want
there
to?
is and some there isn't.
On this list, we don't. It's on the next list
Oh, is it
down,
the next
is
one?
where the rollovers are,
Okay,
yes.
all
So-
right, then no, there is no money allocated to these projects.
Okay, so the other thing is, you know, I did have another project that I talked to Bert and Keith about that wasn't included in this, and Keith said that we could kinda sorta consider it all other matters properly related thereto. I talked to Bert about, a road project on 8A, which basically from the pavement east, approximately 6 miles needs a total reconstruct.
Does that put you right about the mouth of Lewis Canyon?
No, that would be where it curves, right by Tamara's.
Oh, gotcha, right there. So right there at the mouth of Lewis, because Lewis, Tamara's here, Lewis here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can
Right,
kinda keep, but, yeah. Also Hilltop Road has got some really, really bad spots. I know I was actually talking to someone today, and I had looked at the road this weekend. I didn't go out when it was muddy, but there's places that it's just sand, it's soft, and when it's wet, you get a foot or so of mud. So that one would be some reconstruction of dig outs, but it needs widened and gravelled. And then, if there was no money left in the budget for, widening graveling on Country Mile.
Bert, I see we have an item on here, 100,000 crushed rock. Is that for like fixing up those roads
Correct.
to where they don't wash and settle and
Yeah.
like that?
So what we have right now on a lot of these roads is a lot of clay, but we don't have any crushed rock. All of our rock is round, kind of river rock, so nothing binds to it. You know, everything kind of runs off of it. But if we had some crushed rock, some binder, then everything kind of sticks to it, and that's kind of how you make your better roads. That's what these pits are doing. So that was the thought process behind that.
Okay. Is that $100,000? Is that, I mean, because we have a lot. I mean, the roads I'm thinking of are the Marble Ranch Road, the Hilltop Road. Those are the two that come to mind.
Yep.
Is that enough?
Oh yeah, you can
$100,000
crush,
enough to
you can crush
rock?
a lot of rock. So I've spoke to Humboldt County, spoke to Eureka County, and they've had exceptional luck with bringing a crusher in and having them crush rock for them and putting it on their roads. That's what they recommended.
So Bert, let me ask you this though. I guess my understanding and what I was thinking is, you know, doing custom crushing, having somebody come in and stockpile it for it so that your guys could utilize it when you needed it. And not so much placing, you know, having the contractor place it, but having someone come in and crush it and stockpile it for our use.
That's all they would be doing.
Okay, cause the way you said it made it sound like they would be placing it.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, but Brian, and I really, I don't know, maybe it's crushing rock. I don't know how much they charge you. How much would you get out of $100,000?
Well, without putting it out and seeing where it's at, I don't wanna speak out of turn, but I know these other counties are getting like 5 and 6 different pits crushed. They're getting a tremendous amount of tonnage.
Well, that's what I was wondering is typically they, you know, they'll crush by the ton, won't they? So you spend $100,000, you get 50,000 tons of crushed base.
Yeah, you could say.
How much do you think you could use in a year?
Well, the other counties are using about 40,000 a year, but they already have stockpiles they're pulling from. We
So
don't have
that's
a
what
current
I'm
built
wondering.
stockpile at any of these pits, so that's what and the other issue that then you start running into is we screen our own material to create them rock piles to be crushed. So if we don't have them rock piles there for them to crush,
Well, excuse me, but when you're crushing, you use pit run, you need the fines, you need the,
No, see, that's a separate operation, so when we screen our material, we're screening, say, 2-inch rocks minus, so any rock bigger than 2 inches falls into a separate pile, and that's where you get your rock pile at. And so you have a crusher come in, so you aren't paying for them to run tons of fines through the machine, you're paying for straight rock to be crushed, and that's your best bang for your buck.
you're not getting the fines for your base material though, that's what your base is it's got a percentage of those fines that with the fractured rock eliminates the voids, and so it's able to be compacted, otherwise you just have a fractured loose rock.
Yeah, so I think the issue is though, is on our roads, we have too many fines, and that's why we have all the blowouts. And that's where the soft spots come from, because there's no structural material there to build the foundation.
That's where you need a base, and that's, the base is created by your fractured rock with the fines in it, and, okay.
But isn't the crushed rock gonna mix with the fines of the road to create your base?
Correct, so.
I mean, I don't know the roads.
So we're building our foundation with that, correct, that's the thought process. Otherwise, we would just haul straight base onto our roads that already have the rock in it, but that doesn't solve our problem. Every road has to start with that foundation of the rock.
But you don't have any base now.
No, we
All
have
you have
tons,
is screen material.
tons
You
of
don't-
fines, so we need some of the coarse material in there.
Okay, so we need to look at the amounts and if we wanna change any of these amounts and if we still have questions, cause there's a lot on here, whether we're gonna keep on or whether we're gonna take it off or consider it.
So, Yellow Brick, Sheep Creek, and Casey, are these all out in the new development?
Yeah, I believe there should be a map there that I provided with showing where all these projects would take place.
And you're in his original.
Oh, and
They're in Fund 2.
Yellow Brick paving is actually from Lemaire School. If you continue straight down Lemaire Road and wrap around and you continue straight past Marvels, that would be the road would pave from there straight out and tie into like where Kathy's subdivision is out there, Yellow Brick Road.
What's Humboldt?
It turns into Humboldt,
Right, so if you continue straight off Humboldt.
correct.
Okay. And then sidewalks, East First Street.
So the sidewalk was just kind of a safety measure, something I wanted to throw out there. I'm not sure if this is something that the commission even wants to entertain, but, everywhere you go, all of our streets are real wide, but you see the kids riding their bikes all through the streets and everywhere else because they don't have a sidewalk to walk on. So this is one sidewalk per street. That way everybody has, not putting sidewalks down both sides, it's just one on one side of the street, so there's at least one place for people to travel out of the road, was the thought process behind that.
And ADA compliant.
And yes, of course, anything we put in, including any of our roads or anything that we do, when we tie a sidewalk in, we make sure everything's ADA compliant.
So that was actually something the RTC did talk about at one time, and I fully support that we need sidewalks.
This is gonna be a 4-part plan, is what I had in mind. This kind of just takes care of this section of town that I put in and then I'd move, small bites.
Okay, the senior center parking lot, so that needs repair now. It's unsafe.
It's not necessarily unsafe, it's just not a very good parking lot. It's something that's been asked of me to put on, so I put it on. We would do all the removal of the concrete and prep work there, and then have a contractor come in and put that concrete in the asphalt.
But it's
down.
something you'd like to do this coming year, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay. That brings us to the 2 new fire stations. I have no idea where in the world you'd wanna build one in Austin.
So,
Do we need one? We're putting on a new roof, and we're getting them new furnaces, and we're doing a lot of repair. And
you're right, it's an old building, the ambulance house is an old building, this is
excuse
just.
me, everything in Austin is an old building.
You're right. So we're looking at, in front of the current road and bridge, but this is on a 5-year plan. This is my total cost, my total estimated cost. If you flip the page, you'll see year 1, to put the money in these different accounts. If that's the direction that the commission wants to go, it would give me the ability to actually look at land, get a solid cost on building the fire stations, and then next year, more money would be put in and so on. And like I say, they're on 3 and 4 and 5 year plans. These are the total costs associated.
And Battle Mountain,
We're looking right next door at some land right next door.
okay, we'll open it up to, public comment, that's okay.
Jody Moore. I know that there was issues with the old courthouse because they moved everything and then it sits there. So do you have a plan with what you're gonna do with the old firehouses if you get a new one? Or are they just gonna sit there too?
Well, I don't, like I said, this is just a discussion right now to see if the commission even wants to move forward with it. If they put money in it, then we'll look at all those options, where we're gonna put it, what kind of fire stations we're gonna build, what we'll do with the old ones. So, I just wanna know if they wanna move forward before I invest a lot of time and effort into moving forward on these.
That's a good
Well,
point,
we're
Joe.
in the very first initial step.
Right, I just know there was a big
Yeah.
issue with the
Yeah.
courthouse and there should have been a lot of planning of what was gonna happen and such, and it didn't get done, so now it's sitting and, so I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah,
if something's
Okay,
gonna come new,
understand.
that we know what we're doing with the old.
it would take a lot of time, before this is gonna happen, if it even happens.
Alicia Price for the record. Did I hear right, because I was a little hard to hear, both of these buildings will be $7 million?
Yes, no,
This
each
is-
one,
Each one,
Each
that's
one,
what I
yeah.
mean, each
So
one.
total
yeah,
cost
not
14
together,
million.
total cost 14
So
million.
how many engines does Austin have compared to us?
They have 3 engines right now, and
And
then,
would they put the ambulance in there as well?
yes, it would be combined
So
engine.
would their building be
fire
as
and-
big as ours, and do they have as many vehicles? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why they would need as big a building.
Because they're gonna put the ambulance in it as
In there.
well.
And ours are
so-
separate.
And ours are separate right
Okay.
now. And we have 2 ambulances in the south.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
The next one is the Civic Center.
Once again, this was something has been brought up in the past, building a new civic center and an amphitheater and so on and so forth, for the town, to have an actual meeting hall, a place where we could bring in conferences and so forth. So like I said, if it's something that this commission wants to move forward with, it's also, I believe, on a 3-year plan, to build.
Was there any proposed area or location that they were thinking about putting it there? Would they
Well,
care to
that
do
was also talked about, next door, at this property next to us, to make a community center, safety building, something along those lines. So it would all be combined into one.
The gravel pit park, is that Bert?
No,
No,
that's,
that was mine.
Oh, okay, 5 million, okay.
and once again on that, if that's something the commission wants to move ahead with and they put money in it to start with, that's also on a multi-year plan. That gives me the, ability to go out, actually look at it, get some environmental impact studies, and look at the cost to build it, come up with some designs to present to the commission to see if that you wanna go forward with.
So that figure of 5 million, that's just something we've kind of just, it's like a best guesstimate type thing?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's why I say, if you say, okay, well, we're gonna put, $1 million in a project this year. So that gives me the ability to go out and get some solid pricing, costs on what it is, look at some good land features, some good areas, and then come back and say, okay, well, we're actually looking at 2.5 million to do it, and this is what it would look like for the next 3.
I'm assuming this park would be over here somewhere?
Yeah.
This gravel pit over here?
And I went out there the other day, because I kind of hadn't been out there probably since I was in high school. And went out and looked around out there, and was kind of surprised at the bike trails, and I don't mean like motorcycle bikes, but like bikes, really nice bike trails that they have made out there, that you have the actual water, and then you have all these phenomenal bike trails that have been made over the last, I don't know, well, several years. And the waterfowl and stuff out there is actually kind of cool. And, there's a lot of, apparently it must have been a dump or something before because of all the garbage and the stuff that needed to be cleaned up around there. But it was actually kind of cool, for people who like to cycle. So, even if this doesn't go through, it's still a really neat place out there for people in town who cycle, because it's kind of cool out there.
Industrial Park and when that came before us, we said, we'll look into that and see what it's all gonna be, so, that was, 15 million that we're adding on here to look into. Senior center bus, and the ARPA for airports, 350,000, and that was your estimate? Keith?
I'm sorry, with number 12?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the ARF, the aircraft firefighting piece of equipment. Due to the fact that we have the air tankers out there, I got a call actually last week from Stead Air Base. They want to use our field for the C-130 touch and goes, and they wanted to know specifically what type of crash rescue we had, which what we have out there, and no offense, Ron, but it doesn't meet the criteria for crash fire rescue equipment.
Okay, I'd also like to look at one of them that I think we'd at least consider for future, and that's the pedestrian bridge that we talked about for some time, and it's still on NDOT's radar, and still the RTC. And that was the one crossing Highway 80 for emergencies. And it would be, I don't know what we need to put into it. We had 3 million that was set aside a few years ago to put towards it. And that 3 million was taken out and used for the pool. So I would like to see some of that come back into it as we look at it to the future. And I'd like to see a little bit more with it.
Well, so what's the pedestrian bridge?
That would be the bridge that goes over the freeway. And at one point, it was talked about that it would be an access, an emergency access, if for some reason the fire department or emergency vehicles couldn't cross the bridge to get to this side, to the south side, that they would have access over a footbridge. It was talked about it would be built wide enough to accommodate side-by-side or a gator or something along those lines to get across the freeway.
And I think primarily though, I mean, that was secondary to the original purpose of it was for the school kids, to keep them off the overpass on 305.
We felt that was still extremely dangerous, and that's their only way over. Also, we have the hazardous materials that are numerous per day that go over our current bridge, and anything could happen. And the other thing was just the convenience of senior center, the seniors who live on the other side, who could access over here to the grocery store and McDonald's and all of them by just walking over, and wouldn't even have to get in a car and come all the way around. And the same way for parents, if they wanted to drop the kids off right there and have them walk over, they didn't have to come this whole way around.
Especially with the congestion now being created.
We had a lot of reasons for it, but we did have it on target, Brian, and we even had the contract come before us with NDOT. We had other grants, we had RTC funds, and we had the $3 million. And the commissioners stopped the contract, took the $3 million, and we're saying it's still something we haven't forgotten. And of course, it would take a lot more discussion, but I'd like to see at least put in here for future.
Well, and to add to that, the congestion over there, since the Maverick has put their diesel, made it more prevalent, everybody in town knows that now that you have diesel trucks all congesting that area up and over, so it makes it a little bit more dangerous as well.
Good reasons.
So,
what do you think, Judy, on the amount?
Well, actually, I was thinking about 3.5 million. We have money in the RTC fund to cover a large portion of it. This was originally presented 6 years ago, 7, 8 years ago. I mean, well, not that long, 6 years ago. 6 years ago was when I think it started. We did have some engineers' estimates, and we were kind of pushing around for $3 million. Of course, 6 years, costs have changed. Like I said, I'd like to see maybe $3.5 million. We do have money in the RTC. If it's more, we'll add to it. If it's less, then, we give some back. I'd also like to, like I had mentioned before, add on this, the 8A road project for $4 million. And that one.
For $400?
$4 million.
Oh, I'm going.
That is something that
Okay.
probably should be done this year.
What project is that?
It's not, it wasn't on there, it was the 8A project, reconstructive of old 8A.
Oh.
And Hilton's
What she
working on it.
spoke about. Okay, is there anything on here that you would like for us to take off and not consider right now for future? Because a lot of these will be okay and they go forward, and a lot of them will be discussed on our agenda in length, right?
And there's several of these that I put the wrong amounts by them. I put the full amount instead of what should have been budgeted for the first year. So you might wanna change those amounts.
Well, I guess what I kind of think, is we can leave the amounts, and once we find out, you know, what our net proceeds are, or what's projected, we can go and put them into the 5-year plan. I mean, some of them definitely can be done, this year. Some of them, you know, you have engineering involved and whatnot, so it's definitely gonna be drug on for a couple of years, but I would like to leave the numbers on them now. And like I said, if there's a way to do some of them now, let's do them. If we can't, let's put them on the 5-year plan.
I think we have a question on, does somebody have a question on the item?
We'll open up for public comment.
Again, sorry, Lori Price. So I was just curious, well, I guess because I don't understand all of this, but how much, and I didn't bring my other paperwork, but how much is in this fund, the CCP?
We don't know that until we get net proceeds.
How much do you think is going to be in here?
Don't know this year.
Yeah, we don't know.
This year's the bad, we just don't know.
Right now, there's about $35 million in this account.
Okay. So if you decide to do all these projects, then, and then maybe you change next year and say, no, we're not gonna do these, does this stay in the account? It just,
Well, it's
These
it's
projects
just
will
the way
not
you're
all be
moving things
done.
around.
Yeah, they're not all being done this year. These are
Right.
just ones we want to look at and go in further. Some will be done that we've talked about. Other ones we're just saying, yes, it's all possible, leave them on so we can look into them more. That's all.
Okay, so the money isn't gonna be spent?
No.
No.
Okay.
But a lot of times, okay, we've got, you know, rollovers coming up the next agenda item. Those are projects that have already been approved, that haven't been completed, but that money has been earmarked for them.
So it's not
And
gonna go anywhere?
It's not, right, it's not being spent unless it's for that particular project.
Okay, and so these next ones, these rollovers,
Right.
that equal 34 million.
Okay, we're not on that one yet.
I know, but I mean, so does that come out of the same,
It's the same fund, yes.
yeah,
It's the same fund, it's just every year it's the net proceeds, we get more money.
and you just keep adding to it?
Well, we use
Unless
some
you
of it for
spend it on
projects.
something.
I mean, a lot of the paving, the sewer and water project throughout town, the courthouse, the civic, the rec center, that was paid out of this fund by the net proceeds.
Okay.
And then correct, Lori, just maybe, to just give you some extra, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of this stuff, the money is, we're somewhat earmarking it for it, and it somewhat safeguards and protects that money, right?
Yes,
From other
that's
players in the
correct.
state.
Just because, like I said, you know, we put these amounts in there, it's not necessarily to spend it. Some of these projects, if approved, gives us the ability to actually go out and spend some money to have, cost estimates done, engineers estimates and so forth, so that we might spend $100,000 to have a actually solid, plan put together to bring back to the commission and say, okay, well, this $7 million project, based on an engineer's estimate, is really only $5 million. Or this $7 million project based on an engineer's estimate is really $10 million. And then we can decide on, or they can decide if they want to move forward with it. And it does protect the money in the sense that, or it does protect the money that it's earmarked for a project.
So one of the things, you know, one of the projects that we'll talk about, the next agenda item, has been on the agenda for, or has been earmarked for, what, 10 years or more?
The dam, or the levy?
Yeah.
Yeah, the levy's been on budgets for quite a while.
So that money can't be used for anything else?
If we scrapped it, we could reallocate it. But that one, since we've spent so much money with design and whatnot, you know, you're not going to. Just like the pedestrian bridge. When we came before the commissioners, the RTC, and asked for that, we had that rolled over for several years before the commissioners, you know, a new group of commissioners came in and decided to utilize it for something else. So it's not to say it's guaranteed that it's going to go to that project. I mean, it can. If these things don't get done, while some of us are in term, the next board could change things. But it is earmarked for a particular project, and it.
Okay, I understand that. Will you get any public input on any of these projects?
On the ones I've recommended or suggested, absolutely, yes. That would be, like for the fire stations, I'd get with Ron and Bart, talk about it. The gravel pit would include BLM and.
Should we possibly hold maybe some public hearings on them as well?
Some
I mean, I think
workshops.
something of that nature and that expense
Oh, yeah.
probably should.
The board
Yeah.
can
Your
do,
community.
the board can do anything they want to do, absolutely. Alicia, you had
Alicia
something?
Price, that was one of my questions, is if you'd have like a town hall or something so that, because, I mean, I got a couple issues on here that I don't love, but sidewalks I do think are really important, because you got a lot of elderly and blind people as well that are having issues getting places, I've heard, so, and I'm sure they're gonna come up here in front of you at one point in time, but, yeah, so any of these on here, other than probably the roads being paved, will come up and the community will have an input, and will it just be at a commissioners meeting, or will we have a town hall, or, I mean?
You know, we do it on agenda always.
Okay.
From there, it's up to commissioners, or if the public says,
Okay.
you know, we really like a hearing, we value your input, and if they feel that's important, and they certainly are with the amount of money, it's up to us, and we're happy to hold a hearing.
Because this is gonna come up again.
Absolutely.
You do another budget hearing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Jody Moore again. So if you have something on here and then it gets voted down, do you just turn around and put it back on the next year, or how does that work? Because I remember last year being at a commissioner meeting where the gravel pit got turned down.
That was 2 years ago, and we have new commissioners,
So every time there's new commissioners, it'll be back on, or how
It
does
could
that
come
work?
back on every single year. It's new opinions, new ideas, so just because it was turned down once doesn't mean it's necessarily gonna get turned down again.
And if it is, then it'll be next year and next year.
I'm not saying that, Jody,
If-
I'm just,
I'm sorry.
no,
Jane.
I
I
mean,
guess it's, we have the right to do that.
Right.
If we feel that things have changed, or the board has changed, opinions have changed, input has changed from the community, all kinds of things change, and then we look at it again.
Cause look at Rock Creek, that's a perfect example. What is that? I mean, how much money was spent on that, and then it was gone, then it came back, then it was gone, and then it came back. So it doesn't necessarily mean these things are gonna happen.
I just
they're
remember,
just-
yeah, whether it was last year or the year before, it was said no, that there might be a personal conflict of interest in that, so I was kind of surprised to see it again, but, I am a big supporter of the Civic Center, either improvements or something new, because everyone in the community enjoys that, and there's 4 or 5 events that have outgrown the Civic Center, so anything that we can do to improve
And
on
we
that.
always appreciate your input, Jody.
I'm sure you
We
do.
don't- No, I mean that sincerely, even if we don't agree, we always appreciate the input. That's the best part of what we do, it really is.
well, the one thing about
Okay,
it,
ready for a motion?
at least Jody's here.
What?
I said, the one thing about it is at least Jody's here, is
That the
She
public
comes to the
responds,
meetings.
yes.
I will make a motion that we approve the CCP new projects as presented. Removing the senior center bus, adding the Austin Fire Department for $7 million, the pedestrian bridge for $3.5 million, and the 8A reconstruct project for $4 million.
Did you say pedestrian bridge?
Yeah?
I didn't hear you.
And these are,
I'm
all we're
picking up,
saying is,
I'm picking up half. Okay, that sounds good.
And I'd also like to add to that, wait a minute, can we get a, do we, I'll wait till we get a second, if we do,
Oh, okay.
before I add something.
Okay,
so all we're doing is we're basically.
these are our dreams.
Yes, for further discussion.
Yes.
At which time we can fine tune and say how we're gonna go about it. and what-
Absolutely,
okay,
absolutely. So this is the tentative, or this is our workshop.
Mhm.
That we'll have another budget, meeting or budget workshop, and you can fine tune it. And then we'll have one more final, that you guys are gonna say, we're good with this, and we're gonna send it to the state at that time. So, yeah, this is all, I mean, I can tell you right now, the stuff I've put in, it definitely needs to be fine tuned, and it needs to be put out over 2, 3, 4-year projects. So,
I want it now, Keith.
nothing till July 1st.
Well, I know that.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, Judy made the motion with the changes, Brian seconded. Any other discussion?
Yeah, to add to this, capital project acquisitions, I think we need some new hearing aids for Patsy. And Brian.
What she said?
Hearing aids.
No, people just need to speak up.
I'm talking into the mic, okay? Clean your ears out.
Okay, Judy made the motion, Brian seconded. Any other public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I thought we had all of this in. Okay, with the time frame, I'm gonna say, let's go for it and see if we can finish everything up today.
Oh. Yeah.
Number 48, CCP rollovers, discussion and possible action, totals $34,353,450. Number 1, Rock Creek Dam, $20 million. We are rolling over $500,000. Number 2, levy, rollover $7 million. Number 3, safety equipment, $255,000. Number 4, airport water project, $2,198,450. Number 5, Hog Knife, new water main, $2 million. Number 6, water and sewer district. Number 2, $2,600,000. Spur line, railroad, $50,000. Number 8, emergency project line, $250,000.
Okay, I have a question on the White Knife water main. Is that what's being worked on and built now?
That one is in progress.
Okay, so it's in progress.
That's not rollover.
Yeah, that's what I was curious.
It's not? It'll be
No,
done?
they should be done by June 30th.
Well, there may be a portion of that that gets rolled over, but me and Cindy got to get together on that.
Okay.
By then.
So it's still a rollover though?
Yes. Yes,
Part-
there'll
yeah,
be a percentage
portion,
of it
yeah.
that's rolled over.
Okay.
The Rock Creek Dam, the commissioners before decided we still needed to be at the table and we needed to have some kind of a commitment. We still don't know exactly what's on the table with all of that, but that's the reason your $500,000 is in here and request to continue to roll it over.
I just remember, was it, back in 1988,
Been forever, you're right.
that, so we're just discussing whether or not we want these to continue on or what?
Right, these are our rollovers and do we want to continue with them?
Well, and I think the 500,000 also was if we were to do any feasibility studies or
Right.
whatnot.
The water and sewer district number 2 was actually approved because they were going to do the NDOT road on Highway 50 and we approved this amount for them, but then they stopped the road. Now have all the rest before us at our next agenda with more on sewer. But this amount will be used at some point, for sure, whether it's number 2 or whether it's us or whoever, so we're rolling it.
Patsy?
Judy.
So basically, Austin asked for grant money for their water and sewer.
The extra, the $360,000, the new truck and everything was
No,
for sewer.
no, I mean, that, under the grant for other things for their water.
Water sewer district, that, the
Was
Kingston
it-
you're talking about?
No, no, no.
No, it was Austin's
This
sewer
one
and
right
water
here?
district number 2. It was in your grant proposals
Yeah,
for,
We didn't do anything with it.
no, we didn't, that's why I'm bringing it up.
there was 2 of them.
$3,990,300 and $260,000.
The $260,000 was a 10% increase on this number 6 for inflation.
So.
And then the other one was for additional
And
streets.
that will be an agenda item on our next commission.
Okay, okay, I just,
Okay.
I mean, I know it's not a
being
rollover,
put on,
but,
Judy,
Huh?
on the next meeting.
right, I know it's not a rollover, but I forgot to.
Yeah.
where
So
we're
you
gonna-
guys have a decision to make on that.
So these are the rollovers, and if anybody has any problem with rolling anything over with where we are.
Number 3, you can scratch off, cause that was in Fund 29. That you already approved.
That's all.
Can we scratch off number 4?
I don't wanna really scratch it off, because even if there's
We-
only $500,000 worth of work left, it's still gotta carry you to the new year, and you gotta have money to be able to pay for it.
I know, but they haven't started it yet, have they?
Number 4, the white knife.
No, no, no.
Oh, no,
But
the airport.
The
Okay,
airport
sorry.
water project.
I looked at the wrong one.
Crossing off air.
That's a pending
water
contract.
project?
No, I know that, I was being a little facetious on that one, that,
Okay.
But then, so, if I wanted to discuss certain things about these, is this the time to do it or not? That would be later on.
Oh, no,
No,
yeah.
you can.
Yeah, so it's like the Rock Creek Dam, it was very, there was a lot of litigation, a lot of
Yes.
legal stuff.
Mhm.
And it's like, I've been thinking, do we really wanna fight that fight, cause we're gonna incur legal costs to do it? And, you know, we're spending taxpayers' dollars with the chance of potentially being told no. Because you had already told me that we've already received some calls from
Absolutely. I have.
Washington.
Yes,
Okay,
from Washington
that- Yeah,
DC.
that will come back on, and like I
That's what I'm
said,
asking, do I
Yeah.
kinda discuss it now, or is this at
Yeah,
a
no, this
different
is
point?
the time.
no, we don't wanna discuss the whole thing, we wanna discuss it.
No, I'm just
from
bringing up some of my concerns with it, whether
Yeah.
we're
Why
gonna leave
can't
it
we
here on it
discuss
or
it now?
take it off.
Yeah, exactly, that's what this is, if you wanna scrap the project,
Well, that's what I'm just looking at it.
Yeah.
Or maybe
mean, it's
just
like-
leave it at the 500,000 and
So-
not add
yeah, so
to it.
last year, the commission put $500,000 in there as a holding place, so to speak, for it. But if this commission says, you know what, it's not worth going there, we cut it out.
I mean, Ted, honestly, do you think that's something we could pull off, this Rock Creek? I mean, we're not dealing with we're dealing with the Washington group.
We were dealing with Washington, we were getting feedback, Ron, we were getting feedback that BLM and the tribe and all these agencies were on our side in this.
Local agencies here, right?
Right, and even in Washington. So the BLM was pushing for it, but then things quieted down. So, and that's what I've noticed, that it goes up and down and peaks and valleys, and right now, I don't see any enthusiasm for the project outside of the commitment we've given it, so.
personally, I don't
Yeah.
think it'll ever happen.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, the main reason they put it on was simply so we would make some type of a commitment showing that we wanna be at the table. That if something happens, we're there, that's all. It wasn't any agreement that, oh yeah, let's pursue Rock Creek Grant. We
The-
haven't gone into, that's a
One of the
whole
biggest
different
things,
matter.
Brian, was that it would allow us a reservoir full of water that
Right.
everybody downstream really was excited about,
Yeah.
because there's no other reservoir on that river.
No, I definitely think there's some upsides. I'm just wondering about the fight, you know, and
Well-
the cost of that fight.
It was looking good, but then it started looking bad, so, and
Well-
that's what happens with Washington. So-
And with all the water issues we're having right now, is it really feasible to start another fight over water? Because they're already fighting over junior water rights and things like that further downstream. Is this something, a fight we really want to get? I mean, we're,
If there's a reservoir here, everybody downstream would benefit from it. So,
But,
they don't have a problem with having If it was already done, they would love it. Because everyone would have access to it. We'd
Okay.
have to open up the gates for Levelwood,
Okay,
for
I
instance.
Then my other comment is on number 2, the levee project. So then I've looked at this. This thing has been ongoing since the early 2000s. The whole point of the levee was to try and reduce flood insurance for our local taxpayers.
Yes.
But even if we were to get this okay from the Army Corps, that's what we were going for back then, and FEMA signed off, it's still up to the lending company whether they reduce or take the flood insurance off, right?
Absolutely,
So
yes.
then I'm out looking at this. I drove around with their public works director,
That's true.
and it's like, and I talked to a couple of the old timers in town. Battle Mountain flooded because of lack of flow. The water could not flow. So you go out and you look at this now, and our flow channel actually nicks itself down. So you have the culverts that run under the freeway. It does no good for them to be that big, because at the end point, it's this, you know what I'm saying? And the water's going to back up. You see what I'm saying? So why not put our money and our efforts into increasing the flow, maybe digging out the channels that the water flows so it can, because if the water can move, it won't flood.
Right.
But I think the levee project is a go, right?
We're still working on it, yes, we are.
Anyway,
still working-
that's just what I had to say about it.
we've
Because I
eliminated
see
the-
that it's just been ongoing and ongoing, and
Right.
money
No,
spent
you're
and
right.
money spent, all for the chance that it might not reduce flood insurance for
That's
taxpayers.
You're absolutely right.
And not only that, wasn't one of the biggest issues when it did flood was the railroad tracks, that's why they blew the railroad
Well,
tracks
boom,
up.
yeah, you
And
talk
as
to
soon
any
as
old
they
timer in
did,
town,
it
15
went
minutes,
down.
the water moved
And that
down.
was before they had the
Maybe we
freeway
do
too.
need to put that on as another agenda item, and we take another look at it. But for right now.
I mean, I just have some more questions for the engineers, like what is the cubic, I mean, it's like the 100-year flood, what is that flow of water, and can it handle it? If it can't, then maybe that's what we should be looking at. Because honestly, I think we could probably do it for less than $7 million. I mean, that's just my thoughts, so, on those 2 projects, so.
Okay. So the question is, do we want to take anything off, or do we want to at least let them go through, and then we'll just put on agenda items so we can discuss them?
I mean, what do the other commissioners think?
Moore Creek can come off, I think.
And I agree with that.
Okay?
I mean, Patsy, to me, now is the time to discuss these projects.
You can, or we can put them on, like I said, you could roll it over and put them on, and that way the public gets input too, because they are on the agenda.
But they've been on the agenda before and the public's been,
I
they get
understand
notified.
that, but that doesn't mean somebody might not see it and show up, so I'm saying, you know, it's, you have the vote, you can do what you want to do.
And then the water and sewer district number 2, is that the Kingston deal?
No, that's
Austin.
Austin,
okay.
and that'll be on next week's agenda
Okay.
for you guys to discuss a direction to go.
The sewer, basically, this is the one that was put aside for the water. When Highway 50 is dug up, we're doing the water main.
This is also sewer, it is water and sewer.
Yes.
Right, but the main one is the sewer one that they came with, the extra ones that we're gonna be discussing all of it, but.
Yeah, but the
But
one that
this is
was
the only
approved
one.
for last year was both water
Right.
and sewer.
And then what's the spur line railroad? What's that project?
So we actually had a visit from Catherine Cortez Masto, and she does the infrastructure stuff, she's sponsoring an infrastructure bill for the state.
Okay.
So one of the things we talked about was doing some type of a rail spur out across from the airport there for industrial
Okay.
reasons.
Right.
So we put, was it 50,000? Yeah, 50,000 to,
Okay.
for a whole.
Do we
install.
own property there?
No, it would be
Who owns the property that would,
Battle Mountain Lands.
so I would say we take the spur road off, the spur line off.
That's completely up to you, to the board, however you wanna do it.
I mean, if there's someplace else that we could put it,
Well, the reason that area was picked is it's a long straight shot, it would be a good place to have a spur line.
I understand
Don't know.
that, Keith,
don't
it's
know.
just,
I know.
I don't think that we should be doing business with them at all. In the future.
We shouldn't be doing anything with them, in my opinion, but I agree with you, but there are other places that we could possibly do it.
If there are other places, then definitely, but.
And a lot of it depends on where we put our industrial park, and Kyla's working on that now.
I'll make a motion, oh, Kathy?
No, I wasn't gonna.
Oh, I'll make a motion to approve the CCP rollovers with the exceptions of eliminating Rock Creek Dam, safety equipment, and that's it.
And then, okay,
Sorry.
so that's off. Oh, and the airport water project too, right? That needs to come off?
No,
No?
No, that one needs to stay on.
no, we can't touch it.
No, because pending contract.
And then on this levy, do we just put it on a future agenda to discuss it some more?
Sure, if that's what
Okay.
you would like, we certainly will.
Yeah, I'd definitely like it.
Okay.
I've got some, now that I've got a better understanding, and I'd like to talk to those engineers and ask some questions to further my understanding possibly, so.
Sure.
Okay, Judy made the motion,
Second.
Kathy seconded that. Two of them will not be rolled over, number one, Rock Creek Dam, and number three, the safety equipment was already changed. Any other discussion? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Number 49, emergency maintenance, discussion and possible action. Budgeted $375,000 for a new fire truck. Otherwise, no changes, and all matters properly related thereto.
So this year, we did buy a new fire truck that's gonna go to the south. My request here would be to purchase another Wildland Urban Interface piece of equipment, fire truck, to go into the south, one in Austin, one in Kingston. That puts Austin Fire with a brand new Type 3 and a Type 6, which is a pickup pumper type of a engine that's about 5 years old. It gives Austin a new Type 3 fire engine, as well as the Type 6 that was purchased last year, the pickup truck, or pickup type fire apparatus. So in the south, we would have all new fire equipment as well as all new ambulances, and it would be set for the next 20 years, or better.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the $375,000 for a new fire truck under the emergency maintenance fund.
I'll second.
Judy made the motion, we approve the emergency maintenance fund, and Kathy seconded that. Any other discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody vote?
Yep.
I'm feeling so sad.
Aye.
We're all tired.
We're almost done. Thank you. Okay, 50, reserve fund, discussion and possible action. Budgeted $225,000 for a new ambulance. Capital outlay decreased $125,000, and all other matters properly related thereto.
So this was actually budgeted this fiscal year, but it's going to end up being purchased they're building it now. It'll be purchased, or built, completed, I believe they said September or October of this year. So it's a rollover.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the reserve fund budget as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you, Judy made the motion, that's approved, Kathy seconded. Any other discussion?
Keith, how often how many years do we get out of the ambulance? How often are we buying? Seems like we're buying ambulances all the time.
Well,
We were buying them back when I was the commission, and then the commission after me bought
Those
ambulances.
fell apart.
So what we did was we replaced they were 2008, I believe, or 2006s. I don't remember the dates, but that's what we've replaced now in a rotation. They bought one in 14, we bought one in 16, we bought one in 18, and then we're gonna get another one this year. So they're on a rotation now.
So how many ambulances do we have total between Austin and Battle Mountain?
We'll have 2 in Battle Mountain, 2 in Austin.
One in Kingston.
Well, 2 in the south, Austin, Kingston, 2 in the north, and 1 reserve.
Okay, and then all these old ambulances, are they still just stockpiled around here?
So we used one, the real old one that was a 96. That one we used as trade. When we bought one of the ambulances, we traded it in because it was pretty bad shape. We sold one to the mines last year. And then we haven't done anything because we haven't replaced them yet.
Right, okay. Alright, so that's for that.
Any public comment? Okay, Judy made the motion, Kathy seconded that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. That passes. We're on 51. Airport capital, discussion and possible action. A, total projects, $293,750. Number 1, Austin General Engineering Services for $15,000. Number 2, Austin Extended Fire Protection and Water Service, $10,000. Number 3, Austin FAA Rehabilitate Access Road and Construct Hangar Taxi Line, $57,750. Number 4, Battle Mountain General Engineering Services, $15,000. And number 5, Battle Mountain FFA Reconstruct and Expand West GA Apron for $200,000. And all other matters properly related thereto.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but on this airport stuff, isn't it, it's a majority of it's pass-through, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so is it like a 95.5, what's the split on?
We are reimbursed 94.75% for our FAA funded projects. The number one, the general engineering services of $15,000, that's used for just general, when we need consulting, or when there's a project that's not FAA funded, we use those funds for Austin, and the same in Battle Mountain. It's our JUB contract, our airport engineers contract, to do their items not related to the FAA reimbursement. The fire, I thought the fire protection, work's gone. I thought that was done. Was that one done, Patsy? Number 2? I thought they finished that one.
We did the well, we redid the well.
Right, and then there was the water line that was extended, because I know Road and Bridge South went out and dug the lines. They dug the trenches to put the water lines in.
Yeah, Michelle,
Yes,
do you remember on that one? We dug the water services from the well. Did we dig those lines and put them in? Are those done?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we dug those, we laid the pipe, we dug a trench.
Okay, thank you, Frank.
But I've never turned the water line on after we increased the size of that pipe. I've never actually turned on the hydrant or anything, but I know we did that. So I wasn't sure actually when I saw this on the budget, I wasn't sure what this was about. I thought maybe it was something Ray had talked about, having to do with long-term, putting a permanent water tank out there instead of the one we lease currently. And that was the only thing I could figure out. Maybe Ray Williams, the chair, had talked to you or had asked for that. So I'm afraid I can't give you much information.
Okay, thank you. No, you did. Thank you, Frank.
Okay, so it sounds like it may have been done, but I'd like to confirm that before we take it out.
Before we take it out.
Just to be sure.
And I know Ray did talk more about a permanent tank, yes.
Okay.
So maybe that, I'm not sure either.
Okay. Number 3, the $57,750, that is Lander County's portion for the access road and construct hangar in Austin. That's our part of the FAA grant.
Okay, the access road that we said FAA is helping with, but only goes to the boundary of the airport, and we still have that extra footage from the boundary to 722. So this is part of that.
Okay, just to when I went to the FAA meeting last week, or whenever it was, 2 weeks ago.
Couple weeks ago.
That has been rectified. We did find, or I should say Kyla, worked diligently with the BLM and JUB. We do have all of our permits are in place. The FAA at that meeting verbally said that the entire road from 722 to the airport will be paved on this project.
So maybe we don't need the full 57,000?
No, that's our 6 6%.
That's our,
cut.
oh, that's just our percentage?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's wonderful, they're gonna do all of it, thank you, good work.
That was,
Okay.
Kyla did that. I can't take the credit for it. She worked
It's only
really hard.
verbal, we'll go from there.
Yeah. General engineering, like I said, that's a $15,000 that we would use in the event of a non-FAA sponsored, grant, for their services. And then Battle Mountain, that should be FAA, not FFA, reconstruct and expand the West General Aviation Apron. That's our portion, the $200,000, that's our 6%, that's a very large project. We're actually going to be looking at, deepening the taxiways for the large air tankers. They need to be thicker, not deepening, but make them thicker for the heavier air tankers.
Yeah, that's what JUB said when they came before us, yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Any questions on that? Brian?
No questions.
I'll make a motion, we approve the airport capital budget as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Judy made the motion, airport capital as presented. Kathy seconded that. Any other public comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. Is that me?
Yeah.
Wow, excuse me, Michelle. 52, rainy day fund, discussion and possible action. A, total $15 million and all other matters properly related thereto. And in some of our discussions with our counterparts and counties and NACO and all of it, and our fiscal gentleman that handles everything for NACO said they might recommend we think about putting some of our money in a rainy day fund. And we'll get opinions of the folks on the board and our county manager and our legal staff.
Okay, so I'll go first. I think it would probably be, it doesn't mean we're spending it, it just means we're putting it in a dedicated fund in the event we have some type of a
Right.
shortfall or a rainy day where we need to dig into it. It wouldn't be used for anything, it would sit in there. My recommendation is that whatever we started at, whatever the board decides they would like to start that fund, that it's added to every year. $5 million or whatever the board would like.
Now, after talking to Tom Gransberry, where he was suggesting that we put the money going off of an NRS, you wouldn't actually be able to access that money until your ending fund balances declined 2 years in a row. And then you could access that money, so we'll have to be careful where we put it if you wanna be able to use
And
it.
that's the most important aspect. If you're gonna have a rainy day fund, you want protections on it, so you can't just tap into it whenever you want to.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
It
you
would be a
don't,
savings account.
well, otherwise you don't do it. It's just, there's other
Oh, yeah,
places.
you put it away, you're not gonna touch it unless those.
Right, exactly.
Right, and regulated, like she says by the.
And protected, like the state didn't protect theirs, they're missing millions and millions of dollars out of theirs.
So that means next year I can't come back and say you didn't use it, you have to give some back.
That's correct.
That's right.
That's right. That's the way my budget will be presented next year.
I'll make a motion to approve the rainy day fund as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Judy makes the motion that we start the rainy day fund. Kathy seconded that. Any further discussion? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. 53, discussion and possible action regarding changes to the fiscal year 2019-2020 recommended annual budget as prepared by the fiscal officer. Discussion and possible action regarding FY 2019-2020 tentative annual budget to be submitted to the State of Nevada, Department of Taxation, and all other matters properly related thereto. Actually, it comes back before us before we go to the state, but it's all
Yes.
part of what comes next, right?
Yes, I think that should actually be on the next time that I.
Yeah, we're not authorizing you to
Yeah.
to send that, okay, all right.
But basically, the next one will be the final tuning, unless we actually have to do a little more.
Once I get the tentative totally prepared, then I will bring it to you for approval. And if I need to make any changes other than what you've already approved, I will also bring those as well.
Yeah, and then she brings back the final, so it's two
Right.
times.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you guys can make changes anywhere, even when there's a final. And I'm sorry, I know that's the work line, but before we send it, we want the board before we send it to taxation, we want the board to be completely comfortable and answer all your questions.
Please don't do it 10 minutes before I have to put it in the mail.
Yeah, we don't want that, but we wanna make sure that it's exactly what the board wants.
Motion?
Motion for adjournment?
No.
No.
No. Motion for number 53.
So all we're doing is giving direction to, I'll make a motion that we, prepared by the fiscal officer.
Direct the fiscal officer to prepare our tentative budget.
Yeah, that'll be my motion.
Motion made by Brian and Judy, and seconded by
I'll second.
Kathy. Thank you. Any other public comment? Yeah, right, loop-de-loop, right? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, thank you. Now, public comment?
On the public comment for that, do you want me to fill out an agenda request to, for the employees portion for mine, to bring it back for the explanation? Is that what, to address, cause you said that you would want me to bring it back with
That's
further
right.
exploration, explanation. So would you like me to fill out an agenda request?
I think that would be easier, and we can still do it so we can handle that next Thursday. Is that all right with everyone?
No.
That'd be next Thursday.
I don't understand.
It wouldn't be able to make next Thursdays because the agenda's already been done.
Or I asked her to do about percentages of work loss and so forth.
I'm sorry,
So she wants to know how to bring it back.
Oh, on Thursday.
On her thing.
because we didn't do.
We need to approve the
We
labor
didn't-
side of it,
we
the wage
didn't-
side of it.
Yeah, so she wants to bring back that,
Can we just put it
So
on
an
the agenda?
request?
yeah, and I would say 2 weeks, or 3 weeks actually, say.
I would think,
3 weeks.
I would think that it could just be discussed under that budget item, because we're gonna have each, basically, we're gonna kinda have this again.
Well, we haven't adjourned. Do we want to, open up that item again and go back?
I have some, but I don't know if it's, yeah.
Well, let's do that.
I mean, I can go over, but if you guys are ready to be done, my other question is, somebody had stated that, this afternoon, and sorry I couldn't be here this afternoon, but I have somebody on, vacation, is that it was stated that on another, position that was part-time requested full-time, to go ahead and put it as full-time, and then it can be cut, later, so I just wanted to clarify that motion, and that was on the Civic Center part-time.
Civic Center, yeah.
So I was just checking to see if that is what was stated, cause I don't want it to be rumor coming to me, so I didn't know if you, I have some.
Yeah, that's what we said,
Yeah,
that's what we said about the
that
civic
was
center.
said, what was said about the
So-
Civic Center.
I just wanted to touch base on that.
Okay, so should we open up, say these again?
Well, if she doesn't have everything available yet, I would,
Well, it's a
I would
matter of
just-
whether we have enough information to make the motion to go from part-time to full-time, or, right, full-time and.
Well, you're
It's
asking for the addition of a full-time employee, correct?
So in my budget, I asked for my part-time to go full-time or an actual full-time,
Right, and we,
either or.
we asked for more information, we did not address that, so we're ready to come
And
back.
you
Yeah,
asked it,
we
but-
can.
Okay, let's go back.
What one is that?
Number 7?
That's book one?
Yes.
And I don't know for sure if I have enough, but I'll give you whatever you have.
001-002.
Okay, number 7, we are opening up item number 7 again. Clerk, discussion and possible action. Requesting to hire a full-time elections clerk or change the part-time archives records position into a full-time position to do both elections and archives records duties. Right, that's the one we're missing?
Correct, yeah, that's the one that you had asked me to do.
This is the one where we talked about the contracted labor.
Correct.
and- Yeah, okay.
Right.
so I guess I'm
So,
curious.
Yeah, where would you like me to start?
Well, I'm just really curious about, the fact that a motion was made and passed. And I really feel that it should,
My understanding was we left that part open
You
and
had asked
did
me
not
to bring it
address it
back.
in the motion, and it was recorded accordingly. We
Well-
didn't, I mean, we purposely left it out because we reported, we wanted more information on contract labor and such, that's the way I understood it.
And that was not what my motion was.
No.
But it was also stated on the record to come back with more information. And I haven't, of course, had time to get with Ted or Keith on the contract part. So that I would have to definitely sit down with them on that. I have other information here to kind of give you a history so that you understand, why it's being asked. So I think that's important. So I don't know if you want to wait till I have it all as one.
Yeah, I would just rather just have when you have it all, and then,
Together.
I think that'd be easier.
Right, my legal advice would be dependent upon, on your decision on whether she's part-time, or her employee's part-time or full-time anyway.
Whether the part-time goes to full-time or whether
Right.
she gets another full-time, right.
Right.
But my motion didn't include that.
Right,
And
but
it
there's
had
also
nothing-
discussion to bring it back. After your motion, if
Right,
I
that-
would bring it back.
Art, I believe it was Art, asked to bring back how much, work you guys have given back to district court. Remember, he said 30, 40, 70%?
Yeah, he wanted a percentage and I told him I
Yeah,
couldn't give him a
yeah,
percentage
and
on
so
that.
that's what he wanted, how much your workload was reduced when you went to district court.
Correct.
And then, we were gonna talk more about maintenance contracts and how they work, but we haven't had a chance to
Yeah,
really
on
sit
the
down and talk
1099s.
about that.
I can give you what I have currently.
Well, I think if Art asked for that information, that he should be here
Right.
to listen to it.
And that portion isn't, that I have today is not on the contract labor, it's to kind of give you the history of the employment to show that it is necessary, it is needed. If you go through and you look, as far as any elected official, all offices have 3 to 4 full-time employees, and I have 2.5. I have my part-time that's actually leaving now. She'll be gone in roughly about a month, and then I have a crucial full-time that will be has asked to step to the part-time. So, one of the things that I wanted to kind of give you heads up as an overall, as far as all the offices, everything is being replaced by ADS. And so, whether you've been here for a year or you've been here for 20, 25 years, everybody's learning new systems. And so when it comes down to the training or having those employees, whether they've been here for that amount of time or not, it's crucial that you have enough staffing to be able to train for that. So to not address anything that Art had those concerns, I have the history, so then that way you would know what the clerk's office has had as staff, and then where it has gone, because there's even more than just the courts portion. So I was just gonna read that into the record if you would like to today.
Okay, here's the question.
Okay.
Legally, we're in the middle of budget hearings.
Right.
She has been asked to return. Can we use that as a separate agenda item, or instead of adjourning the meeting, should I recess it and then we open it up for one item in the middle of our agenda and complete that? So it's still under budget hearings?
Well, we can still do it under, there's 2 more aspects of the budget here, correct?
Yes,
Right.
and I don't understand why we can't do
And we can
it
open this
then.
up on either one of them,
Okay.
based on the motion that Art made.
Right.
No, Art didn't make the
Art didn't make the
motion.
motion.
He did
It
the
was Judy.
request,
Or the request.
and that's the way some of us understood
Right.
it, but not all of us. Okay, all
So
right.
we can
with that,
definitely open
okay.
it up on either,
All right. My recommendation would be that we just handle it with the next meeting.
And that's what I've been
the
trying to
budget.
say all along.
We just wanna clarify it. It's
Are you
been a
fine
long
with that,
day.
Sadie?
I'm okay with that.
And then whatever information you do have, I would be willing to take from you now, so I
Right.
can look at it.
Okay, I need to type it up, cause
Okay.
it's just handwritten.
Okay,
Maybe
So then
make
that
some
way,
copies or something?
I'm all right
Yeah.
with that.
yeah,
Okay,
that way
Because I'd
it'll
like
just,
as much
it'll be
information
clear
as
from A to Z
possible.
type deal, and
Okay.
everybody will be addressed at the same time.
okay, next,
Especially
thank
with
you.
Art here, since he was one of the ones that had
Yes.
questions.
Absolutely.
And I
Okay,
probably
with that,
won't
I
give you
will open up public
percentages.
comment for non-agendized items only. Persons are invited to submit comments in writing and/or can make comments on any non-agenda item on the board meeting, if any, and the discussion of those comments at the discretion of the board. All public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person, again, at the discretion of the board. Reasonable restrictions may be placed on public comments based upon time, place, and manner, but public comments based upon viewpoint may not be restricted. Any public comment? Hearing none.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all.